What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer team. The powers of light never fall. Sugar. What are you aiming at? Let the devil out!
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry! We are undefeatable!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint the Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA in Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today, I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zenstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zenstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Lager. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. You know, we want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, you know, I went on to GZ as first as like the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team, and got the green light basically that Gen G were, looking to put us on, and here we are. So, yeah.
Respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
That's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But, who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like for me, it all depends on the player. I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but it all revolves around the player. But I think Venom, good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against the Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be like the best at?
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero, it's fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
that's a good shout, good choice. Now, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
Maybe I think Carnage would be cool. Expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. I feel like it could. I feel like I would see how they would work around that. Seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm going to be a bit biased about my own role because, some people say that Tank has the highest impact and Tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not going to lie. I think we've got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix. We've got to stop buffing Phoenix. I'm not going to lie.
I can agree. Well, who would you buff? To the top tier. Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix even maybe?
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind Magic. I think Magic. Really sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
Now, you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the... No bias. I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. There's always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid and they always take a while to tone down, at least until 8.5, and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while for especially me as a tank player. You know, the infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and you can grab people and beam and whatnot. I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what Angela, blah blah blah. And
Daredevil, yeah.
I think yeah, Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, then it suits him because it's just for what he's known for. It's too much to put as a support. It's just you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite in OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Atom Res and, all the other contenders, I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really there's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. There's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is it's almost the most highest player count. So, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. Let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical. So I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Ds. I think 100 Ds is a good team to participate in and whatnot. Their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Ds is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kanga or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You just balance out the playing field. Got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. Maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, not even just going pro, just loving playing games since I was little, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, now that I've came so far, there's no point on going out of it after, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bagged that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Z10, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Wait a minute. Do you guys hear that? It's Pacific time! I can't believe it! We're back! Wow, it's my favorite sound in the whole wide world. My name is Keg, and I'm joined with two of the most wonderful and frankly beautiful human beings I have ever seen on planet Earth. Other planets, can't say for sure. I got Liger, I got Diatonic with me. My name is still Keg, and we are here with only 2 days left of Stage 1 before we go to playoffs and see who will make the final cut in Asia. We already know for OCE, we know who's traveling, but right now it is do or die for some of these teams in order to survive and not have their Stage 1 run end here. I'm excited, guys.
Oh, I am too. We're finally here, everybody. It's game time. We're at one day that is very pivotal. We're talking 5 sets. We're talking games where if people lose today, hope is gone. They cannot qualify in the top 6 more than anything. And that's just rough. That's honestly rough.
It is rough, and I really don't know what's going to happen next, but I can tell you one thing. Liger is the happiest person also on planet Earth too, because as you lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you, command the battlefield in style with Liger's favorite Iron Man skin, the Iron Samurai. He has been talking about this skin nonstop, before Marvel Rivals was even a thing, talking about wanting a samurai Iron Man. And guess what? Dream comes true. Alongside the Mantis Mandy Celestine, the greeters' costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Available on June 4th at 7 p.m. Pacific, which, guess what? That was yesterday. So heed the call of glory. It's time to show them what you're made of.
Yeah, and if you're looking for something with a little bit more Ignite flair, of course, the partner team bundles are live in-game right now. And gear up with your favorite team's bundles, showcase your loyalty, and take your esports spirit into every single match. Gotta get that brand new Deadpool drip, of course, but there's plenty of other goodies in those bundles as well. We've got nameplates, sprays, some moods, all kinds of ways to show your support for your favorite teams. And you can also pick up bundles of your region's complete esports bundles. So, of course, gotta pick up that Pacific one with Reject and Genji to look your game day best.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want to get a Pacific Deadpool skin of itself, not a specific team, just the region, having that nice turquoise background. By the way, fun fact: the background that you see on the show is my favorite color. Oh yeah.
Color of pain. What? Sorry?
Color of pain? Well, it's going to be the color of pain for some of these teams today, man. Yeah. I can't deny that here. We are in a very interesting day today. Remember, the stakes are high for all these teams. Only 6 teams are going to qualify in Asia to go to playoffs and face up against the OCE teams. Only the top 2 OCE teams that have already qualified. But of course, that is going to be for the wild deal. A lot of money on the line, but the playoffs, we have, in our tech checks, we were saying 6-7 a lot, and you'll never believe what the last day of group stage is. It's 6-7. That's going to be the end of the group stage, and we're coming pretty dang close to it. And though we have quite a stretch of time for all these teams to scrim and practice up against each other for playoffs on June 25th all the way to the 28th.
Yeah, I mean, we've all kind of been holding out for some big dream matches here. 6 teams from Asia, 2 from Oceania. Finally looking forward to them crossing paths yet again. And it's been a while since we've seen it. So, you know, you got your Rejects, you got your Genjis, you got Chief from the OCE side. So plenty of action to look forward to there. I know I've got a long laundry list of some matchups I want to see. And maybe we won't get them all here in just the Stage 1 playoffs. But plenty of opportunities to see how these 2 regions stack up. Because, yeah, we have some serious heavy hitter teams on both sides of the aisle.
Well, that's the good thing about year one, right? Is that we have so many years to go of seeing all these rivalries heat up and find amazing exploits off of each other. But I always see this in chat, and we're going to tell y'all again, the way bans work in Ignite are not like your ranked games. They're certainly not like Quick Play where they don't exist. And it's not like the MRC. It is a multiversal ban system. So some teams, they can go for a singular ban. Dan, the man, has the stats somewhere about the one-sided Gambit ban and what the win rate is for those teams. But each team has the opportunity to go for a reserve of 2 different heroes that cannot be banned out, and then each team can ban out heroes on the opposite side. So if one team goes for a Loki ban, the other could also go for a Loki ban, or if it doesn't get banned, they can use Loki, but the enemy team can't. I really love this ban system, Liger, because it really adds a lot more dynamicism to it.
I mean, we've seen it right now. It has been completely decimated by the Gambit factor. A little bit of Devil Dinosaur going on. One-sided Rocket is finally seeing some playtime. And why is it seeing some playtime? Because he's excelling in this map pool we've been seeing. When it comes down to it, Convoy will go in a museum quite a lot. However, yesterday, ooh, it got to be different. We headed to, you know, good old Convergence and saw some Lower Manhattan quite a lot, which was nice to see. I'm curious what we'll see today.
Yeah, we meme on Museum of Contemplation so much for this region just because we saw it, I think, almost every single game 2 of preseason. But I will say, as we've gone forward, especially in Asia, we have been seeing less Museum of Contemplation overall. And like you said, Liger, we're seeing Midtown, we're seeing a lot of other maps come on by, but I'm curious to know if we'll have any new exceptions today.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like we're getting more diverse as time goes on and teams get more comfortable with kind of not the newest map necessarily, but the new-ish ones are starting to make their way into the rotation. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing if there's any surprises in map picks tonight. But you see team rankings on your screen. That's here. Right. Some hope you brought your calculator because some of these teams are going to fall to the mercy of math tonight because yeah, there's a couple teams that seem pretty safe right now. XOXO01 and Reject are basically on their way to those PAC playoffs, but a lot of the teams in the middle of the pack here are not safe just yet. And you know, you don't want to get caught in a situation where you have to leave your fate in another team's hands and hope, okay, we need this other team to go out and lose this next match, otherwise we are not going to make it into that top 6. So definitely some drama on deck.
You know, look, I haven't passed a math class since middle school. That's why I work in esports. So, yes, XOXO and Reject, if my math is clear, and I did it on a napkin, so let's hope, should be locked in, like you said. N1HEX is the one we have to look at the most. And funny enough, that's going to be our first matchup today, up against Burgers. If N1HEX wins both of their matchups today, if Burgers and Rival both lose out on their matches, there's a chance that N1HEX could get out of the pirate ship plank and have a chance to escape being relegated out of stage 1 and have a chance to qualify. But unfortunately for Loyalty, not a single series, not a single map won. It's essentially impossible for them to make it back at this point.
Yeah, it is a bit tough for the Loyalty crew, but nonetheless, they can still put on a show and, you know, prepare themselves for stage 2. As many teams, well, as we know, as many teams in OC have to as well. There's only 2 got to qualify, but in Asia it's a bit more generous. They've got 6 slots. But the matches are locked in for the day, everybody. We're gonna have bangers on bangers after bangers. It's gonna be great. So get your dinner ready as well. Get your hydration ready as well. Whatever you need, because first up it's N1HEX versus Burgers, and yeah, honestly, N1HEX can't lose this. They cannot lose this. They need these points.
You know, CB yesterday was saying how N1HEX, there is a special sauce to them that we have been seeing in their matchups. And while they haven't been able to convert a lot of wins, I do agree with her. I think there is an opportunity for N1HEX to really step up this stage like they already have, but they have to find a way to beat the MRC Wonder Children that did win Season 7.
Yeah, I mean, both matchups they've got here in this doubleheader, bookending tonight's show. You know, of those 2, definitely going to look for the Burgers to be the one they try to pick up because, of course, as we know, Zero Tenacity, a force to be reckoned with. You know, maybe not quite as dominant here in stage 1 so far, but putting on a show like usual. So, yeah, if N1HEX are going to try to get up on the board, I think this opening match right here up against the Burgers is maybe their best shot.
I mean, we've seen some amazing players from both these teams thus far. We were talking about it in the green room, who we were expecting to be those star players in these matchups today. And I think we came to the general consensus that Wounds and D-Spooky might be the ones that battle it out here.
Ooh, D-Spooky. Crazy,
Oh, yeah.
crazy presence right there. But, you know, we've seen a lot coming out from N1HEX. You know, D-Spooky's crazy with it. You know, we'll see some more dinosaur. I don't know about you guys, but Louis, I want to see the Moon Knight. Bring it out.
See,
Bring
I
out
had
the Moon
Louis
Knight.
written down, but then both of you were like, no, D-Spooky, dude. D-Spooky, D-Spooky. So I want to hear the reasoning. Now, of course, both these players, fantastic. Don't get me wrong. If we had to choose between the two, who do we think is going to be the star player in this matchup?
Fish.
You know, it's
Fish.
definitely going to come down to who they
Fish?
play around. I mean, yeah, Fish on the Jeff,
Fish.
of course. You know, I've had my
Fish is
eyes on
fire.
Winsker joining the team too, but yeah, I mean, I'm somewhere between Louis or D Spooky. I think if they look at the duelist line and say we need to enable the damage here, we need to power up as much as possible, it's probably going to be Louis that ends up being the standout. But if they're going to lean on that double dinosaur, then yeah, I expect to see D Spooky picking up some big damage block all match long.
I mean, that's the kind of takeaway that you have to have with a team like N1HEX, right? They're verging on, if they lose both their series today, right, there's essentially no way they can make it to playoffs. But in terms of just the player talent on the team, I think they're one of those teams where you could definitely, I hate to say it, you could pick them apart probably before stage 2 and pick up some really goated highlight players, right? But we're gonna have to have a big focus on the team synergy coming into this matchup, because for N1HEX, even though they have more play days tomorrow, I would consider this to be their final day of stage 1 if they can't win it out.
That's tough to say. It's tough to say. There's so many variables right there.
Is that a
we need
hot
to pull
take?
through on right now. Look, it could go either way. It could go either way,
Okay.
honestly. Like right now, it's chaos. It's chaos in Asia. These matches, more than anything, are where teams going to bring out high-risk, high-reward compositions. We just hope that does not involve letting Gambit through, because that does not end well statistically, relatively, multiversally. Do not let the Gambit through. It's not going to end well. Like, the only way I could ever see it working, and we almost had it pull off yesterday, is if you let the Gambit through, but you counterban with Loki. You bring yourself a one-sided Loki, so you can also have Royal Flush. If you can have the Royal Flush
that
as
is
well,
so
then it'll help.
cheesy.
That's the only way I could see it working. If you let Gambit through and then you secure yourself Rocket and Loki, it could work. Could work.
I'm honestly surprised we don't see more Loki tech like that often. I think in terms of like just tech with regeneration domains and of course the God of Mischief, right? Loki could be one of the most stable backliners in the entire game. Even though we are past the graphic now, I think Burgers again, they were the ones to win MRC Season 7. They are smack dab in the middle of playoff contention here, where on one hand, that's pretty dang good for your first stage of for Ignite, right? But if they somehow massively drop the ball today, boys, this could be a devastating next 2 days for them, where they could be on the elimination line if they can't win it out.
Yeah, I mean, Pacific MRC teams, they have hands. You know, preseason,
They do.
Triple AD was a huge breakout team for me. Of course, Pirates kind of ran the show for a lot of the preseason. Now here in stage 1, the Burgers came out swinging. Night number 1, they took down Rival Esports, kind of made themselves known right away. And now, yeah, are very well on their way to those Pacific playoffs, but got to finish out strong here in these last couple matchups. So, you know, this is kind of a must-win for both sides of the board here. Burgers want to make themselves safe in the middle of the pack here. N1HEX trying to get something on the board and fight for that 6th place spot, and it is all kicking off on Krakoa for some domination.
That's right, map 1, Krakoa domination. Here we go, moments away before we get to the picks and bans, boys. I'm really curious to see how this goes. For N1HEX, it's going to be a super important matchup, but they have been a team that has struggled a lot in dominations this stage.
Ooh, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. This is the matchup. Here we go. First game of the day, everybody. This is going to be fun between N1HEX and Burgers. I am curious to see how it's going to unfold this ban phase. Already we're hovering Gambit. We're going to get double Gambit. Yes, we are. Diatonic, both these teams are locking in the double Gambit ban.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that they both understand how important this matchup is between the two of them. Of course, for different reasons here, the Burgers trying to fight to hang on to their spot in the middle of the pack, make it on through to those Pacific playoffs. But N1HEX right now sitting outside of that elimination line. They are out in the cold for now, but big opportunity for them to try and turn things around here in these last couple days. And this is the critical matchup they are desperately needing to win here. Liger, you already talked about it, but some Rocket Raccoon already being saved by N1HEX. We have seen it go one-sided a lot of the time, and that ends up being a big death knell for some teams. So curious if N1HEX is going to try to lock Burgers out of that rocket. Of course, they're going to take the one-sided Devil Dino. So even if N1HEX gets that rocket, that is a big pickup for them as well.
Honestly, even if they want, they can counterban the rocket, get a one-sided rocket, or they can ban Phoenix to remove the Ensel Inferno, destroying the Seer. But they go for Daredevil ban instead, trying to target the Burgers dive line, and at the same time protect Star-Lord, which is pretty good, as they're going to have a ridiculously good and consistent combo with the Rocket Star-Lord there. But in response, how do they answer it now? How can they possibly work? Oh, it's tough here, because they're hovering Phoenix right now. N1HEX may not have the Phoenix online. Yup, it's locked in by the Burgers.
Yeah, and they could make this absolutely 100% one-sided. No, they are going to save the rocket for themselves here. Phoenix potentially open for N1HEX as Burgers got no bans left. Ooh, no, maybe they're thinking about the Luna Snow instead. But yeah, I do like the combo, the CYA Galactic Legend from N1HEX. Definitely a good stand-in without Rage and Royal Flush, of course, on the table. But no, it is going to be the Rocket. A little torn between Rocket and Luna, but Burgers looking to shore up that back line before we get underway here. N1HEX also gonna hover Phoenix here, so maybe locking both sides out of that that big CYA clear option for them. Yes, they will. No Jean Grey here on Krakoa. How ironic to start things off between these two teams. But yeah, I guess it comes down to really what you are a believer of at the end of this draft phase. Whether you think the one-sided Dino is the answer here for the Burgers, or if that Star-Lord secure by N1HEX is gonna be enough to get that damage rolling here and take down the Burgers. But again, this is a super important matchup here for both of these teams. Burgers sitting pretty in the middle of the pack right now, but a lot can change here in these last couple days. And like we said, these teams are really going to be at the mercy of the mathematics as it boils down to these last matches. So N1HEX, of course, this is the first match in a doubleheader for them tonight. Their second matchup is against Zero Tenacity, so a big opponent on deck for them to round out the show. But here in the opener, it's the Burgers, and yeah, both of these teams coming out of the MRC. I feel like at least on paper, it should be a fairly close matchup, but the Burgers have definitely hung in there and held their own against some of these experienced Asia teams.
100,000%. They have literally proven that MRC meant business. They didn't just get in there with what some might seem to call MRC just a bit of an easy run to Ignite, a bit of a, oh, you know, the Ignite teams weren't there, they just made it through. No. MRC has demons of their own, and the Burgers are this season's one to climb on through. Previously we had, of course, Pirates, but now it's their turn. It's their time to shine. It's theirs to see if they can turn that purple victory into a green victory in the Pacific and not in MRC alone. So we're going to see as the mission area unlocks right now, and everybody knows we got an RX on the Black Cat, already trying to stage on the sidelines, preparing to die with Dia Spooky, cap on cap in the back line. Watching out everybody as those slashes are very lethal. You do not want to get scratched.
Yeah, a little bit of a 2v1, some good damage put down onto Scrappy from the Burgers here. N1HEX and Burgers gonna go toe-to-toe. Mission area unlocked and ready to roll here. N1HEX, though, gonna suffer at the hands of RF. Luna picking up 1 KO to start things off, and there's already a banhammer coming out from Navoy as well. Spooky in some trouble, needs the backline to get him back up and in the fight here. Walking away with just a smidge of health, but the Burgers come up big here. Diabolical Wound's gonna pick up some KOs. Navoy grabbing another one, and that Deadpool snowball already underway with a big XP boost. The Burgers, a miraculous entry into Ignite after the Pirates broke up, but they have taken advantage of that opportunity, and already first cap for them.
Yep, nice and easily secured for themselves right there. Getting that percentage back on up is the goal they want today. We're going to see how it all unfolds for the rest of their momentum here. As N1HEX is going to prepare for the next fight, they have a chance to go and build for that combo. You know what it is. They're amped up. Galactic Legend. We're going to see the Guardians team up in full effect. We'll see if they get away with it. We'll see if they get their momentum. But we're on the backline right now, switching RF. Oh, Woods taking out the Spooky right there. Face shifting, clearing out the Venom, who was just a bit too close to the Starlord right there as those Pulsar rifles are going off right there. But even though they're trying to go for a capture here, N1HEX just not going to be able to get that contest just going as the Burgers kind of stage very well. But N1HEX fully commit right now. Going for the amplifier, mix it up right now with the Guardian in the sky. Blaziken going, burning it up right there, taking out there, taking out the boy. That's going to be big value certified as the Burgers are going to go down here. They're going to regroup. They're going to get ready for another fight.
Yeah, and that's the combo you got to watch out for this whole matchup here. Blaziken and Exliel on the Star-Lord and the Rocket. Comes up pretty huge here for N1HEX. Pendulum swings their way for now, but N1HEX aren't out of options yet either. N1HEX has a calling card ready to go. Winsger has that Sonic Seduction on lock. Spooky gonna walk it back to the fight here, and now they are gonna try to close this gap between the two teams. They've got some defensive options as well in that Fate of Both Worlds, so plenty of opportunities for them to try and hold here. It looks good so far for N1HEX, but it's gonna be Galactic Legend from the Burgers now, and they've got a whole host of ults ready to go here. The Kumiho unleashed by Hypolical as well. Navoy almost ready for another Banhammer, and it is going to be mass chaos here onto the point as N1HEX looking to try and just close the gap between the two of them. They will trade 1-for-1 here. Then they're going to help the Burgers take the lead. Body advantage now. It's all coming up Burgers. Spooky in a little bit of trouble here, and with just Exliel, the only strat they've got left, they're in some trouble. NRX though coming up big on the Black Cat. Double KO here. Scrappy fighting back as well with that Freedom Charge ready to go, trying to get this team on some life support for the retake. Double KO for the Cap here, and the Burgers looking to try and complete the retake, but now N1HEX fully in the lead here. Quadra KO there for Scrappy's Captain America, and Scrappy living up to his namesake as he often does. But the big problem here, Liger, is that N1HEX still in control of the capture point.
We stay scrapping now here with the Cap over there. Pulling it up, Ved taking out Winsgo. XR falls as well. NRX follows just the same. The value right there for N1HEX as they go down to the Burgers, but still are contesting. Still managed to hold it and get themselves to that 80% mark, allowing themselves to get a good lead here, which does mean they're in one team fight away from capturing the round. The question is, can they take it back from the Burgers? Will the Burgers tie it at 80%, or will the Burgers win the next fight? As they do have, honestly, I would say, just shy of the ult advantage. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds, but Blaziken's up and Exile will be following soon. And honestly, at any moment, Feast of the Abyss could be online at the same time, sooner than we'll get a Rampage or the Assemble. So it's going to be very, very tough for N1HEX in this fight. But they're going to go for a quick Assemble right now, force out some cooldowns from Hypolical. And as well, they got what they wanted. The Fate of Both Worlds from RF does go off for now, which protects the team from Blaziken. But at the same time, you're going to have to be very, very careful here as they try to rotate around the quick home portals. Zoning in on the front line. Scrappy trying to get value as well, but everyone's waiting for their opening to see if they can get the mark, but I think Burgers is going to take it to overtime.
Yeah, definitely looks that way, and they do shut the door on Star-Lord, but they open the door here for a Burgers close out triple KO for wounds on the Star-Lord, and Galactic Legend still in the back pocket, ready to go here, 99%, so Burgers just got to finish this fight. Spooky, though, got that Feast of the Abyss ready to go here, making a meal out of the Burgers, but it's Ved that walks away with the bill from this table here. 1 KO for the Double Dinosaur. It's on to Spooky. He will get back up off the BRB, and a quick pick onto the Rocket as well. Gets the CYA down for the team, though. Mission accomplished as far as N1HEX is concerned. They're able to extend this one, but finally some pressure here. N1HEX will maybe manage to make the flip here. Another Galactic Legend overhead somewhere in the distance. Peter Quill has that playlist in a second of overtime, a sliver of time for the Burgers to try and close this one out. It is a Fate of Both Worlds from Fish keeping this team alive, but now there's nowhere left to run for N1HEX from that Double Dinosaur, that Double Beast Rampage coming up big here, as well as that Kumiho Unleashed Kaiju battle from the Burgers here. The big bodies are in, and the Burgers managed to take point number 1, but some good contesting by N1HEX.
I mean, we've seen it many times before. N1HEX, they take it the distance, but they just can't cross that finish line every single time. Right now, they really need to lock in and get that extra bit of pace. Try and win the team fight that you normally don't get, and get it over the line so that you can take a round, you can take a map, and you can take a series. That's what they need more than ever right now. as the Burgers are slowly chipping away at the hope of N1HEX
30
qualifying.
seconds before you attack.
Yeah, it feels like N1HEX is just missing that follow through on the finishing blow. And while they can't quite land one last hit, the Burgers slowly pick away and turn things around and are just able to walk away with that first point. And yeah, we've seen this from N1HEX quite a bit here. It feels like they're on an uphill or up a roller coaster, but just before they get over that peak to get back downhill, they just can't quite find the momentum. And that's when the enemy team takes advantage. They lock in and they close it out. Burgers got the first cap here. N1HEX, though, have some time to turn things around here on Krakoa. And of course, like we've been talking about, this is a key matchup for them here. And you can tell they are scrapping as hard as they can. They've got some good plays. I like the ult economy plays from N1HEX here, but it's just not quite enough to find the dub.
Yeah, you're right. You put it perfectly. Like, it's just not enough. How can they get enough value from all their players right now? They have the setup right. They got the Starlet, they got the Rocket. A couple of things they're locked out on, but they still have the presence right there. You have Emma to answer the Z10. And now you're going to take to the skies. These blades are going to get the value, though. So you start shredding up the backline. Wounds are going to be taken down. Going for the force of the assemble right there from Scrappy to go defensive to protect the rest of their team. At the same time, Navoy is going to go for that big pop quiz right there. See if they can get bouncing and hopefully get that sustain pouring into the rest of the Burgers as they take N1HEX on the back foot. There's a couple of people too low, and there it is, big slam coming out right now. So N1HEX turned the fight there, taking a couple of the Burgers down and absolutely chopping them to size there. You got to be very careful when you're meeting in a corridor with Blaziken, who's going to get that phase shift into that shred, into that double KO. And absolutely secure the point there, right there as well. Which means it's going to have to rewind Daytona because it's just Ultimate's online right now. It's in favor of N1HEX. This is the position they need to be in. They can't afford to lose this next fight. They need to gain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, full reset from the Burgers, and even when they're back up and running, you're 100% right. N1HEX have all the tools they need to try and lock this down through the next team fight as well. Spooky absolutely beasting on that Burgers backline as well. Diabolical, the first of all, RF went pretty close after, and there was just nothing they could do from then on out, though a little bit of a cheeky back tap attempt from the Burgers here as N1HEX apply a little bit of forward pressure now. RF coming back with a vengeance, will find the pick onto NRX, gonna get right back up off of that BRB, and has a calling card ready to go here as well. N1HEX gonna have a Fate of Both Worlds online too, so they've got some big strategist ults to try and hold this point, and they're already at 65%. So if they're able to kind of stagger those out, they can be protected all the way up to 99%. There is that calling card from NRX, and the KO's coming up huge here. N1HEX covering the KO feed top to bottom here. Almost a full wipe onto the Burgers' wounds. The only one able to escape that one. Almost got that Galactic Legend ready to go, but N1HEX, good hold from them, and they still have that Luna Snow ult too. So it is looking pretty solid here for N1HEX on point two.
They can go for the combo. They can go for the attack boosted Luna Snow Fate of both Abysses right there. If they can surely get it going, 95% climbing. Overtime will definitely be in full effect as the Burgers contest directly with the pentagram of Farala, the portal from Scrappy, as we see it go off right now. See a little bit of Blaziken trying to go for the mark. There we go. Phase shifting in the sky. Does he get away? Does he get away? Does he get away? Survives for now. Wounds in the high ground. Goes for their shred. Gets the Guardian going off. Taking out NVX. That's going to have to focus the Black Cat. You need to really for sure. 95% in climbing. 98, 99. You already know. Over time, Winsger is going to be taken down. But Brack with a BRB beacon at the same time. Eldritch Whip swinging. Scrappy's getting the value. Wounds on the backline. Starlord's going at each other. There's still no chance for the overtime to tick off because, of course, the Burgers did capture it back. And they did play out those ultimates very well. And it was a good portal, but now they don't have many resources to defend. And honestly, they have to defend 3 fights in a row flawlessly.
Yeah, there was 0 to 99 for N1HEX, so they are still definitely not too far away from the driver's seat on this one. But yeah, a good comeback for the Burgers. Use the Strange Portal to get back on, and you know, quite a bit of a resource cash in. They'll get a couple things in their back pocket. Eye of Agamotto going to be big here for sure, and that Kumiho Unleashed, one of the only defensive options the Burgers have got here, and they are quickly going to try to gain some ground here. N1HEX looking for a little bit of footing. NRX going to get in the mix there on the Black Hat. No calling card. They're going to try to find someone to take out early in the fight. Ved might be the victim here, but he's going to be the victim of Fish on that Luna Snow. 1 KO onto the Burgers. That might be what they need. Going to force out some ults here. Pop quiz from Navoy. Kumio Unleashed from Diabolical, and an Eye of Agamotto from Scrappy. But it looks like it's only going to find Spooky here, and Winsker's on a Psionic Seduction for the Burgers as N1HEX going to try to retake here. They just need 1 fight to win. Blaziken going to get right back up, and he's got Galactic Legend. That might be what they need here, but it's a bit of a body disadvantage for N1HEX. N1HEX, they don't have the best footing, but Blaziken is going to try to convert it here. Meanwhile, Wounds on the ground on the Star-Lord, picking up Spooky, who's holding that Feast of the Abyss, going to be sent all the way back to spawn, and the Burgers looking to turn this around as Blaziken can't convert to any KOs.
Oh, 100% right there. You got to be very smart. As yeah, this is it. This is what we expected. This is what we saw from the Burgers earlier. Just that, you know, a bit of a slow start, but once they got cooking, absolutely they put the gas on. So you got to be very, very smart in this next play right here from Wounds. We go for Galactic Legend. That's going to bait out the amp. That's good for themselves. They're going to shut down the amp though before the Feast of the Abyss goes off, and it does. 4 of them get antied, but they do get sustained and back to full HP. Scrappy still on the Strange Meeting. No chance of a portal contest, but N1HEX have a chance to portal contest if they absolutely need it. If any of them go down, but IOP's going to be going for the Fate of Both Worlds right now, going to be holding it down. X-Lyle's going to be on the rocket there, trying to get that sustained, pouring it to the rest of the team. Seeing if there's any action, seeing if there's any moments right there. Venom swinging in, hopefully getting the pressure, hopefully getting the value right now. Diatonic, we don't know who's going to take time right now, but the Burgers kind of doing well, actually. Hold on. N1HEX do push them off, and they do cap it with the down 2 players right there. It's a bit tough. I can't believe Burgers let that one get capped.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good retake for them, but the bodies dropping like flies here. Burgers will make the retake. A triple KO for Hybolical's White Fox, and that overtime is gonna tick down. Again, another solid effort from N1HEX, but the same story retold over and over again. Even when they take it 0 to 99, they cannot find the closer. They can't find a way to finish off these maps, and it's gonna be the Burgers that managed to take it in 2 points. It's a 2-0 here. What a story for them on this matchup. I can't believe it. I really thought we were going to point number 3.
I thought that too, honestly. N1HEX was showing something crazy, but the Burgers got a full hole from 0 to 100. I mean, it did flip back to N1HEX during overtime, but yeah, they did get it there to that mark before N1HEX finally got the fight maker contest after they rotated the ult in their favor. But bit of a tough start for N1HEX. Honestly, it could have been a map, but they could have got a point on the board, but the Burgers close it out right there. So one more opportunity for N1HEX to try and win here. Otherwise, it might be elimination station. We will have to see ultimately as it unfolds in this next one, of course. But as we go into map 2, you know, we can recap on the reality of map 1. The presence coming out. I mean, we set the mark. We said Wounds, you know, out here standing strong, really bringing that potential, really bringing that power out. Looking great on it.
Yeah, KO'd just 1 time throughout the whole map here. Cannot say the same for N1HEX, though. Blaziken Star-Lord as well, putting in some work for this team. It is Navoy on the Deadpool, gonna walk away with the MVP on the Strat Pool, nonetheless, here. So pretty interesting backline from the Burgers in this matchup. But yeah, the combination of the CYA and Galactic Legend just not enough to turn the tide for N1HEX. I'm surprised because they did get some damage out of it, but it felt like they got desynced. You know, Blaziken and X-Lyle kind of fell out of coordination with those ults, and it seemed like over and over again it was just a Galactic Legend or just a CYA. So, you know, maybe that's kind of the key, is to sync up those ultimates. But yeah, again here it is N1HEX unable to close it out, and the Burgers now 1 map win away from yet another series win here in the group stage.
Ooh, it's a bit tough one. It's a bit of a tough one. We'll see if the Burgers can secure victory for themselves and keep their, you know, crazy streak going. But at the same time, N1HEX, you gotta show everything right now. Otherwise, it may be curtains for you. We don't want to call that. But before all of that, before we get into the second half, let's cut to a short break, everybody. We'll be back with more Ignite.
Maximum pulse!
say, CB has the right idea. She said that N1HEX have the sauce, but not the full burger. I gotta say, burger, they're looking pretty medium rare right now, boys. And honestly, with N1HEX, they had everything to take Krakoa, and they were so close on point 2. And with a Star-Lord, with a Rocket, and a Black Cat, how could they not close it out?
That's very tough. I mean, how
We
do
don't
we
know.
unpack that? How do we unpack that right now? There's so many times, pivotal moments, where N1HEX needed to activate slightly earlier, but also coordinate some ultimates to get that wombo combo off, to get the value of the comp they banned towards. They protected themselves a ridiculously great win condition with the rocket factor, with the style factor, but that needs to be clinical. That needs to be bang for bang every single time both those ults are matched up, guaranteed win a fight. They started great on that second round as well, going straight to 100, but they just didn't have the resources, nor did they have timing on their counterfights later on, and the Burgers just defended it the whole way. There was a flip towards overtime, but it flipped back as resources only go a certain length.
Well, my confidence isn't high for N1HEX right now. They looked good when it came to Krakoa, but honestly, you took Krakoa and turned it into a convoy, you pretty much have Yggdrasil.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I liked their comp. They had a very clear game plan here. Of course, win condition, like you guys said, being that CYA Galactic Legend combo. They had some backups as well. They had the Black Cat. They had Psionic Seduction ready to go. So even if those were down, they had a backup. But it did feel like those ults just fell out of sync, and that's kind of where the critical disconnect happened for this team. So like we've been saying, you know, they're so close. They are at the pinnacle of taking those big map wins, but they're just not quite able to get over that hill. So, you know, maybe a little bit of patience, maybe a little bit more coordination, and linking up will help. We'll see. Obviously, this is going to be N1HEX's territory as we go to Yggdrasil Path, so curious if that will be the turnaround they need to at least get us to map 3 here. But yeah, unfortunately, like I said before, you know, it is just the same story playing out for N1HEX yet again here.
Now, I know this is the play-by-play desk. We're all big, loud, shouty enjoyers, right? But let's put on our coach caps for a second and really think before we get into what could very well be the elimination match for N1HEX for Stage 1. Bans and picks coming up momentarily. What is N1HEX missing, and how can they win this out, Liger?
Honestly, they're missing a mentality to get a dub. They're missing the mentality.
How do they get it?
To be hungry, to take a risk, and honestly, you literally are in a situation where it is legitimately low risk, high reward right now. You need to go out with something crazy, unorthodox. You need to take burgers off the game. You need to throw in something, throw a spanner into the works, and absolutely go all out right now, because you've gone bang for bang. You've gone methodical. It hasn't worked. You're just shy of getting the win you needed.
They're hungry. They should be eating the burgers.
True. Feast up. Get the dino.
I was gonna say, burger's almost ready to come off the grill here and get served up, but that is the question. Who is doing the serving here? Map number 2 on deck. And yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's some mental game here for N1HEX. They've taken some lumps here in Stage 1, and they gotta get some confidence back. You know, I hear a lot of pro duelist players say, you know, part of playing the role is that you have to tell yourself that you are better, that you are the better player in the matchup, and no matter how many L's you take, you have to pick yourself back up. So I know it's heartbreaking for N1HEX to be so close to that map 1 on both of those points, but they gotta find a way to get back in the game quick here. They are gonna try to get that Devil Dinosaur. They will manage to get it this time. They did not have access last time, so that will definitely change some things up as we expect to see Spooky hop on our prehistoric hero here. Both of them gonna save Devil Dino for themselves, and Mantis banned by the burgers. No big surprise. That damage amp comes up so huge even now.
Oh, 100%. 100%. You can't let a Mantis go just for free right there. You got to sort of ban it out, sort of counter it out. Maybe get a one-sided. We'll see. Both teams have the Devil Dinosaur. That is definitely something that can help there. But I got to say, though, we're waiting to find out what more could unfold. Luna Snow is going to be the one that follows suit. The Burgers now do not have the Luna, do not have the Gambit. So the only thing they could bring really on their side right now, they might want to protect, is maybe the Rocket for themselves. Maybe the Mantis for themselves as well. If they go for that one-sided Mantis, we'll see what they contribute towards, maybe nullifying N1HEX's chance at a Phoenix or a Rocket, waiting to see what they lock in. It's going to go for the Phoenix, which is good because it'll stop out the chance of the Rocket if they lock it in for themselves.
Yeah, N1HEX gonna take out the Rocket. It's a pretty interesting position to be in this draft, but yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like the Burgers basically need to take Phoenix here, because if N1HEX are banning Rocket, you know it's very likely they are gonna make him the last save and take him one-sided here. So you want that N-Song Inferno to take out that CYA as quickly as possible. As a Rocket player myself, I know how fast you gotta take care of it, because that seems to be N1HEX's game plan yet again here, or at least that's what they're leaning into. They're gonna take a Mantis ban as their last one, and they've got the save. I imagine this has got to be Rocket. Yeah, pretty much no question about it.
No way. Yeah, it's going to be a one-sided Rocket. Lock it in right now. Come on. Come on, N1HEX. Get that Rocket for yourselves. Nullify it right there, which in return will probably mean, you know, we're going to get the Burgers banning out. You know who's there? Luna? Double Luna? Or maybe Star-Lord. If they can knock out the Star-Lord, they might actually have a move there.
That would be huge. That would be huge for sure. No, they're going to take the Luna ban. I mean, not a bad choice either. She's definitely got some hands for sure. The freezes can be pretty nasty, and of course, she's got damage output herself. But yeah, they are going to let the Star-Lord pass through for N1HEX. I mean, to be fair, the Burgers did go toe-to-toe with that combo on map number 1, and they walked away with the win. So maybe potentially saying, hey, we can just beat them out, or, you know, desync the ults, and if they don't find a way to get back in touch with each other, then it's pretty much going to be lights out here. Though, NRX may be taking the Punisher this time, so they're going to look for kind of this interesting mesh between Punisher and Star-Lord, because I think both of those ults benefit greatly from CYA. So they're really going to lean onto that Rocket Raccoon ultimate here on map number 2.
Here we go, everybody. Yggdrasil, beautiful map, gorgeous map. Here we are in Yggdrasil, land of the Asgardians, that has been taken over by Loki's shenanigans. But nonetheless, we'll see how it all unfolds for themselves. We'll see how it all goes. I'm looking forward to this. Honestly, Diatonic, I'm looking forward to it. I've missed this map. I genuinely have missed this map. It is a fun one. It is a good one. We're going to see some Devil Dinosaur on this map too. Actually, I feel like I haven't seen Devil Dinosaur play Yggdrasil yet. This is something unique.
He is pretty fun on this map, I will say, and I'm right there with you. This is a classic here, so common last year all throughout Ignite. The pros often opting for some Yggdrasil paths, so we are back here in action on Yggdrasil. Burger's going to take defense first. N1HEX, this is their map pick. They'll take the attack, and NRX not going to waste any time here. Not bringing the Punisher quite yet. It's going to be a Wolverine on the hunt for Scrappy on that Captain America. Good kidnap to start things off, and maybe going to go ahead and make the swap. Yes, he will. Goes ahead and takes that Punisher. Burgers, though, of course, they do have that Devil Dino here. They've got the Captain America. No triple from them, though. They're going to go pretty straight 2-2-2 here.
All right, all right. 30 seconds left right now. See if they can, 30 seconds is already munched up, I should say. Or speaking of a munch, Big Frenzy coming out. Winsgar taken down by Ved. You got to be very careful when you're pathing with the Dino. You'll be swinging that tail, but you got to watch out who is actually chomping behind. But be spooky as well, getting the value, doing what they can. Maybe there is more to see, more to say as they do rotate around that second corner right there, just moving up that little hill. You know, nullifying the chance of the Burgers protecting from high ground. And right now, they're in a bit of a tough spot as they're going to be forced into the tunnels here, into the cavern. They'll be very careful out there to push this one, but that is on their Maya. Wounds as well. We'll be able to build N1 Inferno to break out of the next fight, but Spooky is very close to building that prison, and Diatonic, bro, that prison is crazy, especially on this map. They can really scoop him up, and what can they combine with? You already know it. You already know they're just going to trap him for Winsgar to go up in there, stampede, rush him down, and just get that stomp in action, and maybe NVX all in with a pump action.
Yeah, I mean, that ult mesh for N1HEX runs deep here. Lots of combo potential, but it's going to be Wounds on the side of the Burgers that takes down Blaziken onto the Star-Lord. Early pick here for the Burgers as they're trying to get out of this side hallway here and get back in the fight. They'll find Spooky as well. Headshot from Wounds. Big plays here from the Burgers. There's a BRB in play. Spooky will be right back up and going to hold that Strangling Prison, so maybe looking for a way in the door in this fight, but the Burgers chasing them all the way back to spawn here. Navoy on the Black Hat this time around, and they are playing it very close to their chest here. A couple ults that they are holding onto for as long as they can, and they don't even need them. Their Wounds on the hunt for Blaziken again. Comes up huge with another KO just short of that Galactic Legend. So N1HEX, 4 ults in their back pocket. They've got some tools to make a dent in this defense, and a minute 45 to do it.
Oh, minute 45. Here we go, Big Jeff time. Is it going to get anybody in it? No! Right there. Tree Trunk in action coming out from Big Spooky right there. Going to be shutting them down. But Cap's trying to get away. Scrappy not, unfortunately, going to be scrapping out of that one for now as the minutes climb down, as the moments are limited, as we keep on moving. Marvelousness happening right now on our screens. D Spooky presence on the group. Australian Prison directly onto Ved. A solo prison. Was it worth?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big play for sure. A lot to cash in there, but we'll stop a Double Beast Rampage at least for now. Fish gonna copy the CYA from the from X-Lail on their own team here. So they've got some overheal, they've got some damage amp for sure. N1HEX has been holding that final judgment super close there, along with that Double Beast Rampage for Winsker. It is gonna be Judge, Jury, and Executioner here. N1HEX gonna try to finish this off. Less than 60 seconds to go, but just half a meter. Blaziken will find Ved. N1HEX taking down Scrappy. The front line is offline here for the Burgers, and N1HEX will make the play. They grab checkpoint number 1, back up to 3 minutes on the clock, and they're just going to roll right on through here with some more carnage. But it's Navoy taking down Fish on the Loki, though, you know, bright spot at the end of the day for N1HEX. They get that checkpoint, and now that important lifeline, 3 minutes to go for them.
Bit of a tough one, but they'll keep the pace going. 3 minutes left as they keep on moving. I gotta say, they're already staging the high ground right there. Windsgar already above them. You gotta be very careful. Rampage is online, but they couldn't combine with anything else. But looks like Ved's gonna go for the hard commit. They're gonna go for the Rampage. Counter Rampage coming out from Windsgar as well. He's Spooky with the tree chunks going directly for Highball. Look, and Wounds is down as well. Probably gonna be a quick retreat for the Burgers, but actually, in my mind, Scrappy's gonna take a couple down with him. Maybe 2 more as they try to nullify those odds, but Blaziken does get away with just barely some HP.
Yeah, gonna try to cash in a little bit for the Burgers here and at least make their presence known in that fight, but N1HEX still in control of the mission vehicle, more than halfway to checkpoint number 2 and just about 60 seconds away from their time refresh. So they are making some good progress here against the Burgers, and the Alticon is definitely gonna go N1HEX's way here. They need an offensive tool though. They've got CYA, they've got Strangling Prison, and they might just lean on Spooky to get the KOs, and that's a big Strangling Prison there. Almost all of the Burgers held in place, but they cannot get the damage down. It's that region domain from RF that keeps them alive and well, but all the while they buy themselves some time, find checkpoint number 2, and they've got 3:15 to try and close this map out. So maybe not a big KO conversion from N1HEX, but they did exactly what they needed to do here, and now realistically looking at closing out the map.
Yeah, I mean, normally, typically, we get the Groot ultimate, Strangling Prison, combining with somebody else on the team, but rather, N1HEX just used it to get a free delivery, to get that second gate open for themselves, so they can get to the end of Yggdrasil. But, still some time on the clock, maybe 3 minutes to get to the end. It's going to be tough. This is the toughest part of the map there is. This is how Convoy is designed. The third section is just quite a little bit tougher, to make it a little bit more dramatic. Let's see how it all unfolds. With the End Song Inferno coming out from the skies right there. Aimed directly at N1HEX's back line, but they survive for now. Blaziken gets another pick, taking out RF. Owens goes down as well as they do ramp it up and try to retreat for the next fight. Blaziken is getting health packs, but as they try to set up, you know, some evasive maneuvers there, Wounds is still going to catch him out right there. Blaziken did not get a chance to get away from the marks of the Phoenix, but we're going to force out a judge. We're going to force out the Executioner, and unfortunately, court is not in session. No, Emma is not appearing in court today.
No court martial for Emma Frost here. N1HEX dropping like flies here. Navoy over onto the Moon Knight and picking up some KOs almost immediately here. 2 minutes to go for N1HEX, and N1HEX is showing some smart stuff here. They are making plays like we saw that Groot Strangling Prison. Got them here to checkpoint number 3. Blaziken going for that Rocket Network team up, trying to get himself some good positioning to teleport back in onto the fight. Sonic Seduction from Ved now onto N1HEX. They don't have a lot of answers. Fish does have God of Mischief and gonna be forced to use it as Winsker goes down right away here. CYA copy yet again from a Fish. RF gonna do much of the same here. I believe that's a copy onto the invisible boundary. Navoy's also got that Hand of Khonshu, so I mean there's some options here for both sides of the board, but the question is how do they make it work here? The invisible boundary for Burgers, Umbrella up here to try and protect themselves as they're gonna look to fight out this one underneath a couple of Double Beast Rampages as well, but it's Scrappy on the side of the Burgers that takes that prehistoric win. 60 seconds to go for N1HEX, and Liger, it really feels like we're seeing the same thing happen again. They're so close to finishing out the map, but they just can't get control of the card again.
Oh, well, I don't want to count those eggs just yet. Let's see if they can hatch themselves some opportunity. Going for it right now. The Groot Knight combo is going to be enough to take anybody down. Unfortunately not, as the Burgers are retreating, but they'll build up those ultimates again. They'll build up that power again. You know exactly this time. You know what the mistake was last time. N1HEX did not use the Guardians combo, but they have the chance now. You go X-Style, you go Blaziken, they're synced up. This would be the moment to take them down, and all they need to do is focus Hyperbolical first, immediately shred through that boundary, match the pace coming out from the inside corner. They did that, and they do take out RF in the backlines right there. They do use 2 ultimates to get 1 individual. They bet out a couple more ultimates. They do nullify some of the defensive presence coming out from the Burgers right there. But as N1HEX keeps moving, unfortunately too deep with the Spooky, crunched out by Scrappy.
Yeah, smart early pick onto Navoy by N1HEX, taking the hand of Khonshu out the equation for the Burgers here. We are going to go into some overtime. Fish cupping the Devil Beast Rampage on the Loki this time. So a bit of extra Rampage from N1HEX, but not enough to stop Van on a heater here on the Emma Frost. Couple of members of the Burgers in trouble. N1HEX, though, they've got that hand of Khonshu ready to go here. Navoy throws it down as well. Gets some damage, a couple of KOs here, but N1HEX starting to come up big in this last fight. Ved, again, leading the charge for the Burgers. Someone stop that Emma Frost. It'll be N1HEX that does it with the Moon Knight here. A bit of a breakthrough under overtime and just a couple seconds away. He's Spooky over to the Strange. Big play onto Wounds as well. Big damage taken down for the Burgers here. Now N1HEX back in control of that mission vehicle. 100 meters and just a few more to go here as N1HEX forward pressure on here. Pedal to the metal, trying to lock the Burgers down in the spawn, but they just can't quite make it happen.
Oh, they can indeed, but we're going to see the Rampage going off right now. Agamotto's almost online. I think the Spooky has a chance to build it up for now. Waiting on the group, waiting to see who's going to commit right there from the Burgers, but still an opportunity, still a big grab, still a big crunch. They do not get the dino as the boundary is up and saved, but Agamotto drops down as well at the same time. We're going to be forcing the Galactic Legend Startled in the skies to try and get some value, but the Moon drops just as well right there to bring the pressure. That's going to be N1HEX and Blaze can take it down from the power of the Moon right there. Owens follows suit, landed some darts of their own. The Phoenix Force is in full effect right here as they push and they power through and they try to get some crunches. Scrappy trying to be there to contest. Very hard to take down the dino. As long as nobody leaves, they will still be in contention right there, and there it is. They do hold it just shy of the end.
And again, just so close for N1HEX. A great offensive push nonetheless. Burgers now basically need to clear the map to win it here. 102 meters towards checkpoint number 3. But again, we see that flame that we saw from N1HEX at the beginning. A lot of that momentum they built up in the first couple checkpoints just slowly fades away, fades out. And again, we are seeing the same situation here. N1HEX did a great job on offense. Can't overlook that. But that door is wide open here for the Burgers to close out the series. It is all going to come down to how N1HEX holds this. But, you know, you pointed it out, Liger. Definitely better on the ult timings from N1HEX. A lot better pairings and working together a lot more. Especially when you build that network of ults together. You've got the CYA Galactic Legend combo. You've got some Groot. You've got some Punisher up in there. So definitely important to work together. Again, though, just not enough to finish it off. But can't overlook it. N1HEX definitely thrown the gauntlet pretty far here for the Burgers.
100% as they try to move forward here. We'll see Winsguard setting up as well, staging around with the dino. But be careful, he does quickly on the group. It hasn't worked too well in terms of combos, but ever since the Moon Knight came into play, N1HEX, they're getting value, they're getting some good hands of Khonshu. Sorting them out with the Ironwood Wall and set it up one more time, the Spooky. Setting up a good spot for the Ironwood Wall. We already know that's the spot where you can really get yourself that just invulnerability for quite some time on the CC train. But let's see if you're going to punch the ticket to victory here. See how they unfold as the Burgers do start their push. Venom already on the high ground coming out from Scrappy.
Yeah, all fundamentals here for N1HEX. Very clear alt combinations. They've got some Groot Knight. They're going to stick with that Guardians crossover between Rocket and Star-Lord here. On defense, the Burgers, though, on the attack this time around. Mostly staying the same in terms of comp. Scrappy on the Venom here. RF going to hold on to that Loki. 30 seconds away, and the Burgers already halfway to that first checkpoint. N1HEX staying on the Moon Knight. A big player for N1HEX, and already big here on defense, finding wounds and slowing things down for the Burgers here. It's going to be about tempo control, about buying themselves time, because the Burgers still got 3 minutes left to go here. They are going to have some trouble rounding this corner, as we see offensive teams do very often here, but already, though, N1HEX holding on to a hand of Khonshu. And Liger, I know you got to be loving the Moon Knight feature here in this matchup. We even had Moon Knight on both sides.
a little bit of Mirror Knight on the house today, everybody. What's locking in? We do see the Hammer Country do playing highball looking for now, but in return they're going to be swinging around to the back, so you're going to be very careful. The Dino's going for the crunches on both of them right now. A crunch for a crunch, but unfortunately it doesn't go in favor of Ved right there. Presence coming out from Wensgar on the N1HEX's Devil Dinosaur here. You know, beating into the high ground, and they're regrouping for the mark there. They're going to be very careful as they collect information. We'll see how that unfolds for themselves, pushing into the action. 95% for that ultimate for Iron. We could see a shapeshift very, very soon. Might be another aggressive one, though, Tony. Maybe we copy the dinosaur again. Rampage twice as hard.
I was gonna say, maybe not the most common copy off of God of Mischief, but seemed to be helpful here. N1HEX, though, gonna go back to basics here. Guardians combo on tap. CYA already shot down, though. That Insong Inferno is good. The wounds will go down for it, but a worthy trade as it slows that momentum from N1HEX. Strangling Prison from D-Spooky, and Fish is gonna try to make it happen here. Throws down another CYA off of the Loki ultimate, so big damage amp for N1HEX. They've got the Moon Knight ult, though. They know exactly where they need to drop that Hand of Khonshu. It's right on top of that CYA, where N1HEX trying to take advantage. Now the Burgers pushing him into the side hallway. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine here, though. Winsker is going to come crashing out of that hallway with some Devil Beast Rampage. Now inches away from that first checkpoint for the Burgers, and about a minute 30 for them left to go here. So they are going to try to find a way through that first door. It is a Hand of Khonshu from NRX this time around. Finds the Void, finds the enemy Moon Knight. Scrappy and Ved in some trouble here. Ved will survive, but Scrappy won't make it through the fight here. D-Spooky gonna finish him off onto the Groot, and now it feels like N1HEX ground this thing to a halt. 60 seconds for the Burgers to try and find an answer, and doesn't look like they have a ton in the tank.
They don't really have the opportunity to. At the same time, having a bit of a struggle as the Groot is actually separating Ved from their backline. Having the value that they need right now. Maybe a bit more of a mobile player might help. You can match the Groot as well. It really depends if that's in the hero pool, but we'll see how it unfolds. Ironwood wall set up right now. Big Knock's going out. Force the chance for an amplifier. Yes, it is going to go off from that side. Abokan return drops the boundary to match the damage output to nullify it. Put everybody in a pool of sustain, but as many walls as you try to set up now, they can be violent. And that's going to be the Strangling Prism into the moon right there. Big combo coming out. That's going to get them quite a bit of value, but the Void flips it. Does get a fix of their own. Does allow the damage to fall through. Does allow that amplifier right there to just give them a little bit of extra source they need to keep it going. And it looks like we're still going to head over to the gate, and we're going to get to second.
Yeah, I mean, some amazing sustain from the Burgers. They survived the Groot Knight combo head on there, just with the Loki and the Invis, and RF still's got plenty left to go here. It is going to go into overtime as N1HEX looking for a bit of a last-second hold here. They get the portal and are back on a site, but they don't have the bodies to hold it down. The Burgers a little bit behind N1HEX's pace, but they are still in this thing. 2:30 on the clock. What a play for this attacking team. I thought for sure it was that Strangling Prison Hand of Khonshu that was going to do him in.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. That could have been the move. That could have been exactly what they needed, but it really depends, though, Tony, because right now they're already preparing on the high ground. N1HEX, they know that if they can maintain the high ground nice and early, they'll just can't rotate around and take it for themselves. Good awareness, good map control, but ooh. That was a bit of a tough one, but we'll see if they can get value from that. Sonic Selection follows suit as well. Ved's going to get it. They're going to go for the AM, mix it up with the Guardian of the Galaxy right there. I got to say, Diatonic right now, it's kind of on the rampages that are coming up very next, because that's the only way you can really make that space if they can try to use a Devil Dinosaur rampage.
Yeah, a little bit of an earthquake from those stomps will separate a team well for sure. And Scrappy's got that Devil Beast Rampage first here, so gonna run right on in. And the Burgers got some follow-up too if they want to take advantage. Diabolical Wounds, though, don't need the ults to make the plays here. They take down 2 members of N1HEX, so body advantage for the Burgers again. And tempo is fully being controlled by the Burgers now, already 3/4 of the way to checkpoint number 2 in just a minute and 15 or so. So definitely taking good use of that time refresh that they got. Some spark stacks from wounds going down, big damage as N1HEX kind of grouped up here in the Tunnel of Doom, and Ved gonna give him a roundhouse kick right back in. He will charge right on through the tunnel, take down NRX as well for a double KO. Winsker, though, got the Jaws of Fate here, taking down Diabolical. D-Spooky will find wounds as well, and N1HEX gonna battle right back here. The ult econ swings N1HEX's way with a couple of Burgers alt holders offline and back in spawn, but N1HEX cannot find the stop here. Burgers will make checkpoint number 2 underneath all that fighting, and now they got 2 minutes to try and close this thing out. But like you said on the last run, Liger, this is probably the trickiest part of the map for attackers.
A bit of a tough one, a bit of deja vu right now if they're going to get full pushed again as N1HEX run the back foot. But now the Burgers are catching up. They're able to get it going. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if the N-Song in front of crashes down, gets some value as it does nullify. Got a bit of abilities, force them out for now. We'll see how it unfolds. Fish is there on the low key, trying to get that sustained, seeing if it's enough for them for this next fight. But I gotta say, there's only a time. There's only a little bit of time left. RF has the shapeshift online. Habolico has boundary. They could go for a double boundary over 1-1 team fight, but boundary goes up in the same time. But we see the moon, but the moon pushes through, crushes down. NRX taking out Habolico and Avoid, wounds and Scrappy for RF2. That is a crazy good defense right now from N1HEX. They just bought themselves a massive team fight, which really puts the Burgers on the back foot here. Because guess what? They're only going to have 2 more fights, and they have only 2 ults for this fight. The next 2 might go up, but after that, they don't have ults for the fight after. They have to win it here.
Yeah, and another problem they're facing, they've got a little bit of a stagger going. Ved getting KO'd as everyone else is back up and on the move, and he's holding Sonic Seduction too, and they're going to need every tool at their disposal here. But yeah, huge value between D-Spooky and NRX. N1HEX, great team play in this matchup here tonight. Maybe some of the cleanest play we've seen out of this team so far, but it is going to be another hand of Conchu here from Navoy this time. N1HEX got one more combo in the tank though. CYA and Galactic Legend go down here as Blaziken goes up. Satellite one more time here, trying to find, but they cannot convert the KOs here underneath. Another invisible boundary here. NRX, though, will manage to take down Scrappy as that one goes offline. RF did use the Loki ult for that, and quickly the Burgers running out of tools here and running out of time. Fish making another CYA appear out of thin air with those Loki shenanigans. Yet again here, N1HEX trying to find a way to finish off this fight in perfect timing. Your Ved goes down. That's one member of the Burgers down here, and it is all lined up for N1HEX to close this out. NRX has one more hand of Conchu. One more time, the God of the Moon shows his influence here, and they will find Scrappy, and they are looking pretty scrappy out here. N1HEX trying to close this out. D-Spooky and NRX gonna pick up some KOs, making a double for that Moon Knight. Overtime ticks away, and N1HEX pick it up in a heater here on Yggdrasil Path. We are going all the way to map number 3.
Tied up nice and early. N1HEX, they're here to say we are not done yet. We want this. They have finally shown up and gonna win. Oh, it's been a minute since they did claim victory. They believe it was a very tough one for themselves. They only did take a map of Triple AD last week, but finally getting their second map victory here in the group stage. Love to see it. Love to see it get spicy between these two teams right now. Ooh, I gotta say, I don't think they finally got the mark. They got the mark. They understood exactly how to play that rocket.
Yeah, I mean, they leaned 2,000% on the team play all map long. They knew that those combinations had to come up big, and almost every single time this time around, they did. We've been critical of N1HEX. They've had some struggles here into the group stage, but you have to give them their flowers when they are due, and this was a solid map for them. Not perfect. You know, Burgers did manage to make 2 checkpoints. They did kind of threaten there at the very end to close this one out against N1HEX, but they came up really big here. D-Spooky walks away with the MVP, but there are so many players you gotta highlight on the side of N1HEX. NRX, not only on those Hand of Conjure's great placement on those, but plenty of KOs on the Moon Knight in the neutral as well. That set N1HEX up for some big wins all fight long. And again, some really big IQ plays from N1HEX. Again, they had a nice strangling prison that let them get checkpoint number 2. They had plenty of combos that came up big. They knew where the positioning needed to be. They played the map very well, and it is clear that these pro players do know Yggdrasil Path like the back of their hands. It's been a bread and butter team for a lot of these pros for a long time, so great to see it back in action, and great to see series number 1 of the night, and we've already got a map 3.
Oh no, how beautiful. We want to see it. All of yesterday was 2020 Fiesta. Today we get to go to a final map 3 bang. I'm looking forward to it, but we still have many more games to go. We still have much more to do. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, it's map 3 between N1HEX and the Boogers.
We're back again, and who would have thought that our first match of the day would go all the way to map 3? Remember, do or die for N1HEX. They have to win this next match if they want to have the opportunity to go into playoffs. And I gotta say, N1HEX really stepped up in this occasion.
Absolutely. I mean, we are seeing finally a bit of a understanding of each other and how they need to play at this level. Finally bringing back what we saw earlier of N1HEX last week when they did get that map and take it off Triple AD. We're talking about this team should be in the middle of the pack right now, but they're fighting for their life at Elimination Station. So we've got to see how it all unfolds for themselves. And honestly, like we know this, Keg, we mentioned it earlier, they can't afford any more losses, otherwise it's game over.
Well, that makes me nervous, Liger, because we saw this, like you mentioned, last week with Triple AD. Lost game 1, brought it to Yggdrasil path, won it out, lost out on map 3. The problem is that I'm afraid history is going to get recreated again, my friend, because as we go to Symbiotic Surface, I'm not super confident in the domination aspect of, well, domination, because N1HEX haven't won at this stage, but I'm also really worried about the domination aspect of convergence.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of goes back to what we've been saying about N1HEX all along here. They're a team that has trouble closing. In the closer situation, they have trouble finishing off these maps and finishing off these series. Now they're on map number 3 here. It is going to be the Burgers map pick to take us to Symbiotic Surface, of course. So that's the question. In this hot seat, in a situation they've struggled in a lot all throughout the group stage, can they finish their food here? Can they finish off these Burgers?
Well, I'm going to put you in the hot seat, my friend. Do you think it's possible that we can see N1HEX win it out?
It's tough. I mean, I think that the Burgers have a big comeback opportunity here. I think it's going to go all the way. I think we get extra rounds of Symbiotic Surface because obviously we saw on Yggdrasil path so close to that map finisher, so close to extra rounds there. So I think this one's going to go all the way because now the Burgers got some more information, got some download that they can use against N1HEX now on map number 3.
We're just about ready for picks and bans. Give me a number, Diatonic. What's the percentage of N1HEX winning this out?
I'm gonna say it's like a 40 to 45%. It's really close for me. I mean, they are dead heat.
I mean, maybe, you know, look, let's be real. Right now, we're looking at the scoreboard. I'd say for N1HEX to win this out, maybe they're a 9% chance, maybe 10% chance, maybe 21% chance. It really just depends right now because what we're seeing was, I believe, is like the last puff of your breath, of your HP right now. Because the Burgers, they have a very good track record on Symbiotic Surface right now. But
puff,
hey,
puff goes the dragon. And they had double dinosaur.
I'd love to be proven wrong. So if N1HEX have something to say, now is your final map to say it. You got to win this one. Otherwise, it's gone. It's wraps. Curtain calls on you for now. But into the mix of it all, the curtain will also drop onto Mr. Miyamo, Mr. Gambit. Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimately is the question that N1HEX have to answer here. Was that truly their last gasp here in the group stage, or is that the start of their last stand here? We will have to see. They are going to take the Phoenix into this one. They know Burgers have been running the rocket if they can, trying to take advantage of CYA, and going to try to deter them away from that. Burgers, of course, going to ban out the Dino first here. No big surprises. Gambit taken off the table. It's a one-sided Dino for the Burgers. Definitely a big pickup early on here, but the Burgers got 3 bans here in a row. They've got an opportunity to take some things away. One thing they're taking off the table is the Phoenix for the Burgers. No such luck for them this time around. So yeah, at this point, I mean, it is all or nothing on the table for N1HEX. They take this map and keep their hopes of making it to playoffs alive, or they drop this one and potentially fall out of contention. I mean, it is huge here for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what we're seeing right now. As we unfold the rest of this good old ban phase right here, Symbiotic Surface, as we know. Reminding everybody what map we're heading on to. One-sided Dino, one-sided Rocket. Is that what the Burgers are about to secure for themselves? The full-on Animal Kingdom, and it looks like it is. Which means their next ban is, you know, they don't have the Phoenix. It is one-sided Phoenix to the N1HEX. You're gonna lock out the Star-Lord. Make sure, listen, you can have the Dino, you can have the Rocket, but you're not getting Star-Lord. No way, no how, no shot. And one thing I will say, though, the lack of Black Cat. These teams can't really bring her out to play, and Symbiotic Surface, honestly, I think it's pretty good for Black Cat. It's got a lot of opportunities, but really just depends how they want to play this one out. Mantis for the Protect coming out for N1HEX. We're waiting on that final ban that's going to affect them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some good angles here on Symbiotic for Black Cat to kind of come out of, give you some jump scares. So maybe we'll see her in play. We saw her a little bit on map 1, that matchup between Navoy and N1HEX, and it just didn't really go anywhere. You're right. We didn't see a ton of influence from Felicia Hardy. N1HEX, though, will save themselves the Mantis here at the end. So they're maybe looking to change up the playbook a little bit. We've seen them lean very heavy on the CYA Galactic Legend combo. That is off the table as the Burgers ban out Rocket against them. We've seen Groot Knight from N1HEX, and Spooky's already hovering the Groot, so maybe going to see a little bit of that in action as well. But Blaziken is going to hop on to that Phoenix. There is a Mantis floating out there somewhere in this matchup for N1HEX, and maybe the first time we saw her survive the draft in this matchup. But yeah, the big story here, though, is for the Burgers. I do think they walk away with a big win in this draft because they've got one-sided Dino and one-sided Rocket. We've seen both of those individually be game winners for some of these teams, and now put together, it's huge. I think it's absolutely huge for the Burgers.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. We have to address the reality of the ban phase definitely going in favor of the Burgers, but N1HEX would be playing as we call it, you know. This is one of the maps to finally change up a little bit, go for a little bit of a high-risk composition, something different. Would see Black Cat finally in play, maybe, if N1HEX wants to lock that one out. But, you know, there's a lot of options at the same time. It's not like it's locked out for either side. Both sides can play it. We'll see how we roll out right now. It looks like we're going to see Daredevil coming up from the Void for the defense. That's pretty good because they can, like, figure out very quickly which angle N1HEX is going to take for the initiate on the first fight.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to take advantage of the information on the side of the Burgers. They are on defense here first. N1HEX taking the first attack. N1HEX going to hop back on that Black Cat this time around in tandem with Blaziken on the Phoenix. No Mantis appearance for N1HEX quite yet here. We'll have to see where they're going to try to break her out. But for now, yes, some reruns here for N1HEX. Spooky's back over on that Groot, was a big player on Yggdrasil path for them. So going to look to try and capture some of that magic here. But N1HEX on the move pretty early here. XL finding one on the Luna, and they're already looking to contest for this first capture point. That is an early BRB pop onto the Burgers, and yeah, Navoy in a little bit of trouble on the Daredevil, will walk away, but Winsker very early banhammer from that Vanpool this time around, and N1HEX on the move towards that first tick.
On the move indeed. Nice to see. All right, into the action. There we go. Could be big here. Maybe if N1HEX gets the swipes on the Black Cat right now, stacking up that change. Got about 500 coins in the bank. We're going to cash in, get the flame orb going. Oh, mix it a little bit, dive around, and just completely kite out and avoids disengage. But nonetheless, it's going to give him value. We're going to see Blaziken live up to the name, bring in the firepower as they take out Ved, shredding through the dinosaur. Hey, listen. You know what? Hey, Diatonic, they've got the Dino, the one-sided Dino, but N1HEX walked away with Phoenix. That is insane. Walking away with Phoenix right there, which allows them to counter the Dino and to counter the Rocket. Honestly, like, yeah, they got Rocket and Dino, but like, if there's ever one hero to have one side to counter both of them, it's Phoenix. She takes them both down in the neutral and the ult trade, but portals are going off right now. Contention's not over yet. RT is going to be the one copying and dropping an Amplifier of their own. I gotta say though, still plenty of ultimates online for N1HEX for this attack.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace for N1HEX's draft is that Phoenix. You're 100% right. They've already taken advantage of it. Here we go, though. Strangling Prison from a Spooky. Does find several members, but a Freedom Charge from Scrappy, getting that overheal onto the Burgers. They've got a little bit of a shield here and bought themselves some time underneath that region domain from RF. Now they will battle back here. KO feed painted bright blue. Over half of N1HEX's time gone. They do manage to get 2 ticks, though, so it's basically one fight for N1HEX to close out this first checkpoint, but the Burgers doing a nice job buying themselves some time, and now a bit of a stagger here as N1HEX, the only old N1HEX, has taken offline for now. The rest of N1HEX gonna have to walk it back down, and they're gonna have to watch out for Navoy on this Daredevil.
Okay. Paying attention a little bit to Navoy, trying to stage a quick angle there. See if they can go for the counter dive, prepare themselves to let out the devil. We'll see if they can get that mark, but you know, the calling card's open as well. It's really a battle of these dive, you know, duels to see who's going to strike first, who's going to get the value. As we see, it's going to be Navoy coming out first and letting it out, going to be rushing for the backline of N1HEX. They're going to be bringing the pressure, but a little cheeky pose as Wounds is down. Habaloka returns out of here as well. Big fire, Phoenix marks coming out from Blaziken as they take out Navoy, and RT follows as well, and that's going to be big value Rally Maelstrom coming out from Ved. Flips the tide, takes out VRX, you know. It's always just AoE moves where they start off with it strange. They're the ones moves that they just nullify Black Cat. They just take out Black Cat, but they do capture here in N1HEX, and we get to the pushing phase of Symbiotic Surface.
Yeah, good response by the Burgers, taking down NRX pretty quick in the middle of that calling card, but seems like only just a little bit of a segue into this first checkpoint here for N1HEX. A little bit of a sidecar, a distraction for the Burgers as they'll secure it. 2:45 on the clock now, and N1HEX on the move. So not a bad start offensively, a little bit slow, not as fast as you want to see if you're on the side of N1HEX, of course, but now it is all up to them. They've got some ult advantage here, and they're going to look to take advantage of it. Banhammer coming out from Winsger now. They're going to try to capitalize. Hybolical goes down, holding the CYA. Wounds will fall as well, one by one. The Burgers knocked down here. Big BRB getting one member of the Burgers back up here, but N1HEX looking clean here so far on the road to checkpoint number 2. The Scrappy going to live up to that namesake one more time here, get right up in Winsger's face and take him down. A good return fire for the Burgers, but N1HEX all the while still moving that cart right along.
I mean, NRX went to the school of keg, you know, looking clean, diving mean. That's all you gotta do. Stay lean. That's it. That's how it is right there. And now you are gonna see the Kumiho be unleashed as well. Fish getting the value. Wounds going in as well. Hybolical drops the ult as well. Fist of the Abyss coming out from DS Spooky right there. So much is being poured on to counter Wounds on the Punisher, but he's still getting the value right there, shredding through. And Scrappy scrapping up in the backline, taking out Blaziken. They nullify the N1HEX push for now, but whoa, what a hefty fight. I gotta say though, a lot of good value coming out from both sides, but really still goes in favor of Burgers here, as they do really put, I mean, they have to push quite a very difficult part of this map, Diatonic, and they only have 2 more fights left to do it.
Yeah, I feel like if you get KO'd big before checkpoint 2, it is tough to get out of that spawn door and back onto the mission vehicle. So quite a tall task here for N1HEX. I'm surprised they didn't drop the in-song on that CYA, but Blaziken's going to pick up right where he left off before. 1 KO, a headshot already here. Playing that in-song very close to their chest. Curious if they're going to find some value here as Blaziken goes up for it, crashes down, will get some damage, and NRX gets the finisher on the calling card. They're all fighting underneath that umbrella of that Fate of Both Worlds, and NRX going to take full advantage of it. Triple KO on the Black Cat. D Spooky and Blaziken will find some KOs as well. And just like that, N1HEX back in the fight. But the problem now is time running low for them. 35 seconds left to go, and the Burger's going to come back with quite a vengeance here. A couple of nasty ults in their back pocket. So N1HEX got to win this next fight.
It up right now, 30 seconds left on the clock right now. We need to see if they can take it. I gotta say that Diatonic is heated more than ever, brother. It's heated more than ever. They're trying to get the value. Winsgar is trying to line it up with the dual pistols. The Deagles are trying to get it, but they're gonna meet a little mean Scrappy in the back line, but it's gonna force the rampage coming up from Ved. But guess what, brother? You know it. Navoy's about to hit it, Diatonic. We could see the calling card.
Yeah, comes in a big here. He's got N1HEX's number. 1 by 1, they're going to go offline. No strategist available for N1HEX, so it is a matter of time. Blaziken going over to Dr. Strange here, going to look for that portal to get them back in the fight, and if they can find a breakthrough, they will get this checkpoint here. Big KO there for Wounds as he goes over to the Psylocke and is right back in the fight. The troops move through the portal. Blaziken leading the way. Dr. Strange shield coming up big and light, just like that. 2 meters left to go for N1HEX here in overtime, but it is a dance of the butterflies now, a different kind of dance from the Burgers here, finding a double KO. Then coming up big, the jaws of fate here onto N1HEX will take down D Spooky. They've got a Kumiho unleashed in the tank still, but that's the last ult they are going to have under overtime here, and they're just like that, they focus Fish down. CYA from Hybolical keeping the Burgers on life support here, and it buys them plenty of time, plenty of space, and just like that, 149 meters is all N1HEX can clear of checkpoint number 2. Liger, a very different situation here from Convoy. Still some breathing room available for N1HEX, but not nearly as secure as we thought. It is really going to come down to the wire here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely right now. How can they handle it? How can they play this one out? That is the question for N1HEX to survive, to still keep themselves in the running right here, but it is tough to say. Now, as we talk about the reality of Symbiotic Surface, how they can handle it here, how they can do what they need to do, the dinosaur factor is very good. It's definitely coming out from Ved. It's the Burgers what they want to do. They want to run the rampage. How do you break down the front end? How do you protect your dinosaur? How do you help enable them and not get shut down by the Phoenix, by the Emma? Well, bring an old friend who loves dealing with those two, especially from the mutant world, and you go a little bit of lore accuracy, and you get that annoying little dude named Wolverine. That was something the Void was about to consider, but looks like going to go back on Black Cat. But I still think Wolverine might cook, but nonetheless, Black Cat will still be serving a service right there. We'll see how it unfolds, but I gotta say, there is also the reality now that if we can switch it up a little bit and pay attention to wounds, it's gone for the Elsa here. Elsa, honestly, let's talk about, like, the nerf was not that bad. She still kind of goes bang for bang with Phoenix. Phoenix maybe just a little bit stronger, but in this scenario where you've got a one-sided Phoenix, why wouldn't you want the next best thing?
Yeah, I mean, Elsa has still been relevant here in Stage 1 in spite of what we thought coming into this round of Ignite. And yeah, plenty of players have made her work very well here on the battlefield. And when backs against the wall like this, you're on map 3. You gotta pull out all the stops, like you were saying at the beginning of this matchup. So Wound's gonna change things up, see if that is the key to get through this N1HEX defense. Though Ved on the charge there on that Devil Dino. He finds a very early KO onto the Luna. Strategist offline for N1HEX, and just like that, set him up and knock him down here. Spooky and Whimsical are going to try and buy the rest of the team some time, but there's only so much they can do here. And now the Burgers going to look to lock down checkpoint number 1 in under 60 seconds if they can. Spooky tries to go for the intercept on the Cat, but will not let that happen. Wounds hunting him down on the Elsa. 5:30 on the clock, and this is the last stretch of the map for the Burgers.
Last stretch, all right, but oh, you know, we can do a 5-minute stretch routine right now. We can just, you know, get the biceps moving, get the triceps going, whatever you want to do, get your lumbar support going, whatever you got to do out here. Lock in and get loaded up right now because Navoy is swiping, and that's going to be 3 down for N1HEX as you keep into the mix of it all. 4 down for N1HEX as they are just farming right now. This is insanity. I do not want to verse Elsa and Black Cat right now, and there needs to be someone to answer that, and there's gonna need to be something switching here from N1HEX to stop this momentum right now, because Burgers have a literal driving, drilling cannon force of a lineup right now as they are barreling forward. They only have to push 1/6 of the map left, and they have 5 minutes to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the Burgers have full control over the tempo here. It has been no mercy since the starting gate here. The Burgers come out with a big clothesline. They put N1HEX back on the ground and will not let them get up here. Still 4:30 left, and Wounds has been a big key player in this and still will continue to deliver here. Double KO and doesn't even need the Glortrox to do it here. He is the Apex Predator this time around, and now the Burgers stocks going so high here. 4:15 on the clock, and they can see the finish line from here. N1HEX, though, trying to stand in their way, but so far they just haven't found a way to hold them defensively. And now the Burgers finally going to tick down to 4 minutes, but they've got so much ult potential here. We're looking at last fight.
Oh, Glortrox is going to absolutely box him into a corner right there. They do not want to be reminiscent of pre-season right here. Elsa is back on our screen. Drop the Phoenix down with the Ensign Inferno as well. Ved gets the value. NRX, X-Lala down. There's only just a few slivers left for them to push right now. Is anybody there from N1HEX for the contest? Do they have a chance to pull? They do not as the timer goes down. And the Burgers secure map 3, and they do secure the set as a whole.
Wow, I did not expect this closeout here on Symbiotic Surface. A clean 1-2-3 on the last for the Burgers, and they are going to walk away with it. A well-deserved MVP for Wounds on that map. On the Elsa, nonetheless, showing that it wasn't just preseason, and she can survive the nerfs here. Coming up so big for this Burgers squad, and definitely looking to cement their place here in the middle of the pack and punch their ticket to those PAC playoffs. Wounds 24-5, 16 final hits, and a lot of them coming in on that offensive run, the back half of the map. Can't overlook Ved as well. That one-sided Devil Dino did come up huge here, 33-5 with 49k damage blocked. Insane stuff there. The numbers definitely don't lie here, and there were some bright spots for N1HEX. Of course, Blaziken picking up the Phoenix and doing some work, but just not enough to turn the tide. And again, like we said at the beginning of this matchup, N1HEX struggle in the closer situation, and here, yet again, the Burgers will capitalize on that and walk away with yet another series win here in Stage 1.
Yeah, it's very good for themselves here. It's looking good for the Burgers right now. Burgers are, you know, a team that really got to show more potential for themselves because they're aiming at the top. They're aiming for the big dogs. They want to go get in the mix They want to talk to Reject, they want to talk to Z10, they want to talk to XOXO, the new big dogs of the region. Let's talk about it. There's so much to unfold, and we're curious to see how they get it going. But, you know, I want to know from behind the screen, how did Mr. Keg feel about how the performance was right there? N1HEX, they got something special, but just shy once again.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're taking the words right out of my mouth, my friend. I think N1HEX, Stevie, again, completely right. N1HEX has the capabilities of doing something strong, but unfortunately, it's one of those situations where a team is getting it together right when it's too late. Now, there are other matches tonight. There is the possibility of tomorrow, too, for maybe N1HEX to turn it around, but I truly think them losing to Burgers here may have been the final nail of the coffin for their playoff contention. That being said, though, it's pretty entertaining watching both of these teams. I think NRX and Wounds are some of the nastiest duelists we have seen in the entire region.
Yeah, and you know, coming into stage one, you know, N1HEX was one of the teams that underwent quite a remake after preseason, changing out a lot of their roster. So we knew that stage one for them was going to be kind of a rebuild, and the rebuild looks good here at the very end of the group stage. I mean, they are definitely coming together, but like you said, Keg, it just feels like it's a little bit of too little, too late here. So, you know, maybe looking ahead into stage two, we're seeing something really special from them. And of course, not over for them. They got a couple matches left, but yeah, unfortunately, that rebuild just starts to really glue together here in the last couple rounds.
I mean, it's the tough aspect for a competition like this, right? Are you going to stick with the rebuild even if you don't make it the playoffs? Because stage two is a little ways away. If you're not going to make it the playoffs, there's a very good chance
It's a tough one.
Players could get poached. Players could just leave the team. A lot of different possibilities could happen. So, you know, thinking ahead for N1HEX, right, regardless of their outcome, if whether or not they can win out the next matches, maybe clutch out a bottom place chance to qualify for playoffs, are they going to be a team that sticks together long term?
Please do be.
Yeah.
Please do be a team that sticks together, because we need to see tenure in Ignite rosters right now. Most of the teams that are top dog teams have been together for a while. It matters, guys. It matters. If you keep switching teams too much, if you keep switching up your rosters, you keep jumping ship on teams, you never have time to build that synergy that isn't verbal but mental. That's what you need more than ever. That's why the best teams in Pacific have it. We're talking up there with Genji, we're talking with Reject. The way they can just shift one little factor in a call, and the entire team is on a different wavelength.
Yeah.
It comes with time, that comes with trust, that comes with going through the trenches together. Believe me, these teams that are now champions today across all the regions of Ignite, they went through the trenches. They did lose their tournaments together. They didn't immediately disband. They cooked, hit the books, got the VOD reviews, the coaching, you name it, and they came back stronger than ever. That is secretly the key. I don't even know if it's a secret anymore. It's exposed and out for everybody to know.
Hey, N1HEX, if you're looking for a coach, I think Liger hit the nail on the head, exactly what you guys need to do going forwards. Yeah, you know, just good mental, and it seemed like N1HEX overall had pretty good mental. I didn't really see much tilting when I was looking for cool plays for later on and stuff, but, you know, looking ahead, though, we are waiting moments away for our interview here. Burgers are the new kid on the block coming into this stage. They did win out Season 7 of MRC. They weren't around for preseason. They were the team that had the most to prove that we had not seen before Diatonic. And I gotta say, I'm excited to see how it all plays out here. We got Ved on the line. Ring, ring.
Hey.
Hello, Ved.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, what's up? Congratulations on your win, dude.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we were just talking about it before we got into the call with you. Burgers are the new kids on the block. You guys won Season 7 of MRC. We haven't seen a lot of plays from you guys at this level just yet, but now having most of the group stage so far to establish who you guys are and what your play styles is, have you noticed that there was a lot more pressure for your team compared to others coming into stage one?
Yeah, we have definitely noticed that people's expectations are, they either think we're really bad or they think we're like gonna be like on the top of the level. So
why do you think that?
I mean, it's not what I think. I just think it's like what people have like told me, and like it's just what I've seen from like a lot of people.
No, that's fair. That's fair. You know, that's how it is. Everyone has their opinions about a team. And, you know, I've been watching you guys for a little bit now, but I want to know, you know, rewind, you know, a couple weeks ago, a few weeks ago. Did you guys know coming out of MRC that you were going to get into Ignite? Because initially the spot wasn't open. What was that moment like knowing you guys made it to Ignite?
Oh, honestly, we were pretty shocked, honestly. Like, we did not expect that. We were gonna, like, auto-qual to Ignite. We thought we had to play another season of MRC to try to get that spot in Stage 2, but we're really grateful that we got the spot early. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to feel like a great situation of right place, right time, and you guys have taken full advantage of the opportunity. I mean, made a name for yourselves right off the bat in Stage 1, and now, you know, sitting pretty in the middle of the pack here. You know, my question, I'm looking a couple steps ahead, right? You've got a couple of big matchups. Later on tonight, you got Triple AD, and then tomorrow, you've also got XOXO01. So a couple of, you know, punch-up matches here, teams ahead of you in the standings. What's kind of the thought process going into matchups with those particularly tough teams? Is there anything you kind of do differently against them, or do you guys just fall back on your normal kind of game plans and go with what's comfortable?
I mean, we have some things cooking up for our next two opponents, but I can't really say too much about it. But we do definitely try to have like the same play style for sure. Like, I can't say too much about it. I don't want, especially with our map.
No, I wouldn't ask you to open the playbook. I don't need to see. I'll be surprised.
I will be the devil on your shoulder. I will always try to squeeze out whatever information I can, but information that you can give us, I think, Vet, is that the board is yours. You have the platform, you have the audience now, all listening to you, fans, haters, friends, family. What do you have to say to everybody watching right now?
I mean, like, honestly, the overwhelming, like, support of us, like, getting into Ignite, I never, like, expected to have, like, this many people, like, supporting us, especially, like, I mean, everyone kind of, like, really likes our logo, I'm not gonna lie, like, it's very, surprising, like, they love the cat burger logo, and that's where, like, a lot of our support comes from, so.
I know I do.
Vet, I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you here, but thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time after your matchup, and we know you have a big one up ahead, so we don't want to take up too much more of your time. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course, anytime. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely, Vet.
Good luck. Locked in.
What a small kid. I like him. I like him.
He's look.
Humble king.
We've got a lot. We've got a lot to discuss. We do. We really do.
We do.
We now know mathematically. We've looked at the stats. We looked at the bookings. We've looked at everything. Even though we've only had one match today, we told everybody. Today, everything flips in a moment. We already have multiple teams confirmed to be top 6. No chance of elimination, but the two teams that have something to prove still have a chance to take each other's spot, but maybe we'll talk about that a bit later.
I suppose so. We do have a small break coming up, and we have plenty of more matches to go. Can you believe this has only been the first match of the day? We've got many, many, many more, and you won't want to miss them, especially if you're a Twitch drop enjoyer, which you should stick around for, but we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
All right, it's the matchup of the night, the moment you've all been waiting for. XOX versus Reject. It is two flawless teams fighting up against each other, but there is a small blemish for one of these teams that makes them truly not flawless. Very first week, very first day, it was Zero Tenacity, the only team so far this entire stage that has taken a single map off of XOX. The only thing dividing the top two teams of this stage, even though they are guaranteed playoffs, boys, that doesn't mean it's truly flawless for one of them. Liger, you were there. You were the host, actually, for when we saw Z10 versus XOX. It was on Hell's Heaven that they lost it out. And for our first matchup today, there's a possibility again it could happen.
I mean, I didn't expect to witness Thanos so early in my career, but unfortunately, he did arrive. It was inevitable, and we did finally witness the first win in this group stage from XOXO, and they came out banging. They're like, we're going to take a big dog out right out the gate. But first, they lost the map, okay? They didn't pull through when it came down to Hell's Heaven, but they did take a round in Hell's Heaven. They did force it to the third, and then they said, okay, we've given them a little bit of a taste, let's turn up the heat. They took it on Spider Islands, they took it on Central Park, and they showed Z10 we're also in contention for that top position. It's not just you and the Reject story, we're involved too. And right now, they're sitting at the top of the bracket when it comes down to the math, when it comes down to the points. They are doing well today. And if they beat Reject, that is the big dog. That is the partner team of the region. Woo!
Well, Reject
Stonks.
haven't lost a match since week one of preseason group stage. They've gone flawless since week 2. And so it really was like a change of the guard, right? Because we saw Z10 sneak out that lower bracket run in the preseason playoffs. They got that second place after an upset against AAAD and Pirates. They eliminated them, but they weren't able to beat Reject. In fact, since that first week of preseason, no team's been able to beat Reject.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at it honestly, right? This is the best I think both of these teams have ever looked. Reject have been absolute demons ever since that preseason group stage. They made everyone forget what happened to them on Symbiotic Surface time and time again, and have made themselves out to be the threat they should be here in Asia. But EXO have a lot of Ignite experience under their belt. They have some star players on their team, and again, a solid opener match, a home run against a team like Zero Tenacity says a lot, but you guys have already hit the nail on the head here. The critical part of this matchup for EXO is that they dropped a map to Zero Tenacity, and Z10 are definitely one of the top teams here in Asia, but they have not been as dominant in this group stage, so I do think that spells a little bit of trouble here for XOXO01, but time and time again, we've talked about how there's challenges in EXO's way, and they have overcome them at every turn, so very curious to see how this matchup goes, because guys, I mean, undisputedly, this is the matchup to determine who the #1 team here in Asia is currently.
I mean, do we think it's going to go to map 3? Or is it going to depend on which domination map we go to first? Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, look, it's got to be a map 3. It's got to be a map 3. in order to keep this going, to keep the momentum, to keep the hype, to talk about how we've got this team XOXO coming out of Thailand, absolutely going crazy, bringing out so much for the squad there. They have brought a lot. They have brought absolutely a lot to the table and woken up Reject, made Reject more aware of them. And, you know, maybe Reject have something special for them. We'll see.
So,
but ultimately, Celestial Husk could be that factor.
Let me ask you this. Is Celestial Husk going to make a big difference? We saw Hell's Heaven be the losing map for XO. But or is it just domination as a whole might be XO's sweet spot?
I don't know. I don't think we like Clintar when it comes to Reject. It's like water and oil. Hold on a second. I don't think this may be tough. This may be tough. I think all the predictions are about to go to XO. But Reject said we learned from our mistakes now. We're locked in. So
when was the last time Reject lost a map proper? Was it? I want to say it was almost 2 months ago. We are moments away though from picks and bans, so I want to leave you guys with this final question. Boys, what is the percentage of XOXO making an upset? And is it an upset?
I mean, it's an interesting position, right? Because XO's #1 on the leaderboard according to the math. So if you want to be technical with it, it wouldn't be an upset. It is in my eyes, though, because Reject, again, I don't think they've dropped a map since playoffs of the preseason. So we're kind of looking to see if this is the time. I mean, XO's got to put at least a mark on Reject. They got to take one here for sure. If you want my honest opinion, I think XO maybe 25% chance of winning this one, but I would love to be proved wrong.
Okay, I like your honesty, Liger.
Look, I'm gonna have to go with a confident 37.89% chance that XOXO take it.
Very specific.
Because I believe they've been cooking, they've been doing some great things, but you know what? I think Reject is more annoyed that they're playing on Clintar than they are facing XO. I think they're more interested in beating the map and beating their unknown version of themselves rather than beating XOXO in this very moment. But we'll see. You know, throw out the silliness. Let's get into it. And we know it's Gambit time to be banned. Of course, I don't know why I said Gambit time like we're going to see Gambit tonight. It's not happening, everybody, okay? You keep petitioning. My guy needs to get checked, all right? We've had enough. He's too strong. It's got to stop. This guy does not see playtime. I don't even think... Who is the best Gambit in Ignite? I don't even think we can name who that is, because we don't even see him.
I don't even think a lot of teams are prepared to play him. Like... I don't know how often teams scrim and are like, hey, leave Gambit open, because, like, when is that going to happen? But, yeah, if you're going to leave Gambit open in the XO match, I think Dan might have the most generational crash out known to Marvel Rivals history, but no such a luck here. It is going to be a one-sided Devil Dino for Reject, though, and they will also take away the Rocket from XO. Meanwhile, XO, they're going to save themselves a Black Cat, Rocket off the table entirely, and they're going to ban out a Phoenix as well. So a lot of the same notes we've seen from a lot of these Asia teams in this draft, but yeah, I mean, I feel like teams don't even prep for Gambit, because we've seen Gambit get through the draft a few times, and it almost seems like teams don't know what to do. They're like, wait a minute, we have Gambit. Okay, I guess somebody play Gambit. It just seems like it's kind of they're on the back foot when he makes it through.
I think Lastro wants to play Gambit. But in the meantime, we will see what that final protect is going to be. It's going to be Black Cat for Reject. I want to see some Black Cat. I think it would be good to see Felicia back on the Thievery. And there it is. Black Cat for both sides locked in. Dino one-sided for the Reject. At the same time, XOXO about to make a clutch final ban here. What are they going to nullify from Reject? Reject? No Phoenix, no Rocket, no Gambit, and no Loki. Okay. Loki appearing in the bans once again.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, definitely nasty, and I'm always surprised that Loki survives so many drafts. He's not really much of a conversation piece when it comes to picks and bans, so always a little bit of an eyebrow raiser when he does manage to make it through. But yeah, a couple of key pieces coming out of this draft. Of course, it's the one-sided Devil Dino for Reject. Gargoyle been an absolute beast on this prehistoric boss here, so definitely going to look for some of that to come into play here. But, you know, definitely trading some blows back and forth here, taking away the Captain America from EXO, but you know, Z10 has been a player that I've had my eye on a lot during this stage. He's been an absolute demon on Groot, a game changer, and a big part of the reason why EXO has taken some big matchups in this stage. So they are obviously going to look to capitalize on that. Players like Alone Fills as well. There's a lot you have to watch out for when you're facing off with XO01. So this is not decided. This matchup is not in the books here. Reject will have to put up a fight here, no doubt. But as we talked about, you know, domination does seem to to be EXO's kind of slower, weaker suit here. So we will see if they put up a fight here against Reject, or if Reject, these absolute demons since preseason playoffs, are going to continue the path of destruction here through the group stage of stage 1. Doors open. Liger, I got no doubt they're just going to go straight to blows right away.
On the right side of this fight.
I mean, that's what they're going to have to do right now. That's what they need to do. They need to go all against the wall right now. See if they can make it happen for themselves. Brownie already on the style on the front lines, building up that charge as soon as they can. Get to that Galactic Legend. That is the key to victory. Mix it up a little bit. Of course, no Rocket available to both sides. Rocket is officially just as threatening as Gambit in our current Ignite meta, but dropping that Mentor Fish for now, coming out from Song Jok-woo. That's going to be the key. Flame Orb set on the pyre of Clinta right there, and allows them to take out Brownie. Insane understanding of the knowledge and kit of the shop that Black Cat has to offer right now. Already cashing in 3 times as much and going in for the back value right there. Flanking around, putting all the pressure onto Lastro right now. Phase shifted in and already into the mixer, but gets frozen and denied. And I don't think they have a chance to get out, but we're going to have a chase and see Gargoyle taking out Felix in return. That is the value, that is the presence, as they're still fighting series of 1v1 fights, 2v2 fights, as they try to get that first mark. Song Jok-woo is down to Sunghyun as they are able to get some pressure and start to push EXO off the mission area, but still nobody has captured yet.
No, and I imagine we're going to see a lot of these wars of attrition between these two teams. So close in terms of power level, so you're only going to see trades like that here. But Z10 has been a beast for EXO. Going to try to make that happen again here. Does get the Strangling Prison down, and alone fails to find one on the Mantis. Taking down Gargoyle. There's the Fate of Both Worlds coming down from Lastro now. So Reject under a nice umbrella. They'll take full advantage of it. Piggy finding Felix. A double KO here for the Captain America. Brownie and Gargoyle as well. Going to get in the mix in that KO feed. They'll take down Sung Jok-woo. It's a full ace onto EXO-01, and Reject will walk away with the first cap, but quite a back and forth between the two of them to start things off.
We own this land.
We'll have to see. There's the moment. Brownie setting up right now. We'll be able to bring out that Galactic Legend for the next fight. Gargoyle will be able to definitely as well bring Feast of the Abyss, but a lot of opportunities for both sides to bring out those ultimate combos. We also see Aloni Fields and Ace have their strategic ultimates ready to fly as well, but Brownie's already trying to go for the flank key, trying to pressure EXO, trying to burn some of those cooldowns earlier to just give entry. Why? Because they want to set up Yaki, they want to set up that backline to go for the flank there. That's the power of Reject right now. With the 30% is, of course, climbing right now for Reject in their favor, but the game's the game, and that's the plan right there as they dive on in right there, mix it up with Gargoyle. Brownie retreats right now to the high ground to try and get an angle, but they're going to force Soul Resurgence coming up from Mantis here, and there it is, Galactic Legend in the skies coming up from Brownie, mix it up with a little bit of assembling coming from Piggy 2, match it up with Ace, who's dropping the copy Resurgence right now, copying Aloni Fields ult right there, and now they keep sustaining, they keep bringing the pain and trying to see if they can nullify any of the EXO pressure. Aloni Fields down, big punches coming out from the cap, Sunghyun follows suit with a Kimiho, and there is power, there is value from the calling cards coming out from both Song Jok-woo and Yaki right there, but the question is whose deck is stronger, who pulled the right card to victory there. Brownie, however, does take out Ace, Piggy takes out Felix. The fight is still elongated right now as they're trying to set those tendrils of venom, and they do keep making sustained dive. They're still on that 70% mark right now. Crazy to see that such a slow, staggered, patient fight from Reject as they dismantled EXO's strategy piece by piece, but not going too aggressive, but going very clinical.
Yeah, I mean, Reject quite literally are able to glimpse the Matrix in these team fights so often. They look for those openings, those brief windows where they're able to get in, find a critical pick, and take control of the team fight one piece at a time, and you get the results there, and now they're gonna do it here. All that forward pressure coming on to EXO now, looking to try and lock them down in the spawn room. Piggy and JT3 going to blows here, and it's Piggy. He can do this all day on 1 HP, but can't hold out against Sung Jok-woo. Gets the claws in there, but now 99% overtime for Reject here. Lastro will pick up one on to Z10, and now Felix gonna get that strange portal, get EXO back into the fight here for one last opportunity, but so far it has been a full lockdown from this Reject roster. Now EXO onto the point here, but Brownie going up and over here, gonna look to try and push him off, and there's one good onto it alone. Phil's Mantis taking out the equation, and just a couple seconds of overtime left here. EXO able to put boots on the point and playing in there to the very end, but Reject are just waiting for that opportunity like sharks in the water, circling their victims here. Z10 going so low on the venom, can't find a heal, and won't find one from Ace as he's sent back to spawn. Felix as well, and a Frost going down by the hands of Piggy, and just like that, Reject 0 to 100, not uncontested per se, but absolute control lockdown here from Reject.
Oh yeah, absolutely right now, absolutely. That is the Reject we've known. That is the pressure they're going to bring. They're going to be like, listen, you had your fun, XOXO. You've had your win streak. You've been in the lead all the past 2 weeks of age. Everyone's been saying XOXO, the new big dogs. This is how Reject's been thinking. All right, we had that glorious interview with Piggy. We know exactly what they think of Asia. We know for a fact they're like, Asia? Huh? Better than us? How dare they challenge the team that is partnered and locked in at the top? We'll see how it all unfolds in the rest of this matchup right now. But Reject asserted some big dominance early on with such a powerful first round of domination here. But still have 2 more rounds to go. Maybe only 1 if Reject shut it down early. But XOXO, they're great on the back foot. And they got Dan who believes in them. I don't know if I can ever fail in my life when Dan believes in me. So let's lock in and see how EXO flip this.
Yeah, definitely a lot of EXO believers out there, especially after this insane run they've been on in this group stage. It really feels like they need to start finding a way to take control of these fights. They're able to put boots on the ground and hang in there, but they can only hang in there for so long until Reject find those openings that they need. No delay here from Piggy. Freedom Charge already out and diving right on in. Brownie gonna finish off Alone Fills as well, who goes over to the Phoenix, forcing out a Kumio Unleashed from Ace here, trying to get the big Fox on the move here, but big response from Reject, and already the KOs coming in so huge there. He can, in fact, do this all day. Piggy, double KO on the Captain America. Yaki's got a calling card as well, and he's got EXO's number across the board here. Reject, a very confident first capture here, and yeah, it feels like once Reject get that momentum, once they get things rolling, it is so hard to stop them.
Absolutely. Momentum is literally the key to everything when it comes to winning in Marvel Rivals as a whole. Momentum is the key. And how do you break it down? The teams who have learned how to break opposing forces' momentum are the teams that are at the top right now. Other teams that flip the script. Other teams that hit the reverse sweep for themselves. We will see unfolding it as they see. They go for the swipe right now. Yaki trying to get some cashing in happening downtown on the Celestial Husk right here. But in the mix of it all, Aloni feels shutting down Brownie. Brownie got a bit too close to comfort with the Phoenix JT3. Eagle action taking out Piggy in return. Ace falls as well in return. Bit of a trade coming out. Reject lost 2, but they still capture with 50% climbing right now. Aloni feels going to drop the Inside Inferno though. Gotta say, that's pretty good value. They did get Songyun there, which allows them to get a bit of numbers game advantage for contention of mission area, but they need to activate now because Reject is stalling with ults.
Yeah, definitely trying to buy themselves some time here, stabilize the boat a little bit as Lastro is going to come back to the spawn room, but just a brief pause here, but man, Reject fully in control here. And that was kind of the forecast we had at the beginning of this match. So strong on domination, while EXO has struggled in several series on the domination map to open things up. But yeah, it's all tempo here for Reject. It seems like they are just maestroing the match from frame number 1.
Yeah. Ooh, I want to get back into that game. I want to see how it's unfolding for themselves right now, whether the pause came from either team, It's a moment to take a breather, to take a moment, figure out, okay, if there's a DC, fair enough. If there's a tech issue, fair enough. But if there's a moment where it's not on your side, you have a moment to think and breathe. Okay, are we locked in? Are we doing the right thing? Are our comms clear? Are we actually activating on the plan we made earlier? Are we listening to what our coaches told us previously in preparation for this set? Because right now, 100,000%, these teams have been preparing for this matchup for over a week, maybe even longer than that, knowing that someone's got to break a win streak here. You cannot be all in the green anymore after this set. Already, it could go to favor of Reject, who could maintain their green here in the victory streak if they knock out EXO on this round here, and they're already only like 40% away from that as well.
Yeah, I mean, a really strong lead so far, but I feel like on point number 2 here, EXO are getting some hits in. They're finding some KOs, finding some body advantages. We are going to get right back into it here. EXO looking to make the flip on top of Reject here. Brownie's Galactic Legend goes down, and Sungjuk Woo finishes him off, takes down Piggy as well. Slice and dice through Reject. One by one, they fall, and now EXO taking the car keys away. They're in the driver's seat and going to look to try and shrink down this lead that Reject has.
Okay, we're seeing the representation of XOXO using this is a bit of a mental tactic. Do you see what I'm seeing here? You see exactly what I'm seeing.
I see some Gen Rain. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
I'm seeing Genpool, the team that has, as we've heard, been beating Reject in scrims. Has been actually, a team that is doing quite a bit of Reject's biggest rival in the scene of Pacific right now. But we'll see how it unfolds right now. Let's see if that's going to be the key they need to win the mental warfare. But it's not all about the mental. You got to also bring all the physical prowess at the same time. That's what Piggy's doing right now. Absolutely pummeling Aloni Fields in the backline there. And that allows them to secure a good capture here and Reject take it back. But Gonna mix solid. JT3 marking them down, throwing down the unicorn. Gonna set up a nice shield, allowing them to take out Piggy. They've got advantage here. Go for a selfie. I think it's now time to rush in and take that 6v5 quickly because that percentage is climbing dangerous.
Yeah, it feels like EXO are finding the picks, but they're not going with the follow-through. They gotta continue that momentum here. It's a Kumio Unleashed from Ace and a Feast of the Abyss from Gargoyle here, going head-to-head as Reject in control of the capture point once again here. 95% and still on the move, and Yaki's got a calling card for him. Piggy and Brownie got some KOs as well here. Brownie, a big game changer for Reject, and a triple KO on the board here, 99%. Reject just have to finish the job here, and 1, 2, 3 overtime takes away. Sungjak Woo over onto the Strange, though, might be able to get the portal out. No portal in sight, though, and Reject will punch it here on Domination. Take this thing 2-0. Definitely better looks from EXO on point number 2, but it does feel like this is a team that tends to struggle here on Domination.
Oh, there's the moment. You named it, Diatonic. You named it. They may not have this one down in their formulas locked in, but XOXO have won harder matches before. And you know, this is going a little too similar to how their matchup against Z10 went, but you never know. Maybe they flip it. We'll see. Reject, however, strong start. That's what we want to see from Reject. Partner team in the region representing Team Asia right here. They are going to look good with that composition. They got the Black Cat down pat. This is the thing about these upper echelon teams in Asia. They've got Black Cat down to a science. They've studied her, analyzed, and they've brought her to the table. Nice and easy, served up to absolute perfection. We're going to see a lot of MVPs coming out from Black Cat, but what I like seeing more of as well, White Fox, supplementary dive, allowing them to get value from the cap, from the Black Cat. That team up in full effect right there as they cash in and do claim victory here against XOXO. But it's a best of 3, everybody. Still one more map for Reject to win, or maybe 2 for EXO to reverse sweep on.
Yeah, big lucky loan indeed here for Reject. Able to take map 1 on the back of that team up. Piggy the MVP here on Clintar. And yeah, leading the charge. We talked about this team maestroing the tempo, and the conductor leading the band seems to be Piggy, as when that forward pressure comes out, there is one man leading that charge, and it usually tends to be Piggy on that Captain America. No different here. It's the same strategy we've seen from Reject. They take control of the objective, they fan out, and they put on that forward pressure, that chokehold, until the other team just cannot hang in there anymore. And not even XOXO01 are immune to that. On an absolute demon run here in the group stage, but Reject again show them why they are the partner team here in Asia and why they're on track for that #1 seed spot if they can close out this series.
Oh, it's literally right then and there. If they can claim it, if they can take that top seed back, if they can take all that glory back, that's what Reject want to do. But we're going to find out very, very soon as we return from a quick break and see if Reject can shut down the XOXO hype train, or are XOXO going to keep their dreaming on.
blink and you miss it, and suddenly Reject win the first match. It was one of the quickest ones I think we've seen so far. Wasn't the shutouts that we've seen from Gen.G over in Oceania, but still a pretty dang fast map. And considering these are the top 2 teams of the Asia side of PAC, yeah, I think that's pretty good, all things considered. But I want to throw a little factoid at you boys real quick. Because this is such a big matchup, you have Reject and XOXO. XO, up until now, the second map they've lost so far when it comes to the stage 1. We are going to Spider Islands, but it has been 2 months to the day since Reject lost their last series. We're going to Spider Islands. Last time we saw that, Zero Tenacity beat them map 2 on Symbiotic Surface. Is it going to matter that this is not Symbiotic Surface, even if it's a completely different meta?
This is the map though. This is the map that EXO started their reverse sweep against Z10 last week on the Friday. So I could see it. Reject probably saw this coming. Let's hope they've prepared for Spider Islands for their sake. But XOXO, they're on the reverse sweep warpath. They know their formula and they've already played the first card.
Would there be a critical ban that would need to come out in order for Reject to win this handedly?
Black Cat? Maybe.
Okay.
Shut it down.
Okay.
I don't think they need the Black Cat on their end.
So you're saying XO needs Black Cat?
No. I would say, actually, tough to say. Both teams run a very good Black Cat. You know what? Let's talk about Rocket. I think Rocket's the key. If you can get one-sided Rocket, both of these teams want to target that.
Yeah, I mean, that one-sided rocket has been a win con for a lot of teams. When we see it come through, it usually ends up being one of the last nails in the coffin, or maybe one of the first, considering it comes here in the draft phase. But yeah, I like the looks here for EXO on the map pick. Of course, like you said, this is where they turn things around against Zero Tenacity. And Spider Islands, a map we don't see a ton of, but XOXO01, I've always thought of them as kind of the loose cannon team here in Asia. They will come out of left field with something you don't expect, but that's kind of the question here. Have Reject done their homework? Do they suspect that the map 2 Spider Islands pick is a play for EXO, or is this just kind of an off the cuff, like, hey, we did it against Z10, let's take him here once again? So that's kind of the question. EXO does ban out the rocket against Reject. They'll take the Black Cat for themselves too, but it's going to be a one-sided Devil Dino for Reject, so that one coming up big as well. They also ban away the Star-Lord from Reject. Meanwhile, Reject going to finish the job here. No Rocket Raccoon for this matchup.
That should be interesting. Oh. Hey, look to the skies. Metallic, wondrous, marvelous men in the skies. We got Ultron out here, locked in, coded into the battle right now. Do not let him access the internet. He will destroy us all for 6-7 memes. Now, in the meantime, we got Protects coming out. Final one, locking in for Reject. They want that Phoenix. They get Phoenix? That's good. They can get that marksmanship on the Ultron. Shut him down in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be their best tool against the Ultron here, but I like the Ultron save at the end of the draft from EXO. It's kind of nasty and leaves the door open for Mantis too, and that's a lot. We saw that a lot in preseason. We saw teams really going heavy into the damage amplification, running both Ultron and Mantis at the same time. Hasn't really been the case in stage 1, not nearly as much here, but EXO have the last laugh. They will take out the Mantis for Reject, but yeah, I think the 2 saves for Reject are huge here. Getting the one-sided Devil Dino and getting the Phoenix. They had an immediate response to that Ultron save, almost like they were kind of prepared for that to come through. So definitely a big one here. I would say that's kind of the curveball you expect from a team like EXO, but yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out for them. Maybe gonna see a little bit of Adam Warlock here too, as Alone Fills is going for the hover to start.
Oh, I would love that. I actually, it makes me miss Gen.G. We've got like 3 Adam Warlock players on that team, but in the rest of the Pacific, not too many Adams playing around. I really got to say though, like only within a 2-3 week play difference, the meta shift between, like, we've got Pacific region, but the meta shift between OCE and Asia is so different. Like, yeah, we've got the Black Cat fact, the Devil Dinosaur, but we've got the Rocket now to consider. Ultron's back in play, Loki sneaking back in. So many different strategists have really cooked it up right now. White Fox getting some more playtime as well. Love to see it, but that's the beautiful Spider Islands. You already know, Tokyo 2099. Everybody wants heroes from this certain time period to arrive in Marvel Rivals, and a certain Miguel has been mentioned in some lore tidbits recently, so maybe we get, you know, a very different kind of spider individual. But for now, we will focus on finding out what today's canon event will be, because I know it'll guaranteed be a banger Ignite tonight. So let's keep it going right now. And Diatonic, I think you got your wish. Adam Warlock, Aloni Feels is locked in.
Yeah, I've seen this out of EXO before, and you're 100% right. Leaning into the 2099 timeline for sure, but the only number on Reject's mind here is 01. EXO 01, and Reject on the attack first, coming out swinging. Lastro taking down a JT3, the captain down and out here, and gonna keep that rolling. Double KO onto Z10 as well. Strong opener here for the offense, because that defensive spawn is quite a walk here. That is gonna force a ton of respect out of EXO here. They have to back this up, but the Sungjuk Woo will not make it out of there alive. Gargoyle hunting him down on the anti-venom, and he's not quite done yet. Gonna swing right on in. Big dive onto the roof. They may have the Ultron, but Gargoyle right now onto the Venom. One of Reject's most consistent players. This guy cooks no matter how well Reject is doing in the match.
Oh yeah, and we love to see those chefs out here with the ingredients after they have set themselves up in a nice good bang face. Let's see the dive in the backline. Gargoyle going straight for it right now. Pummeling that backline, going straight for it, and only feels forcing Adam to use some cooldowns right now. But we're gonna go back at that Mento Fish, trying to regroup with the squad right there. Sungjuk on the high ground right now, chasing down, slashing Brownie out of here right now, cutting them up into pieces so they can serve them to everybody. Everybody wants a piece of Brownie right now, and that's gonna be served up with another slash coming out from Sungjuk. We're taking out Lastro, already aiming them, and then Yaki gets a double KO on their side as well. The Black Cats are just farming each other's backlines right now, but Felix is still, you know, looking sharp, looking primal in the skies on that Ultron, ready to go, as Piggy's just out here, you know, keeping it moving, stomping around. Nobody, everyone's flying around this dinosaur. Poor dinosaur can't keep up.
Yeah, Piggy, as he tends to do there. Just hanging in, just letting the team rally around him and keep things going. A good comeback, though, for EXO here. They're able to get back on and stop him. 2 minutes left to go, and it's big here for EXO out the gate. JT3 a double KO, and Sungjuk Woo as well, finding one. All underneath that range of Ultron from Felix. Setting him up and knocking him down here as Z10 will find Piggy right after that Double Beast Rampage comes out. So a big ult shutdown against Reject here. And, you know, I thought EXO kind of were just on the back foot, but now it feels like Reject are trying to find a way in the door.
Oh, well, you know, the doors are very, very sturdy out here, Spider Islands, but there's ways to break around, you know, get through the wall, go for the flank, see if you can, you know, maybe get opening opportunity if you cash in from the bank. If Yaki's got enough coin, maybe we can see how that unfolds for himself. Z10 with the feast of the Abyss in the back line right there, crunching forward. Double Nancy coming out onto Sunghun, but they keep sustained, and Lashro is there to keep Piggy alive as well. Piggy in return returns the favor, taking out JT3, but Ace is there. Scoop of the Jeff time. Do we see anybody get off the map in the splashing right now? And is running for the edge right now. Does anybody get there? Does anybody get taken off the map? We're waiting for the moment to see if Jeff gets away, and Sunghun is off the map. Ace with the sacrificial lamb gameplay right there. It's a good time when Jeff knows that they can get one and take one down and bring their team a little advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the target prio is great here. They're looking to try and take care of some of Reject's anti-dive because it is tough here for EXO to get in the door. Tough for Sungjuk Woo and JT3 to get in the mix. So taking out White Fox, a good choice, especially considering Sunghun's holding that Kumio Unleashed. But it is just a small speed bump on the road here for Reject. 35 seconds left to go. EXO on the point here. The body disadvantage already big. Sungjuk Woo got the calling card and will find Brownie, but it's just a 2-for-1 here. 3 members of EXO offline, and Ace suffering the same fate at the hands of that Kumio Unleashed. Gargoyle finding a lone fills here. No Karmic Revival to save the day, though he will get up off the cocoon. 0.3 meters to go. Reject will get this checkpoint here. 2:45 back on the clock for them. But yeah, it's a tough position for EXO to be in. They're clearly wanting to go for the dive here, but between the Luna Snow, the White Fox, it is just so difficult for them to get in the mix.
Alrighty, here we go. Into that motion. There it is. There's an angle. I'm waiting for it. I like seeing this. I know what they... Oh, no! Yaki and Gargoyle tried to go for a coordinated dive, and Sungjuk was like, get the hell off my roof. You're not diving my backline. I'm going to your backline, in fact. I'm going to hit that invis. I'm going to go straight for Brownie, and just in the blink of an eye, the Phoenix suddenly bursts into flames. But Sungjuk gets away again, once again getting earthbound, but still being retreating. and evolving and expecting a mental fish right now. If they need, a whip right there. Gargoyle taken down right now. Vanguard's down. Big crunch coming out from Biggie. The face crunch is just perfection. Rampage is just pummeling forward, just forcing cooldowns right now as they do go for a little bit of a bite. They do swing around and grab one bite. Not going to get taken out for now. Ace still in the fight. Still the pressure coming out from the Venom. Gargoyle is there. Z10's there. Feast of the Abyss is online for both of them. I'm waiting to see which Venom is the real lethal protector at any moment.
Yeah, looking to see which one finishes more plates at the buffet here. Feast of the Abyss from Zeta comes out first. Alone Fills has that Insong Inferno as well. They'll find Lastro here. Good target prio for EXO. No freezes for Reject in the mix here, but Piggy will even the odds for Reject. Taking down Zeta, and just like that, Lastro back up and going to be on the move, back in the fight in no time. Sungjaku super low on the Black Cat here. Needs a clutch heal from that backline, but all the while, EXO able to waste away the timer for Reject. Now 60 seconds, and they're going to dip under that here, and they're just about halfway, a little over halfway to checkpoint number 2, but Brownie, though, going to look to clear the way here, finds Sungjuk Woo. They know who the problems are on the side of EXO, taking down Felix as well. Alone Fills falls at the hands of Gargoyle here, and yet again, it is some free real estate from Reject here, forcing EXO to back up and wait for the team, and they're looking for a pretty nasty stagger here, too.
Oh, indeed. 30 seconds left right now. See if Reject can get it to that second gate. If they can open up and get to that final area, Spider Islands, they can have a really good opportunity to push there, but we need this time more than ever right now. Final fight territory, we are entering it, everybody. Locked in for the moment. Let's see how it unfolds. And something further coming up from Brownie first. That's going to be lined up right now. 1, 2, 3 in a blink of an eye. 4 of EXO get absolutely blitzed and deleted. What insanity coming out from Yaki. Where did they all go? Where did they all go, Diatonic? They couldn't even get their ults off. Boundary got nullified.
Yeah, it was a coordinated firing squad from Reject. Of course, Yaki putting down some big damage off of that calling card, and the rest of Reject capitalized. Insong Inferno coming down from Brownie as well. They've still got 4 ults ready to go here as they are going to storm the castle. The last point on the line here. Reject looking for a big map close. JT3, though, Freedom Charge on the move. Not enough to save Felix, though, on the invis. Yaki going to take care of her. And now a calling card from Sungjuk Woo. A similar combo here, but shut down almost immediately by Brownie. Alone Fills goes overhead for the Insong Inferno, but there's no way in. Lastro's got that Fate of both worlds, and now Reject yet again. Assembly line up and back down here as EXO caught on the back foot here on their own turf, and now looking like Reject is going to be able to clear the map.
Okay, here we are. Moment of truth, making it happen for themselves. JT3. I'll line up those Vibranium shields directly into the scales of Piggy right now, but Piggy's just absolutely gone primal with it right now. Oh, disappeared so quickly out of there. Piggy's like, wait a minute, I didn't ask for this much pain. I'm going to retreat back to my team. I'm going to take it easy. I do not want to mess with the Kumiho, but the Kumiho is officially timed out from being unleashed. But Sungjuk Woo in the backline swipes once. Yaki tries to get away, but unfortunately does not. Invis goes off. Knows the boundary, knows the moment, knows the patterns, knows the escape routes. But JT3 detects Sunghun, takes him down. Double up right now. Sunghun and Lastro taken out. Where's another one? Those there for Felix as they pick them off one by one. EXO in good form right now. 3 seconds left. Yaki has the portal. Do they contest in time? Overtime has been achieved. We got one more fight.
Got a little bit of a stagger here. Reject not quite all boots on the mission vehicle quite yet here. So they are going to storm back in here. EXO through the portal and back onto the point. Insong Inferno coming down now. Some big damage. A couple members of Reject in some trouble here. Felix will find Gargoyle to open up this fight, though. It is white knuckle here for EXO to try and stop this card. Overtime in effect. Insong Inferno coming down from Alone Fills. Several members of Reject are hurt. Wish they had that calling card up because it would have been curtains here for this Reject offense, but no such luck. It's JT3 on the Freedom Charge, though. Felix will find one on the Invis as well here. Just trying to pick away at this Reject offense. A second of overtime left. If they can clear the card, they will make the stop here. It is so close. Everyone from EXO online, and Reject can't get back to the cart. It is a long way to go here, but EXO have stopped the bleeding. They will stop Reject from getting checkpoint number 3.
Which side you're on.
Yeah, just shy of the end there. 76.92 meters is a very good push nonetheless, and we know how difficult it is to get past that first and third area of Spider Island. So nonetheless, the pain is pleasure as we see as they move forward right now. EXO are going to be on attack, try to pivot themselves, trying to see if they can get that pace. And last we've checked, got a pretty good track record when it comes to second map on the good old Convoy, especially on Spider Islands as they performed against Z10 earlier in the group stage. But Reject, though, they're looking like they're building something very complex here with their pack line. It seems as though they're going for a composited situation where they don't actually have a frontline dive, but rather a, I'm going to say it, I think it's a triple dive composition coming out again. Black Cat, White Fox, and the Captain America. That means the full team up is in effect, all aspects of it, which give them maximum utility. And that's something that teams don't utilize often these days. They go for team ups maybe 2 out of 3, you know? These days we don't see Mag with the Rogue and Gambit, you know? It always seems to be. But this team up, all 3 heroes in meta, woo! If you're not running it, what are you doing? And both teams thankfully are mirroring it. But differential factor, Diatonic, Adam Warlock and the Phoenix. Who's gonna get the value first?
That is the question that EXO gonna have to answer here. The path forward very clear for them. 76 meters towards checkpoint number 3 is what EXO have to secure to stay alive in this series. It's match point for Reject after they took home domination. So you know Reject are coming back with a vengeance. And yeah, you're right, you don't get to see the full brunt of some of these team-ups very often. But not only are these heroes meta, but Reject have some solid players for each of them here. But Piggy is gonna be on the receiving end of the first blood here. It's thanks to Ace on that White Fox. And, you know, the Ultron save was big in the draft for EXO. Definitely an eyebrow raiser, but I don't know how much value they've really been able to get out of it so far. Maybe things will look a little different for them on attack here, especially with the Adam Warlock coming through. And so far, EXO pretty good here, not even 60 seconds away and already halfway to checkpoint number 1.
Now a moment to pay attention to in the background. But mix of it all, Sung-Hun taking out JT3. Captain America too close for comfort. A little bit of Black Cat duel happening on the rooftops. Goes in favor of Song-Joku, taking out Yaki. Bring the pressure, bring the firebrow, bring the coins up right now. Cash in Song-Joku. Let's see if he's going to be able to spawn right now. Angela on our screens. Coming out from Piggy right now. That actually might be the counter dive move though. A very capable utility and fast at catching Song-Joku, but Song-Joku is clearing up the backline right now. And the peel from the Dino is just not enough as they're kiting around and absolutely blitzing through that backline. This is the rhythm that EXO wanted to finally achieve right now. This is looking good in their favor. I don't think contestation is going to happen from Reject here. We're going to open that first gate real quick.
Yeah, I mean, our Pacific Asia viewers will see the parallels between this match and EXO's match with Zero Tenacity. Almost the exact same look here. Stopped short of checkpoint number 3, and then EXO came back with a vengeance on attack here. So they're looking to try and get Lightning to strike twice, and so far, looking pretty good for this EXO attack. 4:30 on the clock now after a pretty swift checkpoint number 1. Good pace so far for EXO 01, so they are looking to try and stay alive in this fight. It will come down to how they deal with this Reject backline. They're going to have to force out this fate of both worlds. They're going to have a lot of ults here. Big mid-fight ult swing, and that Karmic Arrival so close to coming up. There is the fate of both worlds, as unfortunately Piggy out the fight here, but the Adam Warlock shut down alone. Phil's going to use that cocoon to get back up, and now here comes the calling card. Let's see if EXO has their numbers. 1 KO coming in so far for Sung-Joku. This will be the game changer. Double KO here, slowly carving through Reject. Cut to ribbons here. Triple KO here. Sung-Joku's claws sharp as ever, even in the face of an opponent like Reject. Quadra KO for him, and they've still got 4 more ults in the tank here. Rage of Ultron coming in from Felix, and you can feel the rage of EXO here. They're not ready to give up this series yet. They want this win. They are hungry for it, and calling card going to go offline now. Reject left with just a calling card and maybe a freedom charge for themselves.
I think Song-Joku's investment paid off. Cashed in all the coins. Finally paid out. They're on the up. They do. Let's see if it's enough for them. Let's see. Ace going in for the Kumiho, pummeling right now in the backline. Unleashing it as much as possible to clap out of here. Lastro's down. And another one's going to go down to the pressure of the Kumiho. But sustain is the name and the game in as they keep their team alive right now. Song-Joku taking out Piggy again with the same maneuver. Piggy just can't get away from Song-Joku's phase claw right there. It's just too much. That teleportation is crazy. But they push it to second gate. They've only got 4.5 minutes to just go up the hill. This is potentially EXO's flip, Diatonic. They might win this map. We might go to map 3.
I mean, again, I can't help but point out this is the exact same situation that EXO were in up against Zero Tenacity, and now they feel the flow here. Tempo fully being controlled by EXO. They've still got a Karmic Revival as well here, so they might be looking to commit to this. There's no defensive ults ready for Reject, nothing coming from the strategist line, so EXO is just going to look to put on the hurt here. Sungjuk Woo taking some big damage, but that EXO backline ready to help him out here. Ace will fall to Yaki, and Lastro going to take out JT3. Big KOs here, but Alonefils was ready for it. Karmic Revival, and the Golden God is here to get EXO back up on their feet, and in this fight as the ults from Reject drain away. It is going to be pretty much a neutral back and forth for a moment here, but Z10 looking to charge up the Feast of the Abyss, but he doesn't even need it. Will find Yaki just like that, one down, and if EXO can walk away with the win in this fight, they might walk away with the map 2 win. Rage of Ultron from Felix and from Brownie, as well as Reject looking to mirror here, take the 1v1. They both go offline now, and EXO just meters away from taking us to map number 3, but Pinky has a lot to say about it. It's a Devil Beast rampage. Yaki will find one as well, and they're looking to put the stop, but Liger, there's still 3 minutes left on the clock.
Still 3 minutes and plenty of time to change the tides right here for Reject. As we know, the Pacific region does not ever call it early. We know anything can happen any moment of time. This could be a very pivotal stall right here because we've got a choke point, pincer point right here for XOXO. Momentum here is great, 1000%. But once you get stopped, it is so hard to climb back to that high ground and keep the push going. But Arcade right now, Alone feels taken out by Yaki early. That's going to bring XOXO down when it comes to the Adam. Force a Cocoon if they need. Big Crunch is coming out from Piggy. Do they throw them off the map? They do! Ace gets dunked off. The White Fox unfortunately cannot climb and save themselves to victory right there. Yaki trying to fly sky high, taking out the Ultron. You got to be kidding me. Felix is getting taken out by people without wings right now. There's craziness Z10 in the backline, so you'll take it down as well. 2 minutes left on the clock right now. Gargoyle is showing up and showing out right now on the Deadpool, bringing it forward, bringing the Vanpool to action. We got to see if there's still enough time for the stall. Reject are holding on very well, but right now XOXO are biding time, biding as much as they can to build up for that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of strategist ults coming Reject's way. They will have Rage of Ultron, but if they keep finding picks like that, Yaki finding Ace here, they may not even need it. Felix, one more Rage of Ultron here. Under 2 minutes to go for EXO to find a way through, but again, it is basically one fight for them. Yaki takes to the skies and takes down the Ultron here, 1-for-1. Sungjuk Woo in trouble as well here on the Black Cat. Cannot stand up to this Reject defense here, and now Yaki says, you've crossed my path. I've got your number with this calling card here. Double KO on the Black Cat here, and yet again reset once more for EXO. The difference coming into this next fight is going to be that Karmic Revival, but EXO have to watch out for this Kumiho Unleash. It is coming down to the wire here.
This is what we were saying right now. They can hold. Oh, it's a phase shift and portal coming out from the Black Cat right now. That is going to be a movement right there. Is that enough for Yaki to make it happen? Or Sungjuk Woo is going to get the one from the value from that. Granny is going to be the one hitting that Rage of Ultron in the skies right there. Z10 lays it out of here by the Deagles coming out from Gargoyle. That is massive presence from XOXO right now, but they just have to utilize the right call. What did they do? They got the calling card out from Yaki. They got themselves the Rage of Ultron used as well. No chance of a primal coming up. We're building for the Banhammer. Could it be what Gargoyle needs to shut down the momentum? We'll see if XOXO have the chance. We don't know. They're on full attack right now. They're trying to get it going. They got Revival, which means this fight may be the last fight, but they can fight twice as hard in this fight because they will have that Karmic Revival. Sungjuk Woo taken down by Lastra. Lastra with those ice claps from Lunar Snow. You already know, clap to the beat, everybody, because it will be very, very soon time for the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, you know they are looking for more than just a 1 KO to res back up with that Karmic Revival. Alonefil still holding on to it, and EXO building the ult bank here. It's JT3, though, gonna lead the charge. EXO assemble here underneath that Freedom Charge, and now 5 ults ready to go for EXO. EXO 01. This is their best and last chance to try and close out this map against Reject. It is coming up red, though. Reject in the KO feed, already finding a couple, and Alonefil's picked off early on here. Gonna use the Cocoon and gets that Karmic Revival movement. Calling card now from Sungjuk Woo. He'll find Gargoyle, but Yaki gonna fight right back. Piggy takes down Z10, and just when they thought the Karmic Revival would be enough, they are going offline here. Blue lights flick off as EXO taken down one by one, dismantled here by Reject. Alonefil's going over to the Strange. They might be able to get it in time, but I don't see that Strange portal anywhere. Overtime ticks down, and Reject a 4-minute hold ahead of the final checkpoint, and they will close out the series. A nail biter here. 2 maps to 0.
stamp your flag in the sand and stand at attention for Reject. What an insane damn hold right there. That is the Reject of old. They are back in full force right now, and they have locked down this XOXO threat. But wow, did XOXO make them sweat for it. Holy, bang for bang, both these teams went at each other's throats right there. Crazy to see. What an insane hold. What a commendable effort from XOXO. It could have gone to map 3. But Reject said, let's put it all out on the line. Let's wrap it up here. Call the night early. And yeah, I would if I was them, because they got 2 matches tomorrow. But that is officially going to flip it, because Reject are now back in first place, as their green is still nice and foresty, whereas XOXO do finally have a loss on their record.
Yeah, Reject reclaiming their top dog spot here in the battle for Asia, and a close battle indeed here on Spider Islands. They say that lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, and unfortunately here for EXO, they just can't make the play they made against Zero Tenacity. Not for nothing though, Sungjuk Woo 34-10 on the Black Cat with 20 final hits, just barely eked out by Yaki, 21 finals, but not as much damage. Sungjuk Woo just shredding the claws against anybody he can get his hands on the side of Reject. But what a battle between these two teams, leaving it all on the battlefield here. Exactly what you'd expect out of these two, as they are the front runners here in Asia in this group stage. Some good attempts from EXO, plenty of solid plays from them. Unfortunately, the timing, the tempo just did not go their way ahead of that third and final checkpoint. And I mean, it's got to be a heartbreaker, but you know, against a team like Reject, you got to look at the small wins for EXO. They put up a heck of a fight against now the undisputed at the moment top team here in Asia.
100%. That's it. Took their crown back. Lock it in, everybody. Reject did what they said they would do and take that lead back. And they took it back from those who held it from them.
I think y'all just need a second to breathe, because that was insane. I haven't seen a clutch moment like that in such a while, but I mean, honestly, dude, like that was incredible, man. 4-minute hold for Reject at the same spot that Zero Tenacity held the line against XO. That is a sight to behold, man. And, you know, it's so hard to find what the secret sauce is for Reject. I don't know how they do it, but I have a good idea. And it's really that each player can be their own win condition. We saw heroics from Sungjuk Woo, of course, but Piggy at the very end on the Devil Dino went absolutely bonkers on that Devil Dino. Yeah, I mean, and you're 100% right, Keg. I'm with you. Each member of Reject is a threat in of themselves, but it's also this mesh of team-ups, of cooperation that they weave into every single composition. Like we said, you know, taking full advantage of Lucky Lone. All 3 members of that team-up present in the composition. And they're not afraid to make changes, too. They know that they can't stick to something that's just not working. They make the swap over to the Ultron. They make some last-minute adjustments that I really think turn the tide in the end. Because, you know, if they went into those last couple fights against EXO with the comp they'd been running on defense all along, there's no way they would have stood up. So very solid performance. I want to circle back to that, because you did mention as we swap sides, second side for EXO, that the Ultron wasn't finding a lot of value. At the end of the matchup, Daya, do you still feel like it has found at least maybe some value?
I feel like it got better. I feel like the back half of Spider Islands was definitely better for Ultron. Just didn't see a lot in that first half. So yeah, definitely came around at the end, and especially considering that Reject also brought the Ultron to the table too. So they were seeing the vision as well, I think.
Well, quite literally, it's Ultron.
I might counter that. I actually think Ultron was terrible into Black Cat. I actually think genuinely you've created an anchor point for Black Cat to calling card to, which gives you a high ground LOS, and then you can literally see Ultron's team now. Because Ultron always stays in LOS of their team. You want to know where you're flying is where your team can see you, especially if you have other strategists, and they were running triple strategist at one point. So once you had that Black Cat chiming up and going up to the Ultron calling card, having that anchor point on the roof or in the sky, literally when there is no roof for you to climb up as Black Cat, you then now can calling card directly dive bombing into the backline. So I don't know. It has value. Rage of Ultron's good, but I felt like there was just a little bit of a balancing act there. Not too sure if it's the move against these Black Cat players especially. Goodness.
Now it's going to be interesting too, and I'm not sure who said it, but one of you said it as we got into the early stages of Spider Islands. But the solo Black Cat was a really sus factor, I think for really both teams, but especially EXO early on. Liger, I'm going to start with you. Did you think that the solo Black Cat was the move?
Yeah, honestly, in this, yeah, no, it works. It works. It works. It literally works right now because her damage output is enough to keep up, and you only need to consider the fact there's a dinosaur there as well. There's Captain America, who's compositing as well, doing a lot of damage. Like, you can genuinely run this entire team up that has taken rivals by storm with the White Fox, with the Cap, with the Black Cat, and you don't need any more duelists because they will provide dive, they will provide disruption, they will provide sustain, and you just fill out the rest of the team with whatever else you need. Rocket, Dino, whatever.
Well, I can tell you what I need because ring ring, our interview is ready. We got Coach J-Mac on the line to see what he has to say. J-Mac, how are you, my friend?
Hello. Thank you. I'm very happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's always good to hear. How would you evaluate your individual performance in this match, or your team's performance, I should say?
I think today match, our tank player is very good. Yeah, because they keep choose their play in match and very good make the value versus enemy. Yeah. So today I think two tanker player is very good.
Okay.
Now, who would you say was the player who stood out the most, who you were so proud of in this series?
Sorry, say again? I didn't understand. Sorry.
Sorry, which player do you think was the standout in securing the win here today? Who was the best player?
Who's the best player?
Yeah,
in our
today.
team? Yes, in our team.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I just tanker. Yeah, tanker 2 player today is very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah,
it could be
Piggy-
all of them.
Yeah, it's true. Piggy's Captain America is so good. He's so good
Yeah,
at Captain
because-
America.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so Reject has beaten maybe all of the strong teams in Asia. So many wins for you guys. So you'll be in the playoffs. What do you want the team to improve before playoffs? Something to improve?
We just only won because we really want to win versus Genji. Our old player,
Okay.
I think, same
Oh,
thing.
Genji.
Yeah. Because if both team going to land, I think both team need many helper because Asia Legion, Asia is very weak. We Legion, we very weak in Marvel Rival, but land before both team is rival, so we really just win Genji.
Okay. Well, we can't wait to see that Genji matchup. You're secured for playoffs, and I'm sure you would like some rest before you get cooking on for tomorrow. J-Mac, thank you so much, my friend. Great talking to
Thank
you
you.
again, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Goodbye.
See ya. How do you answer that question? Who was the best player on the team, or at least
honestly.
that played in this matchup? You really can't
Honestly.
with Genji. It could be all of them. Literally, I think in the time we've been casting Reject, there has been a time where every single player has been the MVP in our books. And I think that's the special sauce. But
Absolutely.
you two must be exhausted. Mentally, my brain is
I'm ready to go.
exploding. You're ready to go? You want to go straight into the next series?
Straight into it.
Straight
you know
into
what?
it.
Send me the Genji vs Reject right now.
Hold on, Buster.
We several steps down the line.
Pull up the reins a little bit. Whoa, we got a small break ahead of us. We don't all have the endurance of Liger the Tiger over here, but don't you worry though, because we got plenty of more amazing matches to come, and you won't want to miss it if it's anything like the one we just saw. So don't go anywhere. Well, no, we'll be right back.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly more be break free shining flying higher feel the spark of light
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer kill. Your powers are mine! Nevermore! What are you aiming at? Let the devil out!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Well, this will be certainly an interesting matchup, boys, because I don't really know how to not be a negative Nancy about this next one. We have ourselves a very interesting matchup with Loyalty versus Rivals. And look, EXO Reject was pretty good, but Loyalty, unfortunately, it's the same story as last stage. This is a team that's never won a series, never won a map in Ignite. And you had to, at this point, start scraping the bottom of the barrel, boys. I don't know what to expect from this team.
I mean, look, it's tough because you don't ever want to be in a situation. Loyalty is probably the scariest team right now. They are legitimately the scariest team. They have nothing to lose, and the worst part, nothing to gain.
I
All
don't
they
know if
can
I
do
agree with
is
that.
drag RVL down with them. That is all they can do if they win this. Legitimately, just be like, I'm not going out alone. You're coming with me. And then they just, N1HEX makes it. Who knows?
I hate that you make sense with that. That's the worst part here. Well, it's like, you know how there's a lot of teams that will look really good and then it's like a retake and they start to stagger out and they just can't win like the domination point. It's exactly what we saw in our first game today, right? With N1HEX. But like if Loyalty was the team version of that. And again, I'll take the brunt of it. I'll be the negative Nancy here on the desk. But like it's so tough for this team because very similarly to N1HEX, they have a lot of great individual prowess, but something is just not connecting. And I think some of the recent added people to the stage for them have looked good. Like Bum Hyung has been a standout. Joey has been a standout too, but similar to N1HEX guys, it just can't connect.
Yeah, and I mean, Loyalty is another team that changed up the roster quite a bit between preseason and stage 1. So they're also in kind of that rebuild, re-establish phase. But unfortunately, they already struggled in the preseason. So, just trying to get themselves up off the mat and into the fight. And not to say that they don't have some good players. Of course, there are some standouts here. But yeah, they've just struggled to find the identity here. Rival, meanwhile, no questions about their identity here. It is the 6th Devil Dino comp we've seen from them time and time again. But yeah, Liger, you put it very well. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Deadly team here because they can just lay it all on the battlefield. Rival, meanwhile, is in a deadlock battle with N1HEX for that 6th and final PAC playoff spot. So they need to win this matchup. And on paper, it looks pretty good. I would say I'm leaning more towards Rival of the two teams here, but they need to win it here. They can't have anything go wrong. They can't let it slip through their fingers, can't kick their feet up on the desk. They need to take this win because every single match for them and for N1HEX from here on out counts towards whether or not they get into that playoff cutoff.
I'm gonna steal a page out of Dan's book. Okay, I'm gonna confession to make. RVL is genuinely my favorite team in Asia. Straight up, just straight up. Genuinely my favorite team in Asia. I don't know why I love this team. I don't know why. And I always want them to do well. Unfortunately, they are sitting towards the bottom half. But however, what I love is that right now, them and N1HEX are in what we call like the pivotal moment of the group stage, which is who's gonna make it, who's gonna survive. Everyone else top 5 sitting comfortable. Everyone's sitting comfortable. This is the storyline, Keg. Give me a pen. I'll write it down for you. This is the storyline.
Take it. You know what? I don't need it anymore. You know what? But no. I see what you're doing. You are putting a curse on them or a blessing. I don't know yet. But really, Rival is in the same boat XO was back in preseason, right? They had okay matches. They looked okay overall. They made a surprising run when it came to the lower bracket. If we can see Rival win this out, there's still a chance they could show some heroics in the playoff stage if they qual. I don't know where my pen is. I found it.
I've stolen Cake's pen. It's mine now.
It went all the way to Australia.
Hold on, that's it. Tonic, bro, why we're in Hell's Heaven again, bro? Can we just get Bernard T'Challa? Like, what's going on?
I was about to say, been a long time since we've been back to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda for some domination. Been a lot of Hell's Heaven, a lot of Clentar as well in those Dom maps. But of course, it is all up to fate. They are randomized to start things off. But Liger, I see the vision here because I think Rival is a fun team to watch. They've got some players that can do some pretty interesting stuff and make the match entertaining. Of course, HK Mario in the front line, always a player that I've got my eyes on as well. But they made a couple tweaks coming into stage 1 too, and I think some of that has paid off for them because again, they're fighting for the same spot they were fighting for in the preseason, that final kind of rounding out the playoff qualifiers. So of course, they're coming into this match dead serious here because everything is on the line for them. They want to try and get as many wins as possible because they just don't want to put themselves in that position where the math is in another team's hands. They don't want to have to leave it to where we need N1HEX to lose a game. They just want to close out these last couple they got to play with solid wins.
Well, it's a battle of mathematics. We get to see if Rival can continue to pad their stats and guarantee a chance for playoffs. And for Loyalty, it's a chance to get a 1 on the board. And that by I mean a single map. This is their chance though. And as we go into picks and bans momentarily, I'll leave you with one last question, boys. And this is for chat too. Loyalty, can they take a map?
You know what?
That silence is scary.
You know what? I'm gonna say right now, no, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because you cannot beat 6 Devil Dinosaurs.
Oh, true. 6
in
champion
this house.
Devil Dinos, by the way. Animated
shot.
Lord icons there.
No shot.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, though. I don't... If Loyalty were to take a map, this is one of the 2 matchups still left on their calendar that I think is the best opportunity for them to do so. Because if I remember correctly, they've got a matchup with N1HEX on deck for tomorrow, as well as their final match of the group stage. So if they're going to put one up on the board, this would be the time to do it. Rival, though, they will live up to the Devil Dino hype. Big fans of that prehistoric hero. They'll make him one-sided. Loyalty going to save themselves a Luna and ban away the Rocket. So, you know, Loyalty, a team that has some draft IQ, right? I've never really questioned what they're doing in the draft phase per se. So, you know, there's some good things there, especially they've had more time with their coach in the background. So, you know, the team has come together, but yeah, they just have not found a way to put that formula together to start taking map wins here. So this would be one of the 2 that I'd put money on, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, 100% indeed. I mean, right now, like, there's a crazy, I don't know, I'm kind of looking at this bracket again. I've got a theory here. If there's a reality where if Loyalty take down, because Loyalty have 2 more matches, we've been saying there's maybe no chance for them to win, right? But if Loyalty take down RVL here, right, hypothetically, and then N1HEX don't get a win against Z10, which means they still don't have a win overall, then tomorrow, Loyalty take on N1HEX and get a win. Does the math not check out? Couldn't they survive? Couldn't they actually come 6th? I don't know. Maybe we were a bit too excited in our calculations. There's still a chance for Loyalty, because at the end of the day, they're here today. They're playing. They're competing. Nobody has written down the sacred timeline here today in Marvel Rivals Ignite. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. It's all up to these amazing pro players. So let's lock in. Let's get ready. We're going to Hell's Heaven. Bans are locked in. We already know how it's going to unfold. You got the Phoenix, you got the Luna, you got Dino, Mantis Protect matching for RVL right there. Loki is a factor to consider. Nobody's got the Rocket or the Gambit. We've established that right now, Diatonic. Once again, we have 2 locked-in bans on the strategist line. I feel so bad for strategist players. Like, the limited roster, like, we need some more strategists, guys. We need a double strategist release next season, guys. Give me 2 strategists off the bat, okay? All right, and make one of them Anthony Mackie. I mean, sorry. No, I just want Anthony Mackie. I just want the human. I don't want him as
I was gonna say not even Captain America, not Falcon either. No, it's Anthony Mackie in Marvel.
Falcon, just Anthony Mackie. I want him to have that smile. He looks at you and you just can't move. That's it. It's like, I know what you did.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a really tough, kind of uncertain position for Loyalty to be in. They don't really know how the math is going to work out. You hear the confusion here even from us on the desk. So you have to imagine for a team like Loyalty, they just got to come out strong out the gate here. Joey going to lead the charge for Loyalty. Strange Portal ready to go. Going to look for a penny kidnap here as they've got the mines up, got the nests up, and there the portal opens, and Bumyoung through the portal will snipe down Zeft. Takes the Phoenix 1v1, and it's a strong start here for Loyalty. Going to try to rotate to the point where Rival are waiting for him.
Alrighty. Hey, 5 seconds to the mission area. Unlocks everybody. Locked back into the moment to the power. Spoke out on the Mantis right now. Locking in onto the opportunity that they need right now. We're going to have Bumyoung as well on the Phoenix. Then those marks of the Phoenix directly onto Netro. Netro's taking a lot of damage right now. Going to have to use that shield charge to get on out of there. Survive for the next fight. HK Mario taking quite a bit of damage right now. The Dino is not in a good place right now. But Seraphim shield protecting. That's Joey. Giving Bumyoung some advantage right now. But in the midst of it all, it's not over. Zeft is there on the front lines on the Phoenix as well. Matching Bumyoung's damage. Bang for bang from the marks of the Phoenix. You got to be careful not to get burnt out here. It is absolutely cinders. But to the skies, Proxy is taking out Alexis. Joey falls as well. THK Mario double the value right now as well. Down 3 players as RVL take the lead in this fight. Probably going to capture that point here today on the mission area. Goes in favor of RVL.
Yeah, a long fight here that goes Rival's way in the end. Bumyoung really trying to pull the team together here. Some good damage on the Phoenix. Taking Ignite the battle. Bumyoung gonna have to watch that matchup as this plays out. But yeah, Rival already firing on all cylinders here. They play out the war of attrition. A big neutral battle between the 2 teams, and now Loyalty on the back foot here. Not a ton of forward pressure from Rival. They are gonna play kind of close to their chest here. Let Loyalty walk back to the point, and they are here ready to go. Installing Inferno is in the bank for Loyalty. They've got 1 all, but Rival got 3, but Bum Young's got the first KO in this fight here, right onto Lick as well. Good target prio. Both of them are going to go up for In-Song Infernos, telling those tales here, but the tale of this team fight is that Loyalty stands on top. Bum Young and Joey in the mix. It's a triple KO there for that Phoenix. Annexus will get one as well, and it's a flip. Rival stopped at 43%, and Loyalty now in control.
In control is where you want to be right now. Loyalty getting their flip that they need as we destroy some terrain with Annexes. Just finding an opening in Hell's Heaven as we discover more about Hydra Charter Space. As we know, great map of the Marvel Rivals lore. Hive will be born on this map one day when revealed. We're all looking forward to Hive one day arriving. It'll be great to see if he arrives in Marvel Rivals. But to the mix of all, big crunch coming out from HK Mario, grabbing Annexes, and enough damage is boosted into that. Venom unfortunately taken down, but Frenzy runs out into the mix of the fate of both worlds right there. JZ bringing it out right now, trying to secure Destiny here over here. Gone for another crunch. Rampage combination station right there as the third refuses to yield and backs him up with a bit of a pop quiz. Right now to surprise everybody. Lick drops the fate of both worlds one more time. And you know, we dancing out here because the Rampage has begun as well, as both teams are just going at each other, exhausting utility as much as possible, waiting for the mark, and there it is, one by one. Loyalty fall to the onslaught coming out from Netra.
Yeah, and Lick coming up big here for Rival in this fight. A very early freeze onto the Emma Frost on Loyalty right after Joey throws down that Sonic Seduction, resets him and stops the bleeding, cuts off the potential damage they could have taken, and now it puts Rival in a position to very quickly retake the lead here as both teams going to trade it back and forth. But a good first capture for Loyalty here, 58% over halfway there. They just got to find a way to get back into that driver's seat. Zeft, though, going to go overhead for some In-Song Inferno early on, and Netra will take down JC onto the Luna. One strategist taken offline. A very solid opening pick in this fight, and it is just a matter of time here. Roxy's HK Mario and Zeft all in the KO feed here, finding picks one by one. No strategists up and out of the spawn room for Loyalty. Now Rival fully in control, 80%. They are very quickly approaching final fight territory here on point 1.
Definitely 100% climbing into the mix of it all. We're going to see how this final fight goes right now. Ramp it up as we see the barrier timing out from HK Mario. Necrobe's going to try to build up to that pop quiz already. 20% spark right there. You already know you're going to blink one more time. You're going to see go to 99. Speaking of 99, it's... Oh, never mind proxies. Rage of Ultron gets cut early. Anger management classes unfortunately took effect right there. But we're going to see the pattern, the power, the menace, the Netra on the Captain America. Hit the freedom charge right now. Lead RVO directly onto the mission area. Forcing the composite action from Loyalty to try and counter it out. They have no ult to defend. All they have is Necrobe. All they have is power. But HK Mario is primal going on. That Devil Dinosaur right now going for the crunch, going straight for JC. It's gonna bite him down to size right there, taking him out. Zeph falls as it brings another quadra KO for the Dino. That is HK Mario.
I was gonna say I called him out right at the start of this match, but yeah, the ground quaker and screen shaker there, 4 off of that Devil Beast Rampage. Big stuff for Rival to close it out here. But again, you know, Loyalty out here, they do make some capture progress. They get some control over the objective, but it is tough for them on defense. Rival able to just crowbar their way back into the fight, back onto the objective, and from there, they're just able to hold it to the very end. So, you know, some back and forth here. Definitely not out of the question for Loyalty to take point number 2 here, but they gotta turn things around. They gotta watch out for that Devil Dinosaur. And you know, of course, Rival know a lot about Devil Dino. 6 Devil Dino players on that team every single time they load in the draft.
Every single time. The power of multiple. The power of multiple of them is going in together. Big dino action. Let's see how it all unfolds. Let's see if it gets into the mix of it all. Let's see as this mission area door opens up right now. Everybody's going to keep on going down to the further depths of Hell's Heaven. Hydra Charter Space is no more. We're into the depths right now. But let's bring to everyone's attention Spooky on the Mantis, close to that Soul Resurgence. Bum Young as well. Going to have N-Song in front of JC. Will be able to start the music and get dancing. Lick will follow suit very, very soon with a Fate of both worlds of their own. But 10 seconds to that mission area unlocks. We're waiting as Loyalty take to the high ground right now, as RVL perk around the pillars right now, staging on a bit of a low ground safe area as they do have mission control right now, starting up their capture. Let's wait for Loyalty to start the contest. Might be an ult needed to start it up. Oh, yeah. Xy's chopped early.
Yeah, a little bit of divide and conquer here from Rival, trying to split the team apart here, and that they will. Zeft, a big triple KO to open things up here for Rival on point number 2. Jay-Z's got that dance floor going here. Fate of Both Worlds online, but can't stop the quadra KO from Zeft. HK Mario ending point 1 with a quad, and now Zeft will start this one off with one of his own. That'll be Rival taking the first cap here, and they've got plenty of ults to try and hold it here too, so they can think about next steps, and that next step, Proxy's taking out Jay-Z's Luna Snow on the Ultron. Rival definitely starting a nice stagger here. Loyalty gonna have to take a little extra time to get back up off the mat.
Extra time is what we need right now. They shift and Zip, gonna go for it. And someone further into the skies, crushes down right there, taking out Gamba. That's gonna be the Insomnia Inferno match right there from Bumyoung. Is it gonna be enough for them to get any value? Waiting for it to time down. Not gonna get the value as it shuts down the Phoenix. The Insomnia Inferno ends early. No bars, no chorus, nobody in the theater right there. But we're gonna regroup. We're gonna see how HK Mario's chopping down at Joey. Emma goes down. Bumyoung gets a return. Spooky in revenge. 1-1 apiece right now. Netra frozen out, but heated up and back in the fight once again. Bumyoung is there to answer that one as they get taken down. JC7 taking out Zeph right there. Big pressure coming out from Luna dancing. You already know it's almost time for the absolute Psionic coming out from Joey that is going to be timed out there. We're going to match it up. Proxy's in the sky, getting angry with it and aiming directly at JC. But the sustain, but the Spain, but Necrobe. It's Jeff time. Is he going to get him?
Yeah, Necrobe taking it down, lick on the critical shot off of the Luna Snow. Big damage from every member of this Rival Esports squad. It's Zep, again that name appearing in the KO feed, double on the Phoenix, and HK Mario as well picking up one off of that Devil Beast Rampage yet again here, and on a Rampage is Rival Esports here on point number 2, 80% uncontested so far by Loyalty, running out of time, running out of resources as they've just got a Kumiho unleashed. There's an dance floor waiting for him somewhere not too far down the line, but the question is it too little too late? Liger 90%, and Rivals show no signs of slowing down.
Zeph hits the mark right there, clean with it. Time to slow it down, time to speed up, time to wind it up because it's overtime tonight here on Ignite. Let's get into the mix of it all. Netra hits that massive assembling moment right there, gonna bring the team forward, gonna raise them forward, remind them what it is to taste freedom and victory at the same time. We're gonna see the Fate of Both Worlds match as well. We're gonna see the Soul Resurgence going as HK Mario's hitting the crunch right now. Frenzy combination does take out Bumyoung right there. They're gonna be going for Luna Snow. Luna Snow hits the freeze, denies the dino, goes in again, double KO, certified by HK Mario. Zeft is there to burn him up as well. Marks of the Phoenix set him down. Double KO coming out for Zeft right there. Double KOs after double KOs for all of the RVL squad right now into the final triple KO coming out from Zeft as they secure 100-0 and take this round here on Hell's Heaven, which does mean Biotonic. They do take the entirety of Hell's Heaven. Loyalty don't get around here, and we're going a map 2. What a stellar start from RVL.
Yeah, point number 1 for Rival. A little bit of a button check there, getting the jimmies out, getting warmed up and limber for this match. And point number 2, it's RBL all the way, start to finish, 0 to 100, and on the back of Zeft on this Phoenix. Absolutely insane stuff throughout this match. Multiple multi-KOs there, 33-3 with 17 final hits. The real story here, though, the front line of Rival, no answer for them from Loyalty. Netra and HK Mario only KO'd one time apiece throughout this whole match, and HK Mario a 50k damage blocked bomb by this Rival Esports team. So difficult to even break through the outer shell just to be able to put down some damage on the real targets here. Loyalty, Bumyoung really trying to pull things together for the team. 6 finals off of 10 elims, so definitely putting in some work, but he needs some more help here. The front line for Loyalty shut down at every turn. It feels like the back line tough for them to find angles to keep that healing and keep that uptime that they need just to make sure the damage dealing pieces of the team can stay alive. So rough looks here for Loyalty on Hell's Heaven. 2 points taken by Rival, and no doubt they are going to keep that pain train rolling for map number 2.
100% right there. Big value coming out. You already know, everybody, that's how it is. That's how Ignite is right now. Even if you're at the lower end of the bracket, you still have to fight for your life. And RVL put absolutely everything into that momentum right there. All gas, no brakes with it. Absolutely storming on through. That's the power of the Dino. That's the power of the pressure they can bring from Phoenix, from all of the above. This is what they want. Can't afford to lose any points against Loyalty, because those are points that are going to go down the drain and further their chances of getting pulled down to the bottom 2 and N1HEX taking the place over them. N1HEX didn't get a match today that they could win yet, but they still have another match later tonight against Z10. But RVL, they got to get their points now in, because tomorrow they're facing the two of the best teams in Asia with Reject and Z10. So they need to get their points today.
Yeah, definitely feels like they got to pick up wins where they can, because time very quickly running out. And for Loyalty, time running out in this matchup. Rival Esports take map number 1. A solid performance on Hell's Heaven for them. We will see if Loyalty can grab that first Ignite map win and get us to map number 3 right after this break.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Help me out, guys. What do I say at this point? You know, I'll be the one to say it. It kind of feels like, and again, I'm putting on my analytical hat here, that when you're a team like Rivals facing a team like Loyalty, and again, I'm not trying to punch down, it really does feel like at times it's a 6v1, v1, 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 and so on, right? I really want to see more team play and more team cohesion, boys. What do we think?
It's tough to say, because there's so many factors to consider here. Like when we're talking about how it means playing mentally at the bottom of the bracket right now for Loyalty, it's a very uphill battle. It's tough because you don't even know what you can do can actually change the tide. Can they get points on the board? Can they clutch and make 6th? We're talking about scenarios where N1HEX and RVL get absolutely nothing, absolutely no more points for the rest of the week. Can Loyalty collect any maps that you'd have to like kind of finesse a map 4 somehow to try and get the points. So it's tough. It's tough. It's very much against them, but nonetheless, you can still put on a performance. You can still put on a show. You can still, you know, represent your team, and maybe resources come to you when it comes to stage 2.
I feel like this has been a consistent thing throughout Loyalty's run for the last 2 stages, though. Even regardless of where their placements are, it really feels like just in terms of their macro or maybe even their communication, something is not clicking.
Yeah, and it's tough to tell if it's the team chemistry itself. You know, it's hard to know what's going on under the hood with a team like Loyalty. And I mean, yeah, you guys are right. You know, you still want to go out there and put on a show because, you know, even as a player, you still want your stocks to look good at the end of the day. And even if the team's dropping maps, there's still potential for you to put on a performance. We'll have to see, though, the stage set for map number 2. We're going to go to Lower Manhattan.
I like this. I like this because to me this says Loyalty's not ready to give up yet. And there's never a time to give up when you're at the Pro League, right? But I think taking a team like Rivals to Lower Manhattan, you do have the advantage of watching the ult counters, which I do think is a struggle for Loyalty, knowing when the enemy team will ult and ensuring that they can really gauge their team fights around that. I think that might be a bigger advantage than we're realizing here.
I mean, look, you know, there's a lot of factors to consider when it comes to this map. It's also very strong for Black Cat, strong for the Dino, Daredevil does well, Phoenix does well. All the same heroes do well that are currently just absolutely churning it up right now when we're talking about Museum of Contemplation, whether we're talking Symbiotic Surface, whether we're talking any of the other maps we're playing, Hell's Heaven as well, Clinta, in terms of Celestial Husk. It's crazy because that's how we're leaning towards. We're leaning towards these metas, these heroes, these absolute picks are being played on these map pools. The only thing I could think of right now is, was the plan to go to Manhattan to kind of catch Aviel off guard? Maybe it's a map they're not scrimming much. It's tough because it might, I mean, at the rate we're going, there's probably more maps out there than downtown that people haven't played. I feel like downtown's been played a good chunk recently.
Okay. So what do we think, Diatonic? Is this a symbol of hope? Is this the flair that's needed for a team that's seemingly drowning in the ocean?
I think so. I mean, I do think, I agree with you guys. I think it's kind of out of left field. It's something to try and do a little bit of a rug pull to maybe get an advantage for yourself here. I do believe that Loyalty is going to take defense first, and they're going to kind of set the pace for this matchup. Defense on Lower Manhattan is very interesting because, you know, you start off in the building. That's where the actual capture circle is, but there's a whole courtyard leading up to that building, and it's kind of a trap for defenders because you get in that courtyard, and I feel like the positioning for defenders is a lot harder. It's usually safer to try and hold from inside the building. You kind of let attackers come into the courtyard and take advantage because your team can get split in so many different directions. It is hard to really hold together unless you take the far left or the far right. So, you know, maybe going to look for some positioning plays, try to play out the environment and see if that kind of gives them an edge over Rival on map number 2 here.
Now, you said that, Diatonic, but you hesitated. What made you hesitate thinking this could be an advantage for Loyalty?
I just haven't seen enough of them. I haven't seen enough of them on Lower Manhattan. So a lot of it comes down to how comfortable are they with Lower Manhattan? How much have they practiced it? Or is it just kind of a, hey, like you said, we have nothing to lose, nothing to gain. We'll just leave it all on the field here. And this is just their choice. So I think it does come down to how comfortable they are with playing it because, you know, Lower Manhattan and a couple of the other maps we've gotten recently are so different from the OG maps that we got at the start of Marvel Rivals. So, you know, it's interesting to see how teams have adjusted over time as kind of the map design philosophy, I feel like, has changed.
Okay. You know, I think that's a very fair point, and I think that's a fair comparison showing that, you know, this has been a team outside of the randomness of domination. Loyalty has been one of those front-runner teams that always wants to play the newest map, maybe trying to get ahead of a scrim experience.
Well, you know, to answer that, scrim experience, new map, downtown Manhattan, do they know the strat? We saw it yesterday with Z10 and XOXO.
Do tell.
You don't need to deal with that courtyard. Open up the game on attack, straight for the portal. Set up in the back line, let your duelist be the Strange, go through the portal, everybody sends them forward, sets up in the back corridor, take high ground away from the defending team, and then, add on to that, lads, let your Strange switch back onto Black Cat and be in the normal courtyard area on the flank. But you can't focus the Black Cat in the flank on the front when there's a dinosaur behind you and the pack of your team on the high ground.
All right.
So if they walk out with a portal, I'll feel like Loyalty know exactly why they picked this map. They need to open up with that Strange portal.
So we are moments away before picks and bans. If we don't see that strat Liger, is it doomsday? Quite literally for Loyalty. This is their last chance to get into playoffs.
I don't think it's doomsday. I think it's still the Dark World.
Okay.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
show us the picks and bans. I'm done here.
It's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 4. No, I'm joking around.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the death knell right out of the gate if they don't go with that, but it's all going to come down to defense here. Loyalty are on the defense first. This is their map pick, so it is going to come down to how strong they are able to hold Rival. Yeah, I'm with you. I like the strat, the portal to take the high ground right off the bat and just bypass that first fight. But I see teams on attack want to take it right on through, and they get split off and picked off one at a time. So we will see if that's what Loyalty's banking on, or if they've cooked up something entirely unexpected here, because, again, nothing to lose here for this Loyalty team.
Nothing to lose, nothing to gain, but only time to bring pain. Let's see if they can pull through. Double Gambit ban makes sense. Honestly, I would have. I'm surprised we haven't seen the Gambit make it through. I think these teams are afraid of Dan. I think they don't want Dan's percentages to change, so, you know, it's a happy day for Dan. No crushing out. But, Mantis ban, that's a sad day. We'd like to see some Mantis. Dino Protect coming out from Aviel. Signature hero pick. HK and Mario are going to definitely remind everybody of what HK means today. But Dino Protect from Loyalty! This is different. This is exactly something that might change the tide here. So far, we're mirroring half the bans and picks and protects. Waiting to see what that next double ban phase is going to cook us.
Yeah, looks like Rival is thinking about taking down the Phoenix here, and I think she's got some sight lines. She can draw some for sure here on Lower Manhattan, especially as the map drags on. I was wondering when we were going to see some Rocket. I was going to say, I feel like he's been overlooked in this draft so far. So Loyalty take away the Rocket, Rival take away the Phoenix, and now it's Loyalty's last save here. So I do like the change up from them, you know, trying some things. You know, they're not ready to just throw in the towel and ride out map number 2 here. They are going to put up a fight. They thought for a second about that Rocket one-sided. Very interesting. But no, they will save the Luna Snow for themselves here. Rival's got 1 ban and 1 save left, and then we will hear if the bell tolls for Loyalty in this series as well, because Rival, of course, a lot on the line for them here to try and secure that that 6th place, that last playoff invite.
Ooh. You know, I see the hover, but I would like to actually see the delivery. Give us the Mr. Fantastic, Mr. Bombastic, Mr. In Your Backline. I'm curious to see if we might see, you know, the smartest man in Marvel Rivals. Notice how I said man, guys, because Moon Girl is smarter. Anyways, now, lock in. Learn your Marvel lore. It's admitted, it's in the law, lock it in. You know who's smarter than all of them combined? Let's see. I've got a good answer to this. I've got a great answer to this. Who's smarter than all of them combined? Very simple. Okay, very simple. It's people who ban Gambit, alright? Who ban Gambit in this current meta of geniuses. Anyone who doesn't ban Gambit is asking for absolute, just to get mobbed by like 50 Devil Dinosaurs. But in the meantime, we're gonna see how it is. We're gonna see everybody get their picks. We're gonna see Punisher. You already know. Moon Knight, I don't mind. Daredevil, Cap, White Fox, Luna, Dinosaur, Emma, you name it. Phoenix, these are the picks we're gonna see now. And it's really gonna be Buster comps. Now, Dive can work here, can run it, but you wanna break through. You wanna box in and absolutely go through. Now, a great pick that should show up, Groot. Groot works really well here with the Devil Dinosaur, and especially if you bring Moon Knight or Punisher to the table. But I'm curious to see how it's going to unfold. Right now, Loyalty got a pretty good composition on defense. RVL might walk out the doors and maybe telegraph it back and swap a couple picks here. But if they go for this composite dive situation, they're in the clear and they're good to go. It's definitely a smart band Loyalty made blocking out their Black Cat.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, Loyalty have some draft IQ. They have some smart plays at the drawing board. It's just when they hit the battlefield, it is tough for them to pull out here. So we will see Lower Manhattan on deck for this map number 2 matchup. No Strange Portal here. Rival gonna run it up the middle. Spocky there on the Daredevil, gonna try to find a way in. He will beat down the walls with those billy clubs there and make his way in. And you know, Liger, for a second I was afraid, because I know you got that deep Marvel lore, and I was afraid we were about to start the power scaling argument with chat on the smartest. But yes, banning away the Gambit definitely makes you the high IQ player for sure here. Rival in the front door, and now Loyalty gonna look to try and shore up some defense here. They got the nests in play here. They've got some angles. The question is, can they find the KOs to stop Rival?
It's true, we need to find KOs, we need to find opportunities, we need to find windows to pass on through right now. Big claps coming out from JZ, taking out Netra. Netra on the backline right there, going great. Netra gets a bit too out here sometimes on the cap and gets caught out by some damage, but nonetheless, Netra is so quick with it that as soon as they get taken down, they're already back in the fight once again. Honestly, if Rocket wasn't locked out, Netra would be unstoppable. But Netra goes for the DP switch back to the Vampire. That's going to allow them to have a bit more range, a bit more utility. Hopefully a cheeky banhammer to try and shut them down. We're going to see the Book of Deadpool be opened as well. Activating something. Curious to see what it's going to be. Already on the high ground, slashing once, slashing twice, and Boom Yong takes out Zeph right there.
Yeah, on the track, on that Punisher for sure. But I like the swap from Netra. Very early swap for sure, but gives them time to get some XP, get that Deadpool leveled up, and get some upgrades to keep up with the rest of the fighting here. Almost 2 minutes away, and Rival not able to put boots on the capture circle just yet. They've got a lot of ults coming their way pretty soon here, though, so could be a bit of a mid-fight ult swing, and that might be what they're looking for, a pick, some kind of key to get in the door here as they move up. Bumping on this Punisher has made some plays. putting down some big damage, and is holding that final judgment. So gonna look for Loyalty to try and hold this one down, as Rival more than halfway there, and a little bit of a rotation. They're gonna take some high ground. That forces a little bit of respect out from Loyalty here. They gotta back up and give some credit where credit is due, but now Bum Young is gonna be judge, jury, and executioner here, moving in on that final judgment. Proxies, though, got Rival covered with that fate of both worlds. Nice umbrella put in the fighter, but Spocky gets caught outside, and in the jaws of fate, though, Zep will fight right back for Rival here, and they've got the body advantage, and just like that, at the drop of a hat, Lick on the Kumiho Unleashed as well, putting down some damage here. Big Fox on the move, and now Loyalty scrambling to get back to the point. Bum Young got a strange portal, though, so there definitely will be one more contest here.
Contest, but it's going to be a quick portal. There's not much time left. Big Soul's coming up with the portal right now. Everybody's following suit, following through, following out into the pentagram of Forellis field. But looks like they're going to be on the back foot right there, even though they did get close to capturing. Still one more chance to defend, one more chance to hold it down before we get to the shield mobile. Into the action, diving into the back line right now. Gumbo going to be setting it up right there. HK Mario with a rampage right now. Gumbo doesn't have the calm control anytime soon, but a Sonic right now from Joey hits the roundhouse kick, taking out Proxy is there. MIE's formidable diamond as ever will be. Not rough at all. Shining bright. Now, into the mix. Joey taking on the DP action right there. Netra pushing them back again. A great portal, a great defense. Hold on a minute. Because there are no minutes left. It's only seconds. We've got 30 seconds right now for VL. If they can get it going for themselves, this is a very formidable defense by Loyalty.
I was gonna say, this is a really good looking Loyalty here. 20 seconds left to go. If they can win this fight, Rival may not be able to put up some overtime. All is gonna come down to how they take care of business here. Big roundhouse kick from Joey, slamming down HK Mario. Can't believe Emma can pick that dinosaur up. But now Spocky gonna let the devil out, and Rival gonna let the ults out here. Big burst of damage, but it is gonna be Rival coming out on top here. They completely ace down Loyalty at the 11th hour here. No one alive from Loyalty. Rival will grab that 2:30 time refresh, and a great fight here for Rival. They work together, dump what they got, and they will capitalize big time here. 2:20, and they're on the move towards checkpoint number 2.
It ain't over till it's over, everybody. Everybody's clutching their predictions to their chest right now, I'll tell you that. Gotta be worried there, but calm yourselves, calm your farm, and lock into the midst of it. It isn't over till it's over. Let's see how RVL do as they prepare on the high ground at Manhattan, destroying the apartments right now, restructuring what all the amazing investments of Kingpin Industries have done for themselves, which is basically nothing but like a nail in the wall. But JC7 taking out a lick right there, HK Mario as well. Pro getting a value. We're getting the scans as well going out. We're going to be able to detect some ultimates for both sides. No one's going to be able to pull a fast one on anyone as they start to prepare to see who's available. But we know everybody because we're watching from the beautiful Ignite POV. We know N1HEX is going to have that beautiful, large, primal, absolute rampage coming out very soon as well. Lick as well will have the Kumiho Unleashing as well. We can bring that to attention, but I think the one to keep an eye on is how can Gambo set up here. An Unk on the front line right there is allowing them to just neutralize in case. And he pulls someone back and goes for the Crunch Moonblade combo, which should be able to collapse someone, but unfortunately, the Hand of Khonshu just goes a bit too close to the defensive side and doesn't go where it needs to on the attacking force right there. Won't be able to nullify it, but we'll be able to buy some time, buy some seconds on the clock. Shield Mobile is in motion, and there it is, Diatonic. 3 ultimates coming out! What are they doing?
Yeah, it is full alt dump here. Very early hold for Loyalty. They've already shaved over a minute of Rival's time away. Less than a minute to go here, and Loyalty are just going to look to try and put the chokehold on. Gambo giving them some of that zoning pressure with that Hand of Khonshu earlier. Definitely looking to just shave the seconds off with every play that they make here. It's just the Psionic Seduction from Joey. The Gambo doesn't need the ult here, and he's going to have another Hand of Khonshu ready to go here. Lightning speed on that ult recharge here, and Rival's in a little bit of trouble. 30 seconds to go, and they can't find an answer for Gambo. Double KO in the neutral. He's still holding the ult, making a triple for the Moon Knight here. The Hand of Khonshu not even needed in this fight. 20 seconds left to go for Rival, and they're still at the start of checkpoint number 2.
At the start, here we go. Moments away, 10 seconds for RVL to make it happen. Shield Mobile has been recaptured under the red control right there. Hand of Khonshu drops down from Gumbo, but the Phoenix dodge clean by Zeph right there. Mix it up with the Ensong Inferno, Psionic Seduction combo right there. JC7 taken out, bring it back for the Mutants of Madness there as they do bring that push, as they do bring that power. Bum Young taking out Netra as well. Pump action coming out from the Punisher with the Super Soaker. You better get careful. and stay dry out here in these wild wetlands. But NXT's taking out Zeph. Big frenzy. Crunch gets frozen before the final clutch of the frenzy. Doesn't get the full combo off in time. Overtime to get down and out. Is anybody there from RVO to contest? No! That's going to be the end of their push for now. They do get it just, a few meters out the door into the pushing stage. But of course, everybody, of course, it's now time to flip the script and see if RVL can hold the line and claim the series, or will Loyalty win their first map of Asia group stage? That is exciting.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it a layup for Loyalty. They do need to get this first checkpoint, and it is going to come down to the positioning, because this map can be very tricky to invade on. So looking for Loyalty to really shore up their game here. Maybe going to look for some of that Doctor Strange portal action like we talked about early on. But yeah, this is definitely a good position for Loyalty to be in. It's just 42 meters of checkpoint number 2 that they got to clear to take this thing to map 3 and lock in their first map win here in Ignite. They've been on the hunt through preseason, through all of the group stage here in stage 1. And you have to imagine they understand that this right now is maybe the closest they've come so far. It all comes down to how they start this thing off. 4 minutes on the clock, of course. They've got time. Joey is on the Doctor Strange, so we're maybe going to see a little bit of that Strange portal to take the high ground. But I'm going to say if Loyalty can grab this first checkpoint very early, then it is highly likely that they can close down this map and take us to number 3.
Most definitely. All right, 3 seconds, everybody. Lock in once more. Let's see. Can they hold it? How are we feeling Diatonic about this composition here? The Ultron's back in play. A little bit of Bucky. Okay. Oh, portal. Joey, where's this portal going? Is he going for a kidnap?
Oh, maybe that's their plan here, because yeah, I would have expected them to go for the high ground. The portal opens up here. Loyalty on through. The troops are here and ready for a battle right on the doorstep of Rival Esports here, right outside that capture circle. Quick rotate from Joey to go for that high ground here and put down some damage, but no swap to Duelist here. Joey is going to play it out on the Strange, while all of Loyalty trying to invade. Rival looking for a bit of a rotation themselves, trying to find some good positioning to hold this thing out. But yeah, a couple of last minute swaps here. Bumjung over to the Bucky, like you said. Spocky gonna bring Ultron to the table here on defense. Very interesting for sure. But of course, some last minute swaps change up the dynamic for this match here. And Loyalty still not been KO'd yet. They're still knocking on the door, but no way to get their foot in so far.
They're gonna have to find a way to get that opening very, very soon for themselves. Eldritch Troop swinging out from Joey, trying to bring that pressure. The AoE has the fully charged Maelstrom, but needs to maybe expunge it just to be able to get some sustain back in their health pool for now. They'll be able to do that now. Quick fire right there. Mix it up with a bit of a barrier coming out from HK and Mario. Bring the pressure, bring the crunch, waiting for the charge. Does get counter crunch right there by NXT's, but they do retreat in time. Scans are going off. Hand of Country drops down. Does it nullify it? Does it bring the pressure down? It does a little bit, by a bit of more time for Loyalty here, but the pressure is on the fire right now. It's Zeph in disguise, charging the final moment for the Ensong Inferno right there. Does get a bit of damage in the backline, but Necrobe is there to sustain with the boundary. But I'm waiting for the mark, the Kraken to impact. We need to know if it's Bumyong's time to get the value. Lick counters it in time perfectly with a boundary. That nullifies the damage, that nullifies the sustain. It's evenly matched as both these teams are just going oh for oh, bang for bang right now. But I'm waiting to see who's gonna be the one crunching the cruncher.
A lot of Double Beast Rampage from both sides of the board here. Dino Feet shaking the screen, but it's a Rival that are all still standing here. Lick in a little bit of trouble. The fate of both worlds keeping everybody alive. Can't save Lick, though, as Rival do suffer one loss here, but Loyalty, the ones sent reeling for now. Proxies will pick up one onto Necrobe to round things out. They've still got time here, 1:40 on the clock. They got 2 ticks, so they really just need 1 fight win here to close out this first objective, but maybe not as quick as Loyalty were hoping for, not as quick as I was looking for out of them here, as yeah, unfortunately that Kraken impact from Bumjung just doesn't have the impact that you need from the Winter Soldier. Gamemoto on the move here, gonna look for a very quick hand of Khonshu, finding 1 pick already. HK Mario in some trouble on that Dino as well. Sonic Seduction coming out from Netra now, and a nice freeze from JC onto Spocky. They just can't find the follow-up here. Rival standing strong here, digging their heels in for these last 60 seconds, but now the Moon gonna give them some of that zoning pressure here that they desperately need. They just need to to get Rival off of this point, sumo style. They don't even need to get the KOs here, just get this third and final take. But Rival, of course, know that they're trying to position themselves so they can stand and fight here. But Bum Young taking one down, finds Netra. JC will get licked, and just like that, Proxy's the only strategist left standing. The checkpoint secured here. Loyalty have 3:15 to close 40 meters.
This is very much potentially everybody. The moment Loyalty might get a map on the board for themselves, it's all stacked in their favor. Literally, RVL cannot lose a single fight right now, and they don't have the ults to take it though. This is looking dire. This is looking desperate. Is anybody going to make it? Do they even have the chance? No one's there to make it. Loyalty win.
Final score 2.
Where was Rival? Nobody on the point. They leave it wide open, and Loyalty, for the first time in Ignite, are on the board here. They take it to Lower Manhattan, and they win on their own turf here. A tough battle at the beginning there to take checkpoint 1, but it was off to the races here, and it's JC on that Luna, clutching it up for Loyalty's first match win. They have a lot of loyal fans out there, especially of Joey on the side of Loyalty, but living up to their namesake, that loyalty pays off here at the 11th hour. They pick up one against Rival. Definitely a battle to be sure, but a nice defensive effort from them to open things up. That sets them up to take home the map. I mean, you know, if you have a good defense like that, you hold them to just one checkpoint, it makes it so you can just walk away with it, and that's exactly what they do. Rival left reeling at the end of that last fight to grab checkpoint 1, and then Loyalty just able to finish it off from there. What a finish!
Okay. That is the momentum. Still have another map to decide if RVL take the set or if Loyalty take the set. But Loyalty, this you gotta give them some love. You gotta give them some love, a bit of respect, knowing that they pulled through and they got themselves a map here. They can at least walk away knowing, you know, they still have something in the tank and something they can build on going into stage 2. But you never know, they might have this momentum. I mean, this is the moment where teams could flip. We've seen reverse sweeps many times before. This is a moment where RVL really need to center themselves and figure out how do we shut this down, because Loyalty is probably on the high of their lives right now.
Yeah, and we thought they were dangerous before when they had absolutely nothing to lose. But now a team nothing to lose, and the momentum in their court going into map number 3, a deadly force for sure. But the biggest problem that Loyalty are going to face, map number 3 has to be played on Rival's turf. So you know that they are going to pick whatever they're most comfortable with, whatever map they have the most success on. That is exactly where we're going to head here for map number 3.
Absolutely. I can't get waiting more than ever to get into it. So we're gonna go to a quick break, everybody. When we're back from the break, map 3, the decider between Loyalty and RVL.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
It has been 24 maps and 2 stages for Loyalty to get their very first win in Marvel Rivals Ignite. Boys, they have finally done it, but the work is not over. The next step now is to take this one map win and turn it into their very first series win. One map stays in their way. Can it be done?
I don't know. What do you think, man? You think
That's
they got
what we
this?
said about the map.
They got this?
That's what we said about map 2.
I mean, clearly they've got some comfort on Lower Manhattan. They played it very well, you know, interesting kind of portal strat, somewhat along the line of what we talked about pre-match before that map kicked off. But yeah, definitely some better looks from them. And again, it feels like Loyalty over time have had better and better looks on every map. And now they've taken this one. The question is, like you already asked, Keg, are they going to be able to close this out? I mean, the momentum's on their side here. Like we were talking about right before the break, I mean, that has to be the high of your life there to finally win that map. It has to be a huge relief off your shoulders. And as we said, we already know a loose cannon like that with nothing to lose is quite the formidable opponent.
It can be quite scary, but can it be done? We're going to Museum of Contemplation. Of course we are, as our final map. So, as much as we saw the heroics come out from Bum Young and Joey inside of Lower Manhattan, is this going to be the death knell for this team, considering how many spawn holds we've seen against Loyalty alone, Liger?
I mean, it's going to be a 5-minute game, for sure.
Okay.
Just depends who's going to deliver the 5-minute game, because it's Museum of Contemplation, and someone's going to bunker comp, and we just witnessed them both kind of do it to each other very closely on downtown Manhattan, and this map leans more to that playstyle heavier. So I don't think we're going to see the second or third section of Museum of Contemplation, sadly. Unfortunately.
The convergence point for the domination did look pretty good for both teams, but I gotta say, it didn't look very confident for Rival, so maybe the convoy only section for Loyalty could go better.
Maybe I did cast the curse. I don't know.
Hey, it could be a blessing.
You know, maybe that would be the first time I would say caster blessing, because often we are the ones that do the cursing here on the desk. But breaking the curse here, Loyalty. First map win on the board, now match point for both of these teams. It is going to be an uphill battle for Loyalty, but I think they defied the odds already, taking map number 2. I'm here at this point. I just work here. I'm here for whatever happens on map number 3. Back out to Museum of Contemplation. And yeah, Liger, I think you got the right of it. We're really not going to see past the foyer of the museum here. We're not going all the way.
Yeah, nah, it's a bit tough one. We'll find out as we develop. The thing is, RVL is so locked in, they did not even synergize their champion dinos. They're like, let's just focus on the ban phase. They are that locked in now. No, they're not here to perform. They're not here to, you know, show off. They're here to stay locked. They cannot lose this series. That is literally a very bad spot for them, because I don't think they're going to have a good time against Reject or Z10 tomorrow. And if they lose this, oh, it's a bit tough to say. N1HEX could beat Loyalty tomorrow, and they could 2-0 them, denying a point to Loyalty, which would shake up the bottom 3 again. That also means N1HEX could potentially get a map of Z10 tonight as well. And if they do pull that off, that does put them in a bit of a proficiency, which allows them to take the spot off RVL. RVL need this. They need this to survive. This is the most pivotal map they've played yet.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the theory from the outset of this matchup. Rival have to win this to give themselves the best odds of locking in that 6th place. If they drop this map here, it is wide open for that last playoff spot. And like we said, we're not 100% sure that even Loyalty is ruled out quite yet here. So yeah, makes sense that they come to the table locked in and ready to go. Dino and Phoenix going to be saved by Rival. They take care of the Luna. They'll take care of the Mantis. Phoenix and Dino saved by Loyalty as well, so they are going to take mirror saves here. Rocket banned out on both sides. Black Hat banned against Rival. Kind of an interesting choice there, but Spocky's going to go for that Daredevil yet again. We saw a little bit of that on Lower Manhattan too. But yeah, this is really it. I mean, this could potentially shake up everything down here in this last spot for playoffs. I mean, again, Rival currently sitting in number 6 N1HEX, and then Loyalty standing right underneath them. But yeah, if they give this one away, it's all up in the air. And truthfully, it could still be up in the air from the map loss alone, right? Rival don't want to just win these last couple of games on their schedule. They want to make 2-0s. They want to have the best map differential they possibly can for those tiebreakers, for that math. And now it feels like things are kind of up in the air now.
Up Up in the air, we see potential. Up in the air, we see the Ultrons. Up in the air, we see the Black Cats. Up in the air, we see the no, we don't see Angela. Nobody's playing Angela. We saw Angela earlier. Piggy did bring us some Angela, but unfortunately, not the case, not the place. Maybe next time. But in the meantime, we're going to lock back in. As we know, Museum of Contemplation does lead to a bit of bunker compositions, which means we're both going to see some dinosaurs coming out. Probably going to see HK Mario. Anixie's running that as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some bursts, some shredders, maybe Storm, maybe Moon Knight, Punisher. Factors like that could be considered Squirrel Girl. Those are the picks that I usually picked, but in this scenario, it's probably going to be the Phoenix Moon Knight, which is what we see rolling out from Zeft and Bumyoung. And Gamba's going to bring the Moon Knight to the table to be there to sort of counter Spooky on the Daredevil. You can't get that Black Cat. I gotta say though, if that Black Cat wasn't banned, this would be a very different RVL. This is a very targeted ban, has given him quite a bit of value. And speaking of value, Z10 taking our Netro right there, bringing the burst, bringing the power, bringing the flames of Fury, as they are gonna get past this choke pretty quickly. Loyalty's on fire.
I was gonna say, you said Flames of Fury, could not put it better myself here. Out the gate, Loyalty on the move. Game Mode, Bumyoung in the KO feed multiple times in the first 40 seconds of this matchup. Just like that, Loyalty break right out of the spawn hold, already 3/4 of the way to that first checkpoint. We've seen time and time again on Convoy, heroes like Moon Knight are able to dig yourselves out of that spawn hold, and it feels like Loyalty just waltz right on out. Now here they are looking to lock down Rival in the side room, and Game will find Zeft as well here. Loyalty looking demonic here on this first point, just 60 seconds away, and they are ready to contest for that first checkpoint. Meters ticking down here. No one from Rival on defense, and now Loyalty 5:20 on the clock as N1HEX goes on a rampage with Devil Dino. Where has this Loyalty been all along?
Ooh, this is the moment, and I'm gonna put all of my stock into the moon right now, because that is the differential factor that has given Loyalty the firepower to start shredding through this RVL defense line right there. But we're gonna bring attention to Zeft and Song Inferno online very, very soon right now. We're waiting to see how the marks are working out. I gotta say, I'm gonna kind of pinpoint the ban phase here. RVL's been doing great. They're one of the teams that are on the lower end of Asia that know how to play Black Cat, but they don't have Black Cat available. Was that their anchor? Was that what they built their comps around? Because right now, it's looking pretty even. Right now, the matches are going off, but Gamba's going to turn the tides with the moon right there. Get grabbed, get done, get iced, but there's going to be a bit of sustain coming out from Jay-Z, saving them with the boundary. And Song Inferno from Zeft, unfortunately, isn't going to get the value they need. They probably might go for it. Still diving in. Quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately, they do sustain each other and survive the fight. If they only had another move to combo with that dive turret, that could have been a 5K.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at trying to bring the most value here, and you're right. Definitely could have looked at plenty of KOs, but Rival kind of on the back foot here. I mean, Loyalty came out swinging, and there's a triple for Necromir. He can't quite get to the ledge, but he will at least confirm 2 of them. Double KO off of the It's Jeff, and now Loyalty, the door's wide open for them. They're almost to checkpoint number 2 here. Just under 4 minutes on the clock, and nobody from Rival can stand up to them. You're 100% right. It feels like they're left reeling without that Black Cat, but they weren't expecting this from Loyalty. Already 2 checkpoints in, 5:15 on the clock, and Rival have absolutely no answer for this Phoenix here. Bumyoung, an absolute monster here on the Jean Grey to start things off, and I've already been proven wrong. I didn't think we'd see past the entrance to this museum, but Loyalty busting the doors down here and busting up every member of Rival at every turn.
Oh my days, they are breaking the claws. They are breaking the secret claws of Museum of Contemplation. They have nothing to contemplate. They want to take it all the way to the final stage and get that feast, get themselves a nice plate, fill it up with food, victory food today at the end of the map. Let's see if they can get it going. 4 minutes 30 to take it. Only 1/6 left of the map. This is Loyalty? Are you kidding me? Where you been all week? Lock in, everybody. Loyalty have finally said, if we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out with a bang. Or maybe they might not go out at all. Maybe they clutch and survive and make it to 6th place. We don't know. We'll find out. Into the moon that drops right now, coming out from Gamebo. It's gonna force out 2 ultimates coming out from RVO. That's gonna be the Rampage. It's gonna be the Ultron. It's gonna be the Crunch. Big crunch right now. HK Mario taking a double KO, certified, taking out Alpha Loyalty. Loyalty's momentum does, unfortunately, for those who are believing in the hype right now, lead to a quadra KO coming out from HK and Mario as they finally stop that momentum. But Loyalty's still looking good in the bank, but RVL got their footing back And now it's their time to try and hold the line.
Yeah, and we can't overstate the momentum here from Loyalty. They won a fight very early on, right out of the gate, and now here we are halfway to checkpoint number 3. Loyalty absolutely not letting off the gas. Forced to reset here. They did lose this team fight, but there's still 3:30 on the clock. Plenty of time for them to come back, but now Rival gonna bite back here. Lick and Zeft in the KO feed yet again here. Spocky and Proxies name a member of this Rival esports team, and they are already back in the fight here. Loyalty now on the back foot, but Rival using up all their ults here. They don't have any more resources. Loyalty's got an It's Jeff ready to go. Jay-Z has that invisible boundary, so you know they are going to be ready to fight back as well. Back and forth here ahead of checkpoint number 3, but Loyalty looking so good here. Again, I have to wonder where the heck have they been all along here, because it's looking like a reject quick map closeout more than Loyalty.
I mean, the thing is, Loyalty, you know, let's pay attention to the storyline. They went against the best of Asia first off the bat. Were they ready for it? Maybe not, but now they've adjusted, they've had a week to prepare, and now they're taking on the teams that are similar to them in their bracket, similar to them in skill, and now maybe they have the chance to level them, because what does that mean for the opposing forces? N1HEX and RVL have their hardest matches yet left to go. Is this when Loyalty finally get to cash in and get the wins? This might be it. Their pace is good. They got 2.5 minutes left and only one more fight to win to push it to the end.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming here for Loyalty, but it feels like the pieces are falling into place for them. Still a little bit left to go here, at least one more fight, like you said. But Zeft now gonna look to try and put Rival back in the running here on map number 3. Again, this is Rival's map pick, and Loyalty were able to steamroll over him all the way to this point, 122 meters towards checkpoint number 3. Even if Loyalty are stopped here dead in their tracks, it is a long way to go for Rival when we swap sides after this, because this is only the first half of Museum of Contemplation. They're both going to bring a ton of ults to the table here. Rival's going to have 6 on board as Loyalty able to get themselves up and dust themselves back off. 1:40 still on the clock. Spocky going to open it up with a Rage of Ultron. He'll find Gambo immediately. Zeft also taking out Necro Big. That is huge for Rival here in this defensive effort. A Quadra KO there as Spocky says this is illogical and takes control of the matchup here. Rival back in the driver's seat, and now Loyalty, it feels like they can't find a way to get back onto this mission vehicle.
Okay, power coming out from the Ultron Spooky right here, doing it up. 5 ultimates online for RVL, but 5 as well online for Loyalty. This is gonna be an absolute old dunk fiesta. I am very afraid of what's about to happen. 10 ultimates online, but the question is, which are gonna go off first, which are gonna get value, and rather yet, which won't go off, because there's a chance of that happening too. Loyalty flanking around, trying to get a bit spicy with their positioning right here. Maybe they go for Jeff time early, try to bait out some defensives. You can see it, Necrobe's trying to stage for that right now. First up again, Netro with the Sonic Seduction, trying to scoop them up, deny their ults. If they can mark a few of them, they can deny the ults, but the Necrobe gets avoided, goes in for the Jeff time, goes in for the scoop, and Xy's in disguise. We're sending it up with the N-Song Inferno, burning it up right now. Zef taking Necrobe. That's going to be 1-to-1 value right there. We're going to see Boom Young trying to get the value as well. Bring their own N-Song to the mix, bring their own firepower to the mix, bring their own stage to be settled right now as Luna gets dancing. That's going to be Anixes, that's going to be Proxies, that's going to be Joey, winding up their own Sonic Seduction. Moonblade, certified from Gamba, going to be striding through, taking down Zef. Kumiho unleashes pain, and a double KO for Lick right there. Taken out too. Gambo joins the fray as well. HKMR takes them down. This is pressure. This is power. 10 seconds left. 9 seconds left. RVL looking good on their defense right here. Go for the final rampage from HKMR. They do wake up at the very end. Loyalty don't have a chance to contest here. No portals will be happening from Joey, but they got it a fair distance. Now it's theirs to defend. Can RVL push that distance as well? Because Loyalty's pace was crazy up until that end.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful performance from both sides of the board here. Loyalty absolutely smashing it all the way up to that 120-meter mark before checkpoint 3. But Rival, a solid hold for them. 4 minutes on checkpoint number 3 to lock down Loyalty. I thought for sure it was just an avalanche that they could not stop, but they find a way to make it happen. They switch up the strats a little bit, and Loyalty does as well at the last second. We saw Gamebo roll out on the Adam Warlock, but the swaps just a little too late for Loyalty to finish it off. But I mean, a beautiful push from them. 122 meters for checkpoint number 3. You know, coming into this, I did not think that we would see this. I didn't think we'd see checkpoint number 3 in sight. I didn't think we would see Loyalty move past the starting zone here. I thought for sure Rival would come ready and come for the lockdown. But that's not the case here. Rival have a long road ahead of them, and if Loyalty can find some solid defense here and eat away that time early, they're just not going to be able to keep pace.
No, they aren't indeed. All right, 4 minutes, everybody lock in, clock in, get ready to get rocked around. HK Mario there on the front line. NXT is as well going to meet them in the middle. Let's see the Dino Crunch. Who's going to be the one to crunch once, crunch twice? Gambo's still on the Moon Knight. Already looking primals, trying to farm up that damage, build up to that hand of Khonshu. We've got to bring attention to the high ground. RVL staging very well right now on the LOS to be able to deny Loyalty this early defensive position here. Taking quite a bit of damage right now. You need someone to mark them there. You need someone to be able to flank right now, but they're playing back foot defensive, front to back sort of composition. Loyalty don't have Black Cat, don't have a Daredevil that can get up there and just shake them all up, but Spokey's got the range. They can bring the power. There's the marks of the Phoenix. Bombyong in a really nice spot right here, farming up their damage as well, bursting through those shields. The barrier is down for the Dino right there, and that's going to be HK Mario taking out Annexes, and Mario in return taking down the Dinos. Goes down, extinction level event.
Yeah, the meteor that KO'd the Dinos is here, but it is going to be a long walk back for NXS here, all the way from that defender spawn. They do manage to take out the White Fox on the side of Rival, so Lick going back to the spawn, but Proxy's in the mix here as well. Takes down Necrobe on the Jeff, so one strategist sent all the way back to square one. 60 seconds away now, just short of halfway to checkpoint number 1, and Rival are starting to get on a roll here. Netra will find Joey, wins the Emma v Emma fight here, and yeah, it's Rival right now. They are in the driver's seat, finding picks one at a time here. No big multi-KOs, no big aces, but they are able to slowly pick away at Loyalty, prevent them from really mustering a defense here, and now with 2:30 left to go, Rival are staring down the door to that first checkpoint.
Staring down, hold it up. Boom! Boundary drops from JZ. Spokey with the Rage of Ultron. That's sustain coming out from both teams right now. Gambo will be able to bring it as well. Hand of Khonshu is available. Zeft has the End Song Inferno. There drops the hands, the moon, the power, the fury. Right there, Bombyong taken out. HK Mario shredding through the Dino that is expected. This is not as fast as Javier wanted to be right now, Diatonic Bro. Loyalty's doing okay on the defense. Not necessarily full holding, but also kind of taking a fight, losing a fight, taking a fight, losing a fight, shredding down that time bank for RVL. That's what they want, because they know they just got to play the time game. They pushed it so fast.
Yeah, I mean, they've bounced back very well from the few losses they've taken at the hands of Rival, but they gotta get a good win in here. Psionic Seduction comes down from Netra first. NXS in a little bit of trouble again here. Gotta heal that Dino. He will go for the Devil Beast Rampage. Bummer gonna protect himself there. Goes for the end song. Will crash down. Zeft and Lick gonna get some KOs. Joey will find Netra, though. 2 for 1 here, favoring Rival so far. They're in control of the mission vehicle, and somebody's gotta get control of that Batsmobile. There it is. A minute 30 left to go here. Loyalty going back in control, but Rival will take it right back here. I see Gamebo potentially over onto the Strange for a portal, but I don't think they can get there in time. 4.5 meters is what Rival got to clear in the next 60 seconds to keep this run alive. Loyalty, though, are back here in full force. 5 meters short, and Rival just got a Kumiho unleashed, but Loyalty don't have anything in the tank right now. They do have an invisible boundary on the board here, gonna protect the team, but this is all what it's all about here, buying time until they can find a way to win the one fight they need to close this out.
And if they run the boundary, they get the sustain, they're going to be able to inflict some pain, and they do have the numbers game in their favor as Jay-Z's taken down, HK Mario and Zeph were taken down as well. No chance to revive 1-to-1. The thing's on my screen right now. Bombyong bringing the Haymaker certified. This is it, actually. This is actually it. Haymaker flying, Netra down. Are you kidding me? I mean, it is the answer to Phoenix. One of the greatest counters to Phoenix, Mr. Big Ben Grimm, the thing. I'm gonna hold it in right now. Take a minute, everybody. This is it, the final defense for Loyalty. If they hold this here, they win their first series in the group stage of Asia and maybe put themselves back in the running.
Yeah, they can see the finish line here. Zeph goes up for the N-Song Inferno. Bombyong and NXS come up big here, though. A couple KOs early on for Loyalty here. Necrobe over on to the Loki, and he's got an invisible boundary for the team to fight under. Spocky will get one off of that Rage of Ultron. Double KO for NXS, though, as he takes out the Emma 1-by-1. Rival are going offline, and no one is there to stop them. Your loyalty pays off, Joey fans, because Loyalty walk away with their first series win in Ignite, 2-1. What did I just see? What just happened?
I am absolutely so impressed right now. I love a team that never gives up. Bottom of the bracket, but not bottom of anything to mess around with. This is the power of a team with nothing to lose, nothing to fear, and only loyalty to one another amongst their players right there. Respect to loyalty, getting a double on the board and taking RVL down. A clean ban phase, a clean push early onto Museum of Contemplation. Woo! It was a map pick not in their favor, but a map they turned to their favor and ended it with a little bit of Big Ben Grim, the thing you love to say it.
Yeah, big win straight off of Yancey Street here for Loyalty. 2 maps in a row they will take off of Rival, and man, the numbers do not lie here. Plenty of KOs onto each member of Loyalty. It's Necrobe, though, that walks away with the MVP. Played a lot of Jeff on this map, ended it on the Loki, threw down the invisible boundary at the last second there, gave the team plenty of safe space to fight, but there was some forward pressure kind of led by Bumhyung on that thing. He really cleared the path for them to push out from that Batsmobile and prevent Rival from even getting boots planted on the objective. No overtime needed here, and yeah, you know, there was a while there where Loyalty, they were right on the edge of letting Rival through, letting them get that first checkpoint, that time refresh. I imagine we'd be looking at a very different Museum of Contemplation run if that were the case. But man, the swaps at the end from Loyalty, just solid performance from them. Clinical way to end it out there. No margin for error, and they deliver on it. What a show Loyalty put on here. Down and out, they have not been able to pick up a map win until today. And not only will it take that first map win, but they'll walk away with the entire series.
Love to see it right there. Love the chaos coming out from Slogan. You'd love to see a big pain, big power, feast going off this match. But you got to answer the question. What was the pace they brought, and what changed the tide? It's because they paid their debt to the moon and cashed in and managed to have some fun in the sun as well at the same time. So Loyalty turned around. Cake, how do you feel about that one, man? That was something. That was something.
I don't know what to feel anymore. I don't think I can feel anything. I am numb to Loyalty now, because it took 24 maps and it took 12 total series across preseason and stage 1 for Loyalty to win their first maps, to win their first series, and they look pretty convincing doing it too. Now, even though it was convincing, I do have to be that person, right? Was this more of a Loyalty win, or was this more of a blunder from Rival's side?
Tough to say, honestly.
It is.
My theory is this: when it came to the bracket, Loyalty had all their toughest matches first. So if there's ever time to get points on the board, it's now. It's now. Whereas RVL and N1HEX, were the teams closest to them, have those easier matches earlier. Those close in skill matches where they did get their points and did establish the 6th, 5th sort of position, maybe 7th. But now, with this case, RVL definitely had a moment where they caught their feet and they did get back to stepping, as they did deny RVL delivering it to the very end with those massive 4-minute holds. But what's done is dusted. Loyalty got such a massive lead that once RVL were on the back foot, switching to go on attack, they just couldn't get it past that first gate. It was too surmountable, the effort Loyalty put.
Okay. Oh, what's this? Ring ring. We got our interview on the line. First time we have our interview with Loyalty's team. We have Anxies on the line. How are you, my friend?
Hello guys. How are we?
We are doing ecstatic now. Well, first of all, welcome to the broadcast. This is the Loyalty's first time here, so honestly, I think we have plenty of questions. How does it feel to get your first series win in Ignite?
It feels really good, honestly. I feel like we've put a lot of time and effort as a team into trying to find what works for us, like find our identity, and struggled to get a win, honestly. Every player has had their game to absolutely deadlift and carry, and we just couldn't manage to scrape together a win through all of preseason and stage 1 up to now, but we finally got one and it feels real good.
I'm gonna ask a multifaceted question here. There's a negative aspect and a positive aspect to it. So you said that there's been multiple times where players have deadlifted the opportunity for Loyalty to maybe come away with a win. It didn't happen. What would you say the major fault for Loyalty has been up until this point? And what do you think was the biggest turnaround that allowed you to win this series?
Oh, okay. I think like our biggest fault would be, even though a lot of our team is quite flexible, has quite a deep hero pool, can play many different characters, we kind of just want to play what we want to play. You know, like I just want to play Rogue. I am never going to get a single chance to play Rogue in this tournament. No Asia team will let Gambit through against us, and if they do, they're not letting the Rogue open either. So I think like that is definitely something that has held us back, always trying to play into as many of the team's strengths as we can, and not ignoring or rejecting the meta, but trying to find our own way around it. Which you think it would be a good thing to do as a team. But I think that really just held us back. And after the first map today, we got a bit heated in the chat, you know. Got quite heated there, and then we're just like, okay, what do we need to do? What do we want to do? And it was our hitscan player, Bumhyung. He's just like, you diff this guy on Dino, 100%. Let's just save the Dino, you diff him, we win. And I'm not gonna say I diffed him, but
Hey, you won.
yeah, we won. It's we all put in the work we needed to.
Okay.
I mean, that's all we want to hear at the end of the day. You know, it's one of the greatest feelings, finally breaking a streak, finally getting the dub, that sigh of relief, that feeling that we're still here, we still have a chance, we still belong, we still deserve to qualify. How do you feel about the comparisons that people have been making, those community casters as well, between you guys, N1HEX and RVO? How do you feel like you guys pair against them?
I feel like it's quite appropriate to group us three together as teams. I think like how we pair against the other two and how they pair against us and each other, I think it's very much how each person is feeling on the day, pretty much. I feel like, yeah, both of those other teams and us, we have good days, we have bad days, we have like some days where we need this character to win the game, or other days where it's like we can't verse this, and both of those teams have that as well. So I think it's quite an even, accurate matchup, and it's just whoever shows up more on the day. Could be a bit on the mental side as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, along the same lines, a lot of your tough matches were really up front. You guys had a very front-loaded schedule here in this group stage. So, you know, this match on paper was definitely one up in the air, not sure who was going to win. Same kind of deal tomorrow with your matchup with N1HEX, kind of the last showing you guys have here in the group stage. I kind of want to know what's the mentality going into that match. Or, you know, you talked about how you guys are really into, you know, you want to play what you want to play, find a way around the meta, think outside the box. Is the plan to try to bring that back against N1HEX, or are you guys going to kind of run back the, you know, like Bumhyung called out the key points of the team, something to rally around? So I just want to know what the mentality is going into this last matchup tomorrow.
I don't want to give away too much. Because
no, of course.
we definitely have a big rivalry with N1HEX after the unfortunate situation that they put us through in preseason. But yeah, I'll just say it depends on the roster they run.
Fair enough.
Okay. So, you know, taking that another beat further, what does the future of Loyalty look like? Regardless of playoff contention, regardless of how Stage 1 goes as a whole, is this a roster for Loyalty that we can expect to stay together as much as possible going into Stage 2 and beyond?
I'd like to think so, but it also does depend a lot. I thought Loyalty, since our MRC days, was a roster that was going to stick together. First it was Winsger that got poached, and then there were some changes made to our roster. Our preseason roster was put together 2 hours before the roster lock. And pretty much the same with Stage 1 as well. It's been very last minute. I'd like to see this roster being one that kind of stays together, improves as we go along, pick up pieces that we might be missing if we need to, but it also does depend. You know, if someone gets a really good offer from a different team that has more potential, I'm not going to be mad if they say yes.
Yeah,
That's fair. That's
that's
huge
good.
because,
That's the
you
mark
know,
of a good leader.
yeah. You've got a lot of fans today, Alexis. Your whole team was really impressed. The people in chat a lot. You know, I believe people are thanking you for lending them their Lambo. Shout out N1HEX. So, of course, you know, good on you for lending them, of course. So, there's a lot of cool things going on for you guys. I do believe you guys got some momentum now. And I think a lot of people are looking forward to your match tomorrow. And it might be something that shakes up the bracket. People have been writing your team up saying you can't qualify. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? Anything can happen at the end of the day. It's craziness of Ignite. So yeah,
That's right.
I look forward to seeing more of you guys.
And hey, look, the platform is yours right now, man. If you want to plug yourself, if there's anyone you want to shout out, friends, families, enemies, anything, man, the platform's yours.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really have much words right now. You know, I'm a little bit stun locked after that game. You know, I almost had an asthma attack halfway through the game.
Oh man,
I was like reaching for my puffer because it's like my heart's going out.
Hey, these two were too.
I'll think about some shout outs and I'll bring a whole list the next time I see you guys.
Okay, you know what? I have a feeling that'll be tomorrow, Angsies. Thank you so much, man. Great talking to you, dude. Thank you for giving us time to ask all these questions and learn more about loyalty, man. I can't wait to see more of you in the future.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Angsies. Thank you so much, man. Well, with that being said, truly anything is possible, especially when it comes to Pacific. This is why, and I'm gonna let you all in on a secret. This is my favorite region because we get wild stuff like this, man. You really never know what to expect with Pacific. And yeah, this is only the group stage of stage 1. What could possibly happen next? And I have a feeling you two, I know what the answer is going to be. Maybe there's a chance that loyalty can still go for playoffs. What do we think? Okay. Okay.
I mean, it really comes down to that. You know, if they play like they played on Museum of Contemplation against N1HEX tomorrow, I would never count them out. I mean, that is the loyalty you want to see. That's what this team has been hiding all along. So, I said it in the wake of that Map 3 win, but the loyalty pays off. I mean, there are some big fans in chat for sure. We see you out there.
Oh,
and,
we saw.
Yeah, comes to fruition, man. What a win for them.
Well, I'm going to have to do some contemplating myself because we still have more matches to go today. Get your Twitch drops, stick around, get some water, whatever you got to do. We'll be back in a few minutes with more banger Pacific action.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah, yeah. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in. Oh yeah, we won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's the switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath-free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlight. 차가운 공기 속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss.
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer kill. Your powers are mine! Nevermore! What are you aiming at? Let the devil out!
No meal's complete with only one burger. Believe me, I know. I have to eat 3 or 4 at a time, but we are limited with Ignite today. We gotta watch our figure just a little bit, right? And gorge ourselves with 2 delicious burgers because we got a whole new matchup, and I'm hungry. We got burgers coming up versus Triple AD, and I am really excited for this matchup. Now, to give a little inside scoop to the chat, what's going on behind the scenes, you two were disagreeing about how many maps we think this series will go. We saw burgers earlier, Wounds played amazingly, we saw Ved do as well, but we think this could also be a 2-0 today, or at least some of us.
What do you think about that, Tonic? Why is it the case?
Well, you know,
Mr.
there is kind of
1-3.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm on the side of a map 3 in this series. You know, I think both of these teams kind of have some similar strings to them here. You know, Triple AD came out of the MRC, was kind of a breakout hit in the preseason for me. I really liked watching them, and I thought they performed very well. I feel very much the same about the Burgers here in Stage 1. You know, they toppled the Season 7 MRC here in Pacific. They have this golden opportunity presented to them, taking the place of Pirates after they disband, and they have been running with it ever since. I feel like at least on paper, maybe these two are close, but I know, Liger, you brought up a good point, though. You mentioned that Triple AD's schedule may be a little bit front-loaded in terms of the potential wins.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think Triple AD had a bit of a... they versed the teams that are sort of towards the bottom of the bracket so far, whereas the Burgers have been battling the teams in the upper so far. So, in terms of battle tested over this week and last week, the Burgers have kind of been through the trenches a little bit more, you know, but nonetheless, you know, you never know how it can truly unfold. We don't know, because Triple AD, they're veterans. Veterans versus the new dogs on the block, so Could go either way. Could
Yeah.
really be generally something fun, and it's cinematic nonetheless.
It's really interesting that this might actually come down to a scheduling diff, because I have a fun factoid for you all. Burgers and Triple AD have the same exact tied score in the entirety of Stage 1, down to the map differential. They're both 3-2 for the series. They have the same amount of map wins and losses. They are both +1. They are tied number 4 in the entirety of this stage. So whoever wins this, absolutely going to be guaranteed for playoffs, right? And whoever loses this is going to be in that same limbo as Rivals Esports, where, yeah, they're probably good for playoffs, but it's not an absolute guarantee. The only reason why I'm more inclined to think that maybe Burgers can take this series is that Triple AD had a lot to live up to coming into this stage. They were in the consistent second place slot up until the very end of the group stage for preseason. They won out there. They got second place in MRC. They faced up against Pirates and looked really good. They had a really good bracket run inside of preseason 2. But coming into Stage 1, boys, it's not really the same. And with Hell's Heaven coming up, I don't know. Burgers looked pretty good on Dom earlier today. It's a tough one.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to find out. We're going to find out the beauty of it all. I love it because these teams are kind of in the middle of the pack. They have a lot to lose, a lot to gain, you name it. They want to prove themselves to be on the upper echelon. They want to be compared with the likes of Z10, XOXO, and Reject. But some of them have been battling them for a while, and some of them are new on the block. That's the power of this dynamic. I like it. I like it. It's a good story to get behind. Whichever team you're rooting for, you're definitely rooting for a cause. All I know is I'm rooting to see someone actually lock in Black Widow. Scrappy, we're looking at you. Don't hover. Stick with it.
Maybe
Magic?
looking to play
Okay.
for the vibes a little bit here, somewhere between Black Widow and Magic, maybe. But yeah, something not going to be too surprised about. Gambit, of course, off the table first here. This is the second round for the Burgers tonight. A doubleheader on a stack. Triple AD first time at bat for tonight. Definitely interested to see how this matchup pans out, because yeah, I think it's a little up in the air. I would agree. I think Triple AD's schedule maybe front loaded in terms of the matchups that they could win or should win, and the Burgers have really been put through the ringer here, put to the test in their first round in Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Asia Pacific. So we'll have to see how this pans out, because yeah, you know, I think being in the middle of the pack for both of these teams, they're pretty much gonna go to playoffs, but you know, looking out for that seeding, want to put themselves in the best position at the start of that bracket. Triple AD, no shocker, will save that double dino for themselves. The Burgers really thinking about this second ban here, but they will take the Rocket Raccoon off of the table for Triple AD, and yeah, they will also bring a big dinosaur to the table too.
Big dino certified. Lock it in. Curious to see what that next ban's going to be. Right now, the Burgers don't have the Gambit. Neither do AAA. Rocket's locked out for AAA. They might go for the Phoenix ban here, and then follow it with the Rocket ban later down the line, unless Burgers are tactical and can secure themselves a one-sided Rocket. Wait to see who's going to get the first one-sided ban, or is it going to kind of be evenly played across the block? We'll see as we enter this double ban block here on the 4th slot. Phoenix to match makes a lot of sense. Could be the Rocket to mirror as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. And these teams trading those Phoenix and Rocket bans back and forth all night. No shocker there. And the Burgers definitely talking it out here. They are not quick to lock in these bans at all. Triple AD seems to settle pretty straightforward here. One more save for the Burgers. Thinking about the Star-Lord for a second, maybe the Luna Snow as well here. She has been pretty influential, and a lot of pieces of that Lucky Lone team up on the table still. Triple AD got one ban left to go, and they will save themselves the Luna, so maybe gonna look for a little bit of that team up here. Probably gonna come down to what Triple AD decides to ban against them to round this out. But yeah, you know, we talked about it earlier, but the poor strategist players are really having to dig into the hero pool, because lots of strategists banned. I mean, Gambit pretty much 100% off the table, but Rocket's starting to suffer the same fate here, taking a lot of bans. Teams just really don't want to take that CYA or take on that CYA.
Final Protect coming out now, AAA. One-sided Black Cat. Ooh. Devastation. Would that now mean to a composite one-sided Luna? Well, they go for the Mantis instead. That target's down pretty good. That leaves Luna for them available both sides. Oh, hesitation. Do they want that? I mean, it's a good play to go, if they go to one side, we got to go to one side. Something to differentiate them. The beautiful thing is Luna's a pretty good option to handle the Black Cat. You got the snowball. It's a pretty consistent counter and can really freeze her expectations and, you know, freeze her account. Literally. No cashing in. That is the goal of Luna against Black Cat.
Yeah, and you know, with the Black Cat save, Triple AD definitely signaling some dive coming from them, so you want heroes like Luna Snow in your backline, freeze them dead in their tracks, like you said. White Fox on the table as well, and we've seen Hypobolical play a White Fox several times here, so gonna be looking to shut down any potential dive. Rocco hovering the Black Cat here, as that's Triple AD save. Outside of the Double Dino for Tuba, of course, who has been a monster on that Double Dinosaur for sure, but draft all in the books here. The Burgers and Triple AD, two MRC teams, two MRC darlings really come out of the Marvel Rivals Championship here into Ignite, and they both got hands. A lot of these Pacific MRC teams do have hands here, but they are from two different generations of the MRC. Season 6 and Season 7 here on deck between the two of them. I'm really looking forward to digging into this one. It does look like maybe some early looks from the Burgers. Maybe they are anticipating some dive, but the question is that the right call? It's a little bit of a gamble.
4, 3,
Well, you're going to have to say that one again right there as we roll on in. The mix of all the big swords and actions and all of the above. Need to see the Ultron. I know a lot of people out there waiting. Everybody's waiting. Why? They want to see Ultron get a legendary. Maybe it might come out matched when the good old Path to Doomsday clocks around and we get to the Age of Ultron era. Looking forward to it. Hopefully we get something special from Mr. Metal Man himself. But 5 seconds till the missionary unlocks. We're here on Hell's Heaven. And the mark of the Phoenix is not going to be around. It's just banned both sides. Loki, Groot, Mantis, Nature's Calling team up is in full effect. Got to be very smart about that one. Big crunch coming out. Woo! By Tuba. So we're back on our screens. Welcome back to Ignite, everybody. Hypobolical going on the White Fox. Everybody's bringing the pressure. But it looks like Triple AD is going to be the first one to capture.
Yeah, and a bit of a back and forth here. Both teams kind of locking horns for now. No big KO swings so far here. Ben in some trouble though. Quasit will finish him off, and Scrappy ready to trade here, and he'll find Mondu on that Loki. So one strategist taken off the board here for Triple AD, and Scrappy still on the move here, looking for an opportunity to get in the mix, but it doesn't look like the rest of the team ready to convert quite yet here. So for now, just gonna buzz around Triple AD, give him a little bit of harassment here, trying to find a way to pry open that door so the Burgers can start making that capture. But a good start here for Triple AD, already 30% and plenty more where that came from. Hypobolical, a little bit of hurt there on the White Fox, but we'll find the KO on the No Smite, and the Groot taken down for Triple AD here. Now the Burgers maybe gonna try to sink their teeth in here as those strategists looking to try and protect themselves. A little dicey, as well as Scrappy in need of some healing there on the ground. So low with Quasit will finish him off. Another KO there for the Mantis, and all the while Liger, Triple AD still making capture progress, more than 50%.
Ooh, big crunch coming out right there. You love to see it, Tuba. And Ved on the mix right there. Big power, big diamond. Dino power. But speaking of diamonds, the best friend of the Black Cat over here, as she slices up RF and says, your ice is not the diamonds that I'm looking for today. Luna Snow, set up the flame orb on the high ground right there. Triple A is looking good right now, Diatonic. They're wrapping it up right now. Got a 75% lead. The Burgers don't have the ults to take this. In fact, AAA have the ults to counter it. Straining Prison, bring out the calling card, call up a Primal Dino. Got so many resources available for Triple A to defend with. But now is the question, as they set it up, Visible, Bows, sets the mark, Rocco, Hypobolical, No Smite, Strangling Prism, only hits one, and they're going to be protected by a bit of patty caking in the backline. But Rocco swiping once, swiping twice, going directly for Wounds, shutting down the startup, going to start the marks once again, trying to rival Navoy on the DD, but it looks like the lawyer is in session. It's going to be there to catch this thief and probably send her to jail, but for now, she's going to be survived by the dance of Luna Snow. Setting it up, bringing the sustain. Dino's going for it. Careful of the edge right now. Throw it off the map. Tuba takes Ved off the map. Dunks him into the lava. Oh my days. I was waiting for that one to happen. You got to be very careful against Dinos on the edge of Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Tuba, no stranger to the Dino Dunk there, but it's a 0 to 100 for Triple AD. They hold almost all the cards there, ult advantage going into that last fight, and they will pay for it here. The Burgers not able to find a foothold on a Super Soldier Factory. That goes uncontested to Triple AD, and a very solid start for this team. You know, I'm looking at the Burgers. I feel like they're just a bit lost right now. They've got some good options here, but Triple AD not super heavy into the dive outside of Rocco on that Black Cat. So, you know, they're kind of swapping between wounds off the Star-Lord onto the Elsa Bloodstone. You know, they don't have access to the Rocket CYA. We saw them utilize that team up a lot in their first match here tonight, and now it just feels like they're not sure what to do yet without the Rocket. So, gonna be some changes here. Navoy on the Daredevil, Scrappy over to the Venom for now here. The Cap not able to find the foothold they were hoping for. So I like the swaps from the Burgers. Triple AD pretty much gonna bring this back to bear here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's their philosophy, but a good start here for Triple AD. Now the question is, how do the Burgers respond? How do they get in this fight? Because they don't want to let this slip away. Gotta try and get back in the fight. At least take us to point number 3.
Absolutely right now. Is unlocking. Get into the mix of it. Tuba's got Primal very, very soon. I think he's going to be first one to Mandu. But he has it online. We could see Snake building up as well. Those pulsing cannons right now. Going to be able to build up that Ionic charge and get the Rage of Ultron. And he's going to go for the Shapeshift, copying Resurgence of Quasid right there. The Mantis bringing it up, bringing the Sustain, bring their Roaring Force forward. But yeah, it's actually enough for them to be able to power through and take down that Dino. It's going to be taking down Scrappy's going to be next in line. We're going to be very careful. Ved down. KO's confirmed. No smite. Taking Scrappy as well. But I got to say, the points right now, Ditonic, it's probably going to be 5% lead to Triple AD right now. They're going to win this fight. They're probably going to have rotations to win the next fight, as the ults are coming online for them first rather than Burgers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these early fight wins here for Triple AD. Not only do they get early control of the point, but they get that ult charge moving. And they've got a couple of pretty swift ones. Of course, Ultron being one of the fastest ult charges they got on deck. No Shocker holding that Rage of Ultron is Snake already here. No Smite almost ready for a Strangling Prison as well. So definitely big advantages for Triple AD. And he's going to let that Rage of Ultron rip here. Snake shooting through the door here, trying to stop the Burgers from even getting to the point here. It's Rocco, though, going to finish off Ved on the Devil Dinosaur and build a little bit more progress towards that capture calling card here, excuse me. And the Burgers able to get on the point, able to put down a little bit of progress, but just not enough to turn the battle in their favor. Wounds does have an Apex Predator though, so maybe they can try to clear the point and at least make the flip. But Tuba has that Devil Beast Rampage ready to go here. Mandu will find a KO though onto Navoy off the Loki here, so a big early pick onto the Daredevil. Not a lot of options to get in the mix against Triple AD, and with those strategists online, there's no way the Burgers can stand up in this fight. Navoy is up, but he's the only one alive for the Burgers right now, and Triple AD might already be on their way to some final fight territory.
Yes, indeed. Right now they're looking confident, they're looking sharp for themselves. Pretty safe to say that this is the momentum we've seen a Triple AD of old right now, consistent in Ignite Asia, and have always been pulled up to the club today. Now we've got to bring attention to Rocco. Dropping the calling card right now, gonna bring it up, gonna maybe turn it up, gonna maybe land it. Right now we're waiting for the marks right now by the Burgers, playing on the defensive to deny value of Rocco's calling card. We're gonna see what's next in line for themselves. 97, 98, 99, leads to overtime. Placing it to Resurgence, gonna match out Ved with the Rampage. Following suit, we're gonna see Scrappy combo with Arif. Can we see the Feast of the Abyss of all worlds? Go for the combo, does manage to get a bit of damage, and they do take down Quasid in return. Another one's going down. There goes no smite. Wounds in return. Pick after pick right now as they are losing players left, right, and center, and they're losing a contestant to hold. AAA is looking a bit rough for themselves right now, as Burgers might have the numbers game in their favor, but it all depends on the rollout from Rocco. If Rocco can start snowballing, get one, swipe twice, go for RF, set up the orb, hopefully go in, hit the rebound, claw back, and take out Hyperbolical right there. That is going to give him power. Tuba with the Rampage. Man to follow suit, giving some more sustain on the copy shapeshifted as we are. The portal was up, but the portal's not going to be enough to sustain. There's a lot of firepower coming out. Nobody's there to sustain. 100-0. AAA definitely do live up to the name, and they take Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and Rocco moving different on that Black Cat, quite literally bouncing off the walls of Hell's Heaven, and Triple AD make a statement at the outset of this series. It's 0 to 200, no contention from the Burgers here, and Rocco will pick up that MVP, 15-0, did not get eliminated one time, 9 final hits on that Black Cat. Absolutely no answer for Rocco here, and he's definitely been one of the stars for Triple AD plenty of times around, but this was definitely something different here for Triple AD. They know that Rocco's got that Black Cat on lock, do everything they can to enable it. They find early picks. Every time it feels like the Burgers are trying to initiate a fight, they're already down 1 or 2 bodies, and they may be able to match, but they can't find a value advantage at any situation, really. You know, Ved unfortunately KO'd several times on the Devil Dino, 3 and 7, and you know, that front guard, they're just not able to protect the rest of the team. So yeah, Triple AD looking so strong here in map 1.
Absolutely. Looking stellar, looking absolutely prime, ready to go and take on more. I mean, this is Triple AD. They got to verse Reject tomorrow. They have a big match ahead of them. So honestly, they need to show up and show big things right now so that they can be in contention and potentially be a team, maybe the first team that can put, well, maybe put Reject down, maybe take a map off Reject. Triple AD is the last hope to try and take down the Flawless Champions.
Yeah, and just a very interesting kind of outset for the Burgers here. It felt a little muddy in the team composition. Like, I couldn't really tell you outright what the game plan is or what the win condition is, other than just to try to win the fight straight up. But that just didn't happen for the Burgers here. At every turn, Triple AD able to stamp out their offensive efforts, and they walk away 0 to 200 here on Hell's Heaven.
Well, I'm ready to walk away as well, but I'm also ready to walk back. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get into map 2 between the Burgers and Triple AD.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
All right, Dr. Diatonic, help me out here. What is the prognosis? How do we go for a post-mortem on that last match?
Yeah, I mean, kind of taking a look at the scoreboard here, it's really tough for me to point out something that the Burgers are doing wrong here other than just losing the fights. I mean, you know, I kind of pointed out before the break, I wasn't too clear on the team comp or the win condition here. It just seemed like they're wanting to go into a fight and just win the team fight. No real kind of strategy, it seems like. I want to see them get a little more tightened up on the team comp. I have to wonder if the Rocket Raccoon ban really threw them off, because that was a key point for their match earlier tonight that they won, and that was banned away by Triple AD, and it just felt like they weren't sure what to do next. So, you know, it really just looks like in this matchup, Triple AD just take it outright.
And playing off that too, I really enjoyed the fact that Triple AD was rocking, what was it, the Ultron, Mantis, and Loki composition too. They had such a solid backline. It constantly enabled Rocco, who went 15-0 by the way. They were unstoppable. And as we go to Symbiotic Surface, we're seeing a lot more teams off of a loss go to convergence maps. This is a far cry from what we've seen pretty much any other week of Pacific.
It's better than Museum of Contemplation.
Well, anything's better than Museum of Contemplation.
Museum of Clintonation. Clintonation. There we go. Museum of Clintonation. Let's go, everybody. We're going to
Do
see
you think this is like an alien museum?
Ooh, I think the entire planet is a museum.
Oh,
For sure.
That's so deep, man.
Because
The whole world is like a museum, man, full of artifacts and
Sorry, the opportunity was right there. It's that time of the night.
I mean, really, you know, Clintar, whether it's a museum, the whole of Clintar is basically the splash zone here. So break out the umbrellas, break out the
fun.
parkas, because there's some symbiote goo here that you might get splashed with on this one. But it is map number 2, Triple AD, a very convincing map number 1 win on Hell's Heaven. Now the Burgers got to pull it together here, start turning this thing around. It's going to start from here. It's going to start from the draft phase. They got to come with a game plan here, something that they can lean back on, because it seems like at toe-to-toe, just a straight matchup, Triple AD win out every single time. And like you guys were saying, I think a lot of it hinges on that backline. They had a strategy going in. They were taking full advantage of Mantis Groot. They had the Ultron there for the damage boost along with the Mantis, so definitely a more kind of ironed out game plan for Triple AD. No Phoenix for the Burgers. Triple AD banned that out. Both of them gonna save the Dino, and now Burgers thinking about the Mantis ban. Not a bad choice, because I definitely feel like she was a big player for Triple AD.
Couldn't agree more. Big factor to consider. I mean, oh, you're so right. Like, we could see that unfold if we get that value extracted out of this ban phase, but it all depends how they play this one out, because look, we're finally seeing, I want to say differentials. Is the Rocket going to stick in the ban? It is. Okay, now, this should be Protect. This should be Rocket Protect right here. Get yourself a one-sided Rocket, and then in return, you might lose the Gambit, the Star-Lord. And that kind of leads Burgers down a certain ban path. However, they're going to go for the Black Cat Secure this time. Change it up a little bit, which should mean that they will lose Rocket right here.
Yes, and I don't think that's the worst position for Triple AD to be in, because Rocco was cooking on Black Cat, on Hell's Heaven. The Burgers just had no answer for him. He was not KO'd a single time on that map, so they're definitely just banking on Rocco doing the same exact thing again. They are going to take away the Captain America, though. Interesting last ban here from them. And now the Burgers also thinking about the Black Cat here, maybe taking it straight to Rocco, trying to win out that duel. Maybe not the worst play. I mean, if you're going to take something to deal with the Black Cat, why not another Black Cat here? But one ban left for Triple AD, and then we are on our way. They just got to close out here on Symbiotic Surface, and they'll walk away with a solid 2-0 win here.
Indeed, indeed. The Black Cat differential not locked in because both teams have access to it. There it is. Star-Lord ban still made it through. Little cheeky little Galactic Legend's going to be shut down, not available. But I don't think they mind too much. We'll be able to run that triple strategist lineup, perhaps with the Ultron factor. But in return, we'll see how it all unfolds. They're going to go for the Soul Black Cat duelist carry. Again, we've already mentioned it. Once you got that full team up in effect with the White Fox, with the Black Cat, with the Captain America, you already know it is there locked in. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely enough damage output, especially throwing in a little cheeky Ultron. So, how can Triple AD respond to that? How can the Burgers run this composition and Triple AD can extract their own victory here today? We'll see as we are gloriously going to Celestial. Ooh, Clintar, sorry. We're going to Symbiotic Surface. It'll be interesting to see. Now, this is a tough one. It's a bit of a... first area, not too good for Black Cat, actually. Very open. Hard to get out.
I was gonna say, I feel like the Burgers are gonna be on attack here first as the doors open up. And yeah, I do think it's a bit of a gamble. Navoy maybe gonna go on the Black Cat to start things off. Yeah, it is tricky here right at the outset for her, but they are definitely gonna lean on it. I have to imagine Wounds maybe gonna have some drones on Navoy for that damage boost. Send Navoy in to just carve through everybody on Triple AD. I have to imagine to some degree that is gonna be the game plan here, but whatever it is, Burgers gotta shore things up here. They are one map down in this best of 3 series. Triple AD gonna set the pace here as they are on defense first. They can hold the Burgers, set themselves up for a layup. They will close this one out in kind. And yeah, after their performance on Domination, have to imagine they've got some momentum. on their side here, but we are ready to brawl here. Wounds on the Ultron this time. The Burgers definitely back to the drawing board in that draft phase, changing things up. Quite a different look for that team here, and some different looks for Triple AD as well. Tuba gonna bring out the Vanpool this time. Snake on the Star-Lord. He's in a little bit of trouble starting things off, but Rocco, of course, back over onto that Black Cat, the game changer for Triple AD on map 1.
Game changer indeed right now. Let's see how it all unfolds. Snake in the value phase, shifting, drifting, taking out Navoy. Big plays, big power, Mandu there. Quasted unfortunately down, but does eventually by taking out Scrappy in return. If it's worth for Scrappy, it's fair play, but I do believe it's going to have to be a reset for the Burgers attack here. Triple A do have the numbers game in their favor, but Smite's going for the flank here. He's not going to let him out. Big crunch.
Nowhere to run from Devil Dinosaur. That KO feed painted bright blue here for Triple AD on the defense, and they've got some big forward pressure as well there. Tuba getting a final hit, so grabs that little XP boost. Plenty of XP to go around here for the Vanpool for Triple AD. A solid start for him. 2:30 still on the clock for the Burgers, and they've already got a Banhammer ready to go here as the Burgers roll out for another round on attack. Focusing down Ved here first on the Devil Dinosaur is Tuba. Gonna hold on to that Banhammer though, probably gonna look for somebody in the back line, but there's some serious threats here on the side of Triple AD getting ready to charge those ults.
Absolutely right there. Big power. Snake going in, trying to shred through Scrappy's HP pool. Another clean shift right there from Navoy. Gets taken out. Scrappy as well. Snake is on a roll right now. Maybe go for that triple KO on the Star-Lord. Do we see more as they are on the chase right now, picking off the Burgers one by one? It's a quadra KO. Do we see it? Is it the moment for it? Oh, Tuba took the Penta. Unfortunate for Snake, who is going to have to just settle for the quadra for now.
But I mean, definitely sending a message. Quadra KO on the Star-Lord, holding the Galactic Legend the entire time. So basically, the kind of value you would expect from a Star-Lord ult, but in the neutral for Snake. Big player here for Triple AD. And there's the Galactic Legend. One more KO for Peter Quill here as that damage coming in from overhead. The only defense that the Burgers have right now is that Rage of Ultron here. They will escape the wrath of Star-Lord for now, but Tuba has one more KO onto Navoy here. Black Cat just not able to get up off the mat here. So if that was their game plan, it is game, set, match here so far. Tuba gonna grab a double KO and one more selfie here. The Burgers gonna bring 3 ults to the table, maybe 4 or 5, but Liger so far, they just have not found a way through this defensive line.
Absolutely right now. They are literally being held 3 minutes now with no momentum moving onto that area. They can't even taste the side of it. But Rune's gonna go in, try to bring some firepower. Rage of Ultron trying to pour in the damage, keep Ved alive, but there's so much damage pouring in. You got Tuba, you got Rocker, you got Smite pouring all that frontline damage into Ved right now. They're going to have to force fade the both lords a bit early. It's going to match Quace. It's going to drop it as well. And that's going to give them neutrality alongside the sustainability coming from their strategic ults right there. But you got to be careful. The voice calling card doesn't get the value they need. As Tuba is taking them down. Double deagle action from the King Paul out here. You got to be very careful. You got to be very worried when this King Paul gets a rolling right now. But the Dino's being crunched. Mecha Dino out here doing it up. And they do stop another push. Look, they've got Navoy on Strange Diatonic, but one last fight. They don't have the utility to win it.
No, absolutely no alts coming the way of the Burgers here. Navoy gonna get him portaled in, and they're gonna make a little bit of progress here, but yeah, Tuba has always been one to watch out for on the side of Triple AD. Gotta watch out for the White Fox though. Hypolical taking down Rocco, so that Black Cat sent back. Snake here, gonna try to stop this dead in its tracks. The Burgers, a little bit of a sign of life as we go into overtime as Scrappy over onto the Thor. They will focus down the Snake, push him out, and the Burgers might be able to capture this first objective. Just a couple members of Triple AD walking it back from spawn. Yeah, there is no response here. The Burgers gonna keep it rolling. 2:30 on the clock, and they'll have checkpoint number 1. And RF will have Quasid as well. A quick snipe on the Luna Snow to keep the ball rolling. So good signs of life here, but that's kind of the question now as we roll through Symbiotic Surface. Is it too little or too late?
Well, that's the second best hold you can take right there, you know? A fully maximized overtime hold. It's the best you're going to get for now. It ain't going to be easy out here in Ignite. And AAA do know very well what they got to bring to the table here to really secure this victory right now. They're already a map up, but there we go. Never mind. Oh, Rocco does not get the value. In fact, Navoy's the one who gets the resets and actually gets the flow of the Black Cat marked right now. Not trying to cash in, doesn't have the affordability. to go for the big bucks here, but we'll be able to stall it out, go for the invisibility, go in for the dash, go in for the slash, and absolutely go through and try to mark out and take the one right there, Mandu. But it's tough. The White Fox lives. It's going to be T-Tuber and the King Pool protecting their lineup right now, opening up the Book of Pool and seeing if they can maybe activate something different, get a bit shinier, and hopefully stronger for the next fight.
Yeah, you know that snowball is coming in huge here for Tuba. He's had several selfies, several XP boosts, so gonna look to lean on that a little bit here. Mandu's got that Kumio unleashed, but Scrappy lets the God of Thunder out here, taking down Quasit. So Luna Snow out of the mix here, but Tuba's got a couple of deagles, 4 wounds here, shooting Ultron down out the sky, and Rocco will take Navoy. Mandu will find Scrappy as well, one by one here. The burgers being sent back to the kitchen, 86'd them at the 11th hour here. I mean, they're right around the corner from checkpoint number 2, and now Rocco's got a KO. No smite in the mix there on that Dino as well. Didn't even need the Devil Beast Rampage. 45 seconds left for the burgers to find another miracle play on the attack, but you know, the biggest boon here for Triple AD, they got 3 ults and maybe a calling card waiting for them for what could potentially be the last fight here on Symbiotic Surface.
Down to 30 seconds.
Could potentially indeed. 30 seconds left. Final chance for the push, the cheeky push to see if the burgers can get it past the second gate. We're going to start off with Navoy. He's going to set up the mark. Snake is taken down. Ramp it up one more time because we're going to see the calling card. Double slash taken out. Mandu right there. Double KO certified. Navoy's on a roll right now, but he's going to get matched and nullified by the fate of both worlds coming out from Quasit, but that's going to be enough for them to retreat. Maybe not retreat. Maybe go in for another treat and absolutely slice up another one for the pick right there. 2 seconds gone. Overtime has been achieved. Locked in final fight territory. Here we go. Bed's going in, gonna go for the Rampage. No Slime matches the Rampage as well. T2 getting a pick right there. Rocco as well. Snake as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close the door. The burgers don't have a chance. They're all down. Overtime's ticking down and out. There's no chance for contention. And that's gonna be Triple A. Woo, with a hold.
Yeah, the Black Cat save here on map 2 coming in clutch for Triple AD. Rocco's got that calling card, got the number of the burgers, and that number is 136 meters. All they're going to have to do to close out this series in a 2-0 win. Maybe not the result we were expecting to be looking at here as we're heading into the back half of a Symbiotic Surface. There is some room for the burgers to breathe, but as we saw, you know, that first checkpoint, they had to go all the way to overtime right out of the gate here. So if Triple AD are able to come out swinging, win a very early team fight, they will be leagues ahead of the pace the burgers set on offense here. We are going over to defense, though. Burgers have an opportunity to try and hold here. Scrappy might stick on the Thorn. We've seen him run it before here, and generally pretty good at checking the team's flanks on that Thor. So maybe going to have head on a swivel here, as Triple AD, I imagine, are going to look to put the pressure on right out the gate and finish this one off early. Not a lot of swaps coming in from them as far as I can tell. Same for the burgers, though. Wounds is over onto the Elsa one more time. We'll have to see if it pays off, though. They got one last shot to stay alive here in this series.
Any particular reason why?
That's the way it is right there. RF on the Luna. It's going to be tough though, Diatonic. You're right to mention what you were saying about how they need to really extract that potential from that extra time that they have in the bank, but it's tough. It's tough because they're sitting in a situation now where the burgers, you know, Triple A is taking a map on them. They have to ridiculously hold crazily right now. And the worst part is they don't even know Tuba's already portaling to their high ground.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the Symbiotic Surface classic here. Take that high ground off of the Strange Portal and shoot down, but the burgers are up here on the high ground as well. Window-to-window battle here as Triple AD walk through the portal and walk onto that objective right away, but it's Scrappy, though. Snake gonna meet the end of Mjolnir here as he'll find one KO very early on. Then he'll pick up one on the Devil Dinosaur as well, so a couple of good early picks here. Mondo in a little bit of trouble on that White Fox as well. Good freeze, though, from Quasit on the veg. Shut down that Dino Rampage here, but can't escape from him for too long, running them back to the spawn as far as they can, and leading the charge there, the Vanguard line for the burgers. Ved and Scrappy living up to the namesake, will take down No Smite on the Devil Dino, but Triple AD going for a little bit of a cheeky back cap here, gonna try to at least get one tick out of this, courtesy of Rocco on that Black Cat. And a good Flame Orb as well, putting down some damage, forcing them back just a little bit here, and it looks like they will get that first tick.
We'll be able to, big crunch coming out right there. That's going to be able to slice up Tuba right there. Coming out from Veg. 2:30 left on the clock right now. We're going to bring attention to, in fact, they're fully retreated here, and the capture's still not in their favor. As, Triple A did get a tick there, but tough to say as the ults are not in their favor right now. Navoy is closest to it and could use it defensively, the big quiz, but lock in right now into the motion. High ground with the Dino could be valued. Let's see as AAA do start to move onto the mission area right now. We're going to see the counter from the pop quiz right there. They're going to be barreling forward, trying to get someone. Looks like they're trying to aim down Rocco nice and early, but for now, it's just going to be used to buy time and just shred through that bank that AAA have.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea to shut down Rocco. He is probably the biggest problem on the side of AAAD for the Burgers here. So take one of their big damage pieces out of the equation is not a bad way to start things off, but it's Tuba in this fight that's going to take down Scrappy right after that God of Thunder. So quite a value loss here for the Burgers. Ved going to try to make up for it with that Double Beast Rampage. AAAD have 3 ults and they're holding them close to their chest, but Snake going to let that playlist rip here. Goes overhead for the Galactic Legend to put down some damage, but a Kumio Unleashed now forced out from Hybolical, the Apex Predator from Wounds, but they're just not converting to KOs here. Quasit has that Fate of Both Worlds for AAAD, so they are under that umbrella for now here, but that dance floor, that club won't be open all night long here. The Burgers, though, gonna battle back, get a little bit of pressure onto AAAD. They've got a Fate of Both Worlds of their own here, but as it goes offline, RF in some serious trouble here. Calling card from Rocco yet again, and it will break through. Burgers one by one gonna go down here. Ved is on to Doctor Strange. There is a portal, but there are no more bodies, and AAAD 3:30 on the clock will grab checkpoint number 1. Now they just got to get it to the second one. 136 meters, so not quite all the way to checkpoint 2, but a solid look here for this AAAD offense.
Oh, it's definitely solid right now. They're in a really good position here. As they know, they've already set up on the secondary high ground, which means they're buying a lot of time for themselves, which means if they can bunker in right here where the Burgers are exiting out of their spawn, they can force them away from claiming high ground. They can force them away from stopping the momentum of that convoy and hopefully get themselves into a position where they're only one fight away from turning a corner to win. Because look at that bar moving right now. They're already halfway to the mark they need to get. That is great point control. Good on them for rushing to the high ground.
Yeah, you just want to create that personal space bubble around the mission vehicle. Give yourself some free real estate as AAAD are going to try to lock it down here. Rocco, though, taking out the equation. It's going to be up to Snake now to deal some damage to the Burgers here. But the Burgers, no ults in the bank. Scrappy so close to that God of Thunder. But it's going to be the Galactic Legend from Snake to open things up here. And they might be able to find a clear path forward. Going after an avoid. Double KO so far. And that Galactic Legend still going here. Tuba taken out. Going to be walking it back from spawn here. But they may not even need him. No smite on a double KO on that dinosaur. The Jaws of Fate come in clutch yet again here. They're looking for every member of the Burgers they can get their hands on here. Rocco will find Wounds, and that path so clear. Strange portal offline for the Burgers, so they got to try to run it back. But Liger, I don't think they can make it here. 4 meters left to go, ticking away here. Scrappy goes for it on the Thor, but he can't get there in time. AAAD make up the ground here, and they will close it out with 2 minutes still on the clock and take a 2-0 win.
Ooh, claimed, certified. Wow, what a stellar performance right now. Unbelievable. Can you see that? Can you see that right now? That's how they brought it forward. That's how they actually put it right there. You know, we're making predictions. Would it be a best of 3 series? Would it be 2-0? We don't know, but yes, we do, because it is 2-0, and AAAD do take it away right then and there, which means one more series of the night. But we're gonna have a yap very soon. We're gonna have a nice chat with somebody from AAAD. We're going to understand what are they thinking right now, because so far they've locked themselves into the top 4. They're looking pretty good there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a very secure space in the playoffs here, and a big win for them too. The Burgers, I think, a credible threat to a team like AAAD, but a solid win here, saying you're not quite ready for this league yet. Good showing here in the group stage of stage 1 from the Burgers, but not quite ready to take down a team like AAAD, and those numbers do not lie. Some big elim numbers coming in from AAAD. Snake and Rocco doing their job and doing it quite well, but it is Mandu on that White Fox that walks away with the MVP, most heals and most assists. So that backline from AAAD, so integral to the win here today. But yeah, I mean, the Burgers just not able to find a way in. Better looks on map 2 for sure, more competitive. But yeah, it just felt like they were a little lost here in this matchup. Little bit out of their depth, but that's the way it is. Veterancy and Ignite for teams that know how to play, adapt, and welcome in a new order and a new strategy to their style. It's nice to see AAAD have started to build
their adjustments needed to be able to take on teams in this meta. Very formidable in the old style, but now they are here ready to tackle on what is cooking. And yeah, they realize the teams at the top of Asia are the teams that are playing this meta and absolutely mastering it, bringing out the Rocket, the Black Cat, the White Fox, the Cap, you know, even a bit of Venom, Devil Dinosaur. It's obvious to see how you claim victory here. And Keg, brother, that is what you said. You know, you were asking about the prediction. I'll be honest, I got the number right, but I got the team wrong.
Okay. You know what? That's half the battle
That's
right there. That's half the battle. I knew in my gut, which is full of burgers, that it was going to be a 2-0. I didn't know who would take it, but again, AAAD, we have really high stocks on them. They've been around for a long time now, at least for 2026, and they've looked pretty good. And as Diatonic said, the Wonder Children of Season 6 and Season 7 duking it out against each other. Diatonic, I messaged him right as he said that, and it's like, oh, man. But no worries about that, though, because ring, ring, we got ourselves an interview on the line. No Smite on the call here. I can't wait to see what No Smite has to say. Hello, my friend. How are you, No Smite?
Hello. I feel like good.
That's always great to hear, man. How would you evaluate your individual performance for this match?
We evaluate evaluate at Scream and a lot of feedback. We have much time, a lot of time to spending feedback. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, who do you think was the standout teammate that secured this victory?
I think Loco played very well at Black Cat. Yeah, he carried our team, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get KO'd once in the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocco's Black Cat is so scary. Tomorrow, you play Reject. Maybe a difficult matchup. What do you want your team to improve to play against Reject?
I think I don't want to just lose. We hope to win one score. And ready to group stage. I don't know.
Yeah.
How are you feeling going off into playoffs?
After we will practice a lot and improve until playoff. Yeah, we're gonna be great team, I think. Yeah.
Okay. You know, I know you'll be a great team. I'm fully confident. No Smite, been a long day for you, man. I'm sure you want to get some rest. So, quick interview, but thank you so much again. And I'm sure this won't be the last time we have you on the mic.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ben. Quick interview, but straight to the point. No Smite, you know, again, him and his whole team did so well. But I think the biggest takeaway is that, yeah, Baraka was pretty badass, I think, that first matchup, dude. 15-0, getting I don't want to say carried, right? Because that's not the right word, but he was getting hard healed by that triple strat backline. So I really like the macro that we saw coming out from AAAD. But you know, as quick as that interview, we had a quick series coming out from AAAD too. Very clinical, very in there. And somehow already we're up to a break until our final set of the night. So don't you go anywhere, anybody. We're at the end of the tunnel, but we got one more banger to show you guys. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. last match of the night, and to be honest with you, I have no idea how this is going to go. If it's anything like the last series, it's either going to be extremely quick or it's going to be like a banger that we've seen, like the loyalty matchup. Not something we get to see too often, but N1HEX has been one of those teams that, again, they have been struggling alongside loyalty, where they may have a chance to escape relegation out of group stage, but to be honest with you, I'm not a mathematics professor, but maybe one of you guys can help me out here. Is there a chance N1HEX can win this out and still have a chance to make the playoffs?
Diatonic?
Yeah.
Professor?
Yeah.
Professor.
Who here knows math? Is anyone here a mathematics person? Oh God, we're all art students. Oh, it's over.
I got 100% in a probability exam when I was a kid. That's it. That's all I got.
I haven't passed a math class since I was 12.
Look, can you really trust mathematics in the Marvel universe? There's
Math
too many
is
people
not
running around with
real.
probability control. Like, what do you do?
Numbers don't exist.
I mean, you know what does exist? Reality. And what can change and get erased? Reality erasure. And N1HEX, maybe they do have that connection to Scarlet Witch. Maybe they do alter reality and somehow beat Z10. It's very unlikely. Z10 is crazy good. Like, let's give props where they're due. Z10 is crazy good.
Are you saying Scarlet Witch is going to be played?
I mean, look, you know what? Hell yeah. Get the flagship hero out for N1HEX. I'm kidding.
You know what?
I'm kidding.
I want the 2025 meta to come back. Let's bring back the Scarlet Witch. Let's bring back Magneto. Let's bring back the Rocket Punisher team up. Let's go all out, man.
I miss when we used to cast 17 Kraken Impacts Hexa KOs in a row. It was good times.
Yeah, because the game would do all the work for you. Again! Again! Again!
Well, I don't have to say yell again.
you go along with the beat. Anyways, N1HEX, the roster is here. We've seen them plenty of times before. Like our first matchup of the day, we highlighted D-Spooky and we highlighted Louis being two of the top players for this team. But again, Fish, Blaziken, pretty much everybody else in that first matchup made a strong argument for themselves about being one of those star players. Can they run it back and keep the momentum going, though, is the big question, Daya.
Yeah, I mean, Blaziken definitely showed up big in their first time at bat tonight. This is yet another doubleheader here for N1HEX, and definitely a tough matchup ahead. But the question is there a chance for them to claw their way into contention for a playoff spot? I definitely think so. If we're kind of up in the air on loyalty, we don't exactly know where they stand. I think with N1HEX being one position above them, there is that chance, but they are going to have to play lights out from here on out, and up against a team like Z10, a team that's taken Asia by storm. It is a tall order indeed. I mean, several star players on this team. Soko and Baszler, of course, ego death enjoyers rise here as they've been instrumental in this team. Of course, the foundation all built upon players like Exy, who have been with Z10 for a long time. And Z10 have been playing in Asia since stage 2 last year. So a very experienced team in this region. And it shows almost every single time they play.
Yeah, Z10's been a fan favorite. They had a sleeper win, I would say, all things considered, in the preseason playoffs, where they stole that second place slot off of Pirates, who had gone flawless through their entire MRC run up until they faced against Z10 inside of the preseason bracket and got eliminated by them. But the most interesting thing about ZT coming into stage 1 is the fact that they have a 7-person roster. We've been seeing this duality of sometimes having Baszler, sometimes having Creative in matches, and we've asked Baszler in the post-match interviews, you know, how the dynamic changes with one of those two players inside the back line, and it does change, but the comms are still there, and both those players are so good about working directly with the team that it does keep their opponents on their toes. My question for you two is, are we going to be seeing a Baszler ZT to start things off, or do we think it's going to be more creative oriented?
It seems to me that Z10 have really been trying to give Creative a lot more time on the battlefield this stage. And in a lot of cases, it's worked out. He's definitely shown up for them several times in these matches that they've had. So I'm going to lean that Creative will probably start things off, because that seems to be the play that Z10 have been going for in several of their matches they've had so far.
That's right. I believe when we interviewed Baser, they said that the reason why we're seeing more creative instead of Baser is the fact that, you know, summer's out and you don't have to worry about school or work as much if you're in pro play. So, you know, they want to give creative more of those opportunities. But from what we've seen, I don't know if there's a quality difference in the matchups between Zero Tenacity with creative or Baser or now Liger. Is this something we can expect to see in this matchup, or is it about the same?
I think it all depends on who sets the pace first.
Okay.
It all depends on what is resting when we're looking at the time. Looking at the clock, all I know is whenever we see Z10, you know what time it is. Everybody knows what time it is. The people in the chat know what time it is. It's not just Z10 o'clock. It is one and only Baser time. Okay? It's going to be Baser time once again. We're going to lock in. We're going to put all on Baser because honestly, it lives up to the name, lives up to the game. Have been having a crazy run so far. We're talking about a team that has gone and 2-0 Triple AD, who just put on a stellar performance. A team that has gone and taken down the Burgers as well. A team that has also taken a map off XOXO. Okay, a team that has also, especially at one point in preseason, maybe sent Reject down to a lower bracket situation. So, got to be careful. Z10, when you least expect it, they're very dangerous and they got a lot of potential as well. And they're on a pretty good streak right now. Let's see if they can maintain in this final set of the day. Woo! N1HEX though, unfortunately did get knocked down to last place after Loyalty's crazy upset today. So. Maybe they are in that one dangerous 8th place position, everybody. And you know how it is when you got nothing left to lose, nothing left to gain. All you're going to do is try to inflict pain.
Yeah, back against the wall here, expecting N1HEX to lash out right out of the gate here. But this is the 5th and final series of the night here. Zero Tenacity finally in action. Just 2 days left of this group stage. Z10 sitting pretty near the top, you know, in that top 3 contention in the leaderboard. Pretty similar to how their last group stage run went. Obviously, toe-to-toe with Reject in those preseason playoffs. So they are looking for their get back here, looking to face off with Reject one more time, but N1HEX, another team standing in their way here. Draft looking pretty straightforward so far. Gambit, of course, gone. Zero Tenacity go for that rocket ban very early here, and both teams going to use their first protect on Devil Dinosaur. Pretty standard stuff here from both sides of the board, but yeah, you know, Z10 still pretty solid performance here in the group stage. Couldn't understate that, but maybe not quite as dominant as the preseason run, though they've looked fantastic here in the back half, so no doubt they're going to finish this thing out strong up against N1HEX and then tomorrow in their last matchups. But yeah, rocket ban coming in from N1HEX as well, so no CYAs anywhere to be found here on map 1.
But indeed, I miss Mr. Rocket Raccoon, but unfortunately we're going to have to coop it up and change it up and rely on Mr. Dino to bring the animalistic fury here today. But speaking of animals, the Phoenix out here, mysticism confirmed. Mythical creature, but nonetheless, it is just a big flaming bird. Is a force of nature that is going to be one-sided for Z10. At the same time, we're waiting to see what they're going to do, what they're going to lose. They're going to make sure, listen, if you're going to have one-sided Phoenix, we cannot even dare let you have the Black Cat. We're going to lock that in for ourselves. Surely it's a one-sided Black Cat protect. Surely that's the move. Or Luna one-sided.
Maybe so here. They're thinking about it. Mantis and Luna doesn't seem like they're looking at the one-sided Black Cat at all here. They will take the Luna Snow into this one. Interesting last pick here from N1HEX. Zero Tenacity got the last laugh here. One ban ready to go, and they are going to take the Mantis. Not much hesitation from them. They do not want that damage amp. They do not want that Soul Resurgence on the board here. No surprise, though. They're going to save the Phoenix and Exy snap pick right on to Jean Grey here. Zero Tenacity, a lot of their comfort picks on the table here, so they've got the run of the roster in terms of who they are going to roll out on. It is Krakoa for map number 1 between these two teams. Z10, of course, looking to just solidify their place near the top, and N1HEX in a battle for survival here, trying to find a way to get up over that elimination cutoff and into the playoffs, but it is a tough task ahead of them here to take on a team like Z10.
Oh, 100% right now. But here's the beautiful thing, Daltonic. You know about the map of Krakoa, yeah? You know what it is. It's the home of all the mutants. It's a glorious, glorious domination map. But unfortunately, it means no Burning T'Challa today. I am so sad. I cast yesterday, I casted today. I did not get my Burning T'Challa. I hope the lot of you have Burning T'Challa tomorrow. I'm not on tomorrow. I will be in the chat hanging out with all the amazing people watching Ignite tonight. You know what I'm saying? But I hope we get some Burning T'Challa soon. I miss Wakanda. I miss all of Jalia. Can we go back to the land of the beautiful people? Let's go. 3 seconds till the doors open up, everybody. Let's lock in, everybody. You know what time it is. It's time for Z10 versus N1HEX, the final match of the night. Here we go, starting off on Domination Krakoa. The beautiful thing is, Z10, what I love about this team is they run some crazy dive compositions. We got the Venom, we got the White Fox, Daredevil. Oh, it's nasty. But at the same time, N1HEX, they do have something crazy with the punny. Are you kidding me? Punisher out here, Frank Castle mixing up with Felicia. That's crazy, but it's lethal as well. I'm looking forward to the Dino Brawl as well between Soko and D Spooky. It's about to get dicey. Missionaries unlocking now.
Yeah, pretty interesting look for N1HEX here. Blaziken not able to grab the Jean Grey out of that draft phase. Z10 definitely doing their homework, watching the tape of N1HEX's first match tonight, but he doesn't need the Phoenix here. Blaziken open it up with the first blood, taking down Jerry, and Louis will find Exy as well, so the damage for Zero Tenacity taken offline almost immediately makes it hard to pressure back N1HEX and stop them from taking over this point. And D-Spooky gonna win the Dino battle out of the gate here, and it's N1HEX to make the first cap against Zero Tenacity.
There we go. 5% climbing for N1HEX right now. Strong start for themselves, building up to that old charge as we know. First up, I will say that I want to keep eyes on Wendy. Wendy could bring a big Jeff time here. This could be the moment for themselves, and hopefully scoop him up and throw him off. It's a great map for Jeff as well. Krakoa has that nice environmental right on the side of the mission area there. But oh, pump action, Blaziken just clapping Jerry out of here. Big crunch from Soko, returns the favor, taking out the Spooky, and then Eggsy is landing the shots we get. We know Eggsy, CB told us all about it. Marksmanship like no other in the scene, consistent in esports for such a long time, and maybe we're going to see some more of that today and be rewarded for our kindness, our patience. But gotta be patient here when you're playing against the White Fox. They can be very careful, very creative at the end of the day in the way they execute your opposing force. Looks like Z10's going to be the one to flip it here. A little bit late for them, 41% lead for N1HEX, but nonetheless, they'll be able to maintain it here because they got the ult advantage. We'll be able to win the neutral and, of course, win the ult trade as they have the power here, bringing out something crazy, which I believe might be the good old classic Diatonic. Haven't seen it since the good old season they both came out. You know, it's a good time. Phoenix and Venom. There it is, the combo. Face of the Phoenix right there. Clean combination knocks out 2 from N1HEX.
Yeah, very good early looks in this fight for Z10 as well. They are in control of the capture point now and playing a little bit of catch up here, but Exy, of course, a pillar of this Zero Tenacity roster, again in the KO feed. Already a few final hits to his name and plenty more where that came from, but every member of this Z10 team is a threat in their own right. Soko and Creative, you've seen them pop up in that feed as well, so you've got to watch out for every member here. You are not safe around any of Zero Tenacity, but like you said, Liger, N1HEX gonna bring some power to the table here. They're gonna have 6 ults in this fight, and Z10 don't have a particularly big lead over N1HEX, so if they can come out, ult dump, and win this fight, there's a decent chance that N1HEX might be able to wrest that lead away. But Exy non-stop on this Phoenix here, making sure that N1HEX have no way in the door. It's gonna be Blaziken though, kicking it in with a final judgment. D-Spooky gonna find first blood in this fight, taking down Soko, again winning the Dino matchup here. Gonna be a quick rotate onto the capture point, and now looking to shut the door on Z10 as they look for the retake. It's a Kumio Unleashed from Creative to start things off, but that Devil Beast Rampage gonna bite back here, and Creative is right back down to normal White Fox form. Wendy and Marvel in some trouble as well. Louis on the move with that calling card, and there's a bit of a gap between the two of them, maybe larger than they would have liked to have, but N1HEX make the retake here, 50% and on the move, and Winsker's not done yet on that Sonic Seduction as well here. Fight is not over for N1HEX as they are going to look to try and put the hurt on here. The most of Zero Tenacity still standing tall. Exy goes for the end song Inferno, gets some damage down, but it's all underneath that Fate of Both Worlds, can't quite break through, and Blaziken on this Punisher, picking up plenty of KOs, no damage amp needed, as N1HEX are finding some sauce here against Z10, but Marvel on the move on that Venom takes a double KO, and now Z10 gonna look to make the retake.
You're gonna definitely get that retake now, 83%. Oh, hold on. A little bit of a stall. Hold on. Oh, Louis doesn't want to give it up. What a clean stall from Louis that actually denied. Oh, they did cap it now. Wasn't necessarily the full stall they wanted, but nonetheless, they do get the value, they get the power, they do get the portal, they do get the moment. Let's see if they can crash on in. Frank Castle taking out X-Lyle. There it is. That's right. Jerry gets the value right there. Returning back through the portal. Chomping it up right there. Marvel with the face of the abyss. Fish taken down. You got to be kidding me. The value right now. of this dinosaur Soko out here. Lasers primed. Eggsy gets the pick. That's going to be what you want to see right there. As and N1HEX aren't unfortunately going to be able to swing back to contest. Z10 do take the first round of Krakoa here as we take away from the carousel, move over to the Grove and see who's going to take this one. N1HEX though, they got to really get that ult tracking on point right now. Start to rotate it in a way that they can get in favor. Because right now, Z10 is just always having the ult they need to counter theirs. And a little extra ult on the side to then win the fight.
Yeah, I'm with you. It does feel like N1HEX lacking a little bit in information, in that intel that is so important when the fights are that close. They were able to make some capture progress and made Z10 work for that first point, but that lead is slowly going to increase between these two teams unless N1HEX can get a handle on the ult economy here. Blaziken pulling up pretty big for N1HEX here. Plenty of final hits to start things off, but they need more than just one or two standout players to make this work. They unfortunately just get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, losing the team fight right as they go into overtime, and for Z10 it's just a layup to close out that first point. But it's not over yet here on Krakoa. Decent look for N1HEX up against Z10. They do get some capture progress on them, but Zero Tenacity of course close out the first point here. It may all come down to this. Maybe Kumiho Unleashed gonna be ready for creative, but that's about the only ult they're gonna have. Maybe a final judgment from Blaziken as well.
That might be the move. That might be the move indeed. Speaking of the moves, we got Schmooze from Louis in the backline already, slashing through, taking out Eggsy. Soko down as well. Spooky gets the value there. That's 2 down. There's a clean start from N1HEX, but they're going to be going for creative. He's going to actually try to stall with the Kumiho right there. Bit of a rough ult to be using at the moment, but might have been a bit premature there, but see how it is. Blaziken is winding down on the judgment. Could have been high value there. I don't know about that one, Diatonic.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of value capture for N1HEX here. Creative kind of just lets the Kumiho come and go here. They do a good job focusing her down, but now Jerry gonna find one onto Exleo. Can't give away those strategist picks for free here. So Jerry on the move there, on the mat. Murdoch, Zero Tenacity knocking on the door of N1HEX. Exy gonna take down Louis. Jerry will take down Blaziken, and just like that, Z10 back in the fight here. Kumiho unleashed by Fish, this time on the side of N1HEX, trying to hold on, white knuckle grip onto this second capture point here, but Wendy's gonna get the KO feed there, finds Winsker onto that Emma Frost, and it's a double KO for the Invis here as D Spooky as well. The front line for N1HEX taken down, and the door is wide open here for Jerry and Creative to get some KOs. Axie as well, all of N1HEX sent back to square one, and Z10 will make the flip. The big problem here for N1HEX Liger is gonna be that ult economy. Z10 got 5 ults, and they have the capture point, and you know they're gonna be putting that forward pressure on.
Most definitely. Put the pressure, put the firepower. Let's see how it all unfolds if we've got the finish in the front lines. And so I can put it into the box right here. You do not want to be there. Maximum range right there. Eggsy taking out Fish, dehydrating the seafood right now. Xlau taken as well. Eggsy down in for the count. Got a bit of chomping from Soko. Evens the odds right there, but still in favor for Z10. N1HEX lose 5 of their players right now. And Z10 keep on climbing their percentage. They're going to be able to match it up and tie it up to the 43% lead that N1HEX had and take the lead back for sure. But N1HEX got to build up for something next fight. A little bit of scouting from Wendy, who's invisible now, and is just going to be able to collect information and relay it back to the rest of Z10.
Yeah, and it really feels like it's turning into an intel battle between these two teams. Zero Tenacity clearly have the lock on where N1HEX is at. Jerry's gonna let the devil out, but Blaziken gonna put that devil right back in his place there. Frank Castle taking him down there in the neutral, swaps back to that assault rifle and is ready to try and brawl here. Winsker in some trouble and can't find the healing. Exhale's got the Fate of Both Worlds down and ready to go here, but Zero Tenacity respond in kind. Kumiho unleashed yet again here by Creative, still in control of that capture point and still on the move here. N1HEX got nothing in the tank. Blaziken so close to that final judgment here, and Louis will find a KO onto Jerry, who's on the Spider-Man here, and now the final judgment comes out now, looking to mow down Zero Tenacity and try to get their foot back in the door here, but 85% and on the move for Zero Tenacity, so close to that final fight territory yet again here, and they can't get caught on the backswing. Jerry finding Blaziken on the Spider-Man, and the end song Inferno from Exy is good here. It's a 2-for-1 as Spooky though goes huge on the Devil Dinosaur, triple KO there on the back of that prehistoric rampage, the Devil Beast rampage here, and N1HEX not quite done on point 2 here.
This mecha dinosaur going crazy, these Spooky out here with the triple KO. You gotta be kidding me right now. Somebody check this guy's code. He might be hacking. but that is probably because of his mechanical buffs provided by Alchemex. I believe they were outfitting him with some Konami code or something crazy like that. But nonetheless, we'll see how it all unfolds with a 99% lead for Z10 here. They got to get their overtime back. They want to get that capture back, but N1HEX have the capture now. They're going to be at the 70% mark. They're going to be able to go for the Feast of the Abyss from Marvel. Big crunch coming out. Double kill for the big Venom right here. Symbiote shenanigans no more. It's Symbiote absolute supremacy here, as it's going to be Marvel taking out Winsguard. Louis falls as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 down for N1HEX. Spider-Man for the contest. Blaziken, but no, the Spooky goes down. The pressure of the die is not enough. Fish has the portal. One last chance to be there. They're going to try to build ults. They're going to try to contest. Big block freeze coming at the portal right there. Soko faces an absolute Ice Age moment. You got to be careful. You got to be sharp. You got to be ready, because Eggsy is just absolutely going for it, boning them up every single time they walk out of that portal right now. So much power. Honestly, Eggsy landed like 4 Ensong Infernos this round and did not miss a single target. Got an elimination every single time. Big crunch coming out. That's going to finish the last pick, and that's going to go and give the map Krakoa to Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, it just goes to show you why Exy has been the foundation for this Z10 squad here, building around him, because he is on the track. Anytime you get a glimpse of that Phoenix POV, he is finding hits, finding KOs left and right, but it's creative coming up big here on map number 1, and we talked a lot about the baser creative kind of swap here, but creative has gotten his licks in here in stage 1. We'll take that MVP on the White Fox. A big stuff from him this map, but the numbers, they don't lie. They never do lie here. 20 plus elims for almost every member of Zero Tenacity, and very few times they're finding themselves KO'd. Marvel coming up huge on that Venom at the end. A big ante to start off that last team fight that just sent N1HEX on the spiral to that final loss there. 29-4 Exy on the Phoenix, 13 finals. Big damage coming through as well. 24k there. And D Spooky, the SVP for N1HEX, trying to keep this team up and running on that Devil Dinosaur, but just not enough on his own here, and Z10 walk away with yet another map win here in the group stage. A solid Krakoa, but I will say though, N1HEX definitely made him work for it a little bit.
Absolutely. Gonna put something there. N1HEX has something cooking, but again, just shy of getting that mark they need, the same as we were talking about at the start of today. Just shy of getting that moment. They're just shy of getting that extra little bit of sauce in their play, as CB said, to try and get that point on the board. But they got one earlier today. They really need something here magical to try and make it back for themselves. Z10 is storming through.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe the result we were kind of expecting going in here. I mean, Zero Tenacity, a force to be reckoned with for even the top teams here in Asia. So N1HEX definitely have their work cut out for them, but they make some solid plays there. Like you guys have been saying, there's definitely some sauce, but it feels like the pasta under that sauce maybe just a little undercooked here. So can they find the answer here? Time quickly running out in this series as Zero Tenacity take a confident map number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll have map 2 on the other side of this break.
Well, I gotta say, it's looking pretty good for Zero Tenacity. They haven't dropped a beat, though. They have a 7-person roster, and Creative again has been popping off, but we know who the real star of the show is. It's Exy's game, and we're just living in it, man. I popped off once again. Even though we saw a success from ZT, though, I'm bouncing around a little bit because I think D-Spooky really needs to get his laurels as well. Homie popped off on that Devil Dinosaur, man, and really looked like it could have been the gleaming moment for maybe a hard carry to allow N1HEX to get that dub.
I mean, definitely seems like a rally point for him, and I've seen D-Spooky play quite a bit there. Blue Lock enjoyers rise up here because D-Spooky back in Ignite, but yeah, definitely a key player for this N1HEX squad, and you know, like you guys have been saying, you know, there's definitely sauce here. There is some spice for sure, but we are right back on to the bread and butter. I'll just keep the food puns going here. It's back to Museum of Contemplation, map number 2, the classic.
Stop the count. Actually, I should say stop the timer.
Many
start the timer 5 minutes. We'll be done in 5 minutes, guys.
Have we gone to? Hey, it has to be over 30. It's gotta be 30 this year. Between preseason and now, we're contemplating so much.
Have we seen Midtown? I miss Midtown. I genuinely
No, where's Midtown?
No, we haven't.
Milk carton,
Wasn't
put
that?
Midtown missing, please.
We have contemplated so much. We could fill our thoughts of a museum full of contemplations. So, okay, is this going to be a dub for N1HEX? They're choosing to go to the most played map in all of Pacific Liger. Is this their chance to bring it to a Game 3?
I mean, no, because no. Like,
because everyone and their mother knows how to play this.
Why wouldn't they go Yggdrasil? They won earlier today on Yggdrasil path. They could definitely spice it up. Like, if you're gonna beat Z10, you probably have. Look, I'm getting a bit aggressive. But look, if
it's Museum of Contemplation. You're allowed to be aggressive.
I'm getting a bit Museum of Aggression right now.
Museum of Aggression.
Okay. I'm going to the Coliseum of Aggression. New map coming out. It better be domination now. I'll tell you that. Okay. Now and then. It is what it is. Look. They did win on Convoy earlier today. Maybe they're thinking any other Convoy map where they can catch, you know, Z10 off guard. They might go for it. Let's see if it unfolds in their favor. Good news, everybody. Gambit has not been let through today. Congratulations. Dan will not be crashing out. Dan will sleep peacefully. He's watching right now. Shout out Dan. And he's, you know, living it up. And Diatonic, bro. The Dinosaur Protects are great today. I've been enjoying it. I was very sad when Dinosaur was banned a lot. I like that teams are playing him, prioritizing him, and building cool comps around him. It was really fun Vanguard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams have had more time on the battlefield with Devil Dinosaur, and they're now more comfortable taking the Dinosaur versus Dinosaur fight, as opposed to, you know, maybe the Dinosaur player not quite ready to roll out yet, and they got to try to ban him away. So, yeah, I'm with you. I've enjoyed playing Devil Dinosaur, enjoy watching him. So, yeah, gonna have to see, you know, that's the question here on this map pick. Museum of Contemplation is so common here. These pros are very familiar with this map. It's almost one of the maps that you can put kind of in the solved pile, right? Where you already know what to do going into this one. So it's questionable against a team like Zero Tenacity because you know their mechanics are solid and they're just going to look to outplay here. A little bit of a mirror draft phase to start things off, though. Rocket Raccoon off the table. Devil Dinosaur save from both sides. That's where we deviate, though. Luna Snow banned out by N1HEX. Zero Tenacity going to make it a one-sided Phoenix, and then N1HEX takes away the Black Cat and maybe make that one-sided for themselves here as yeah, you know, Black Cat has been influential in a lot of the matches we've had here tonight, and in this back half of the group stage, I feel like one band left for Zero Tenacity, and then we are ready to go here. It's Mantis, no damage amp from her. Z10 are going to be on defense first. No doubt they are going to be looking for some kind of nasty spawn hold here. They are ready to close this one out and go home for the night.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Marvel. The Penny Parker. Absolute devastation if we see that spiderling individual showing up right now. It could be mean. I mean, Eggsy, just get on the Phoenix. Don't even hesitate. You got to protect it. Lock in the Phoenix. You know, at the same time, just get the Primal Flame. Get a Wolverine in there. Why not? Fully get the team up going.
would love to see it. I feel like we just don't, and it's weird because we have a lot of Phoenix, and occasionally we get some Wolverine, right? He's not busted out as commonly as he has been in the past, but yeah, would like to see that one. Maybe that one goes on the other side of the milk carton, along with the, you know, missing Midtown. Please call Mayor Kingpin, because why is Midtown just gone from New York City? But yeah, this is last chance here for N1HEX tonight. This is their second matchup. Museum of Contemplation is on deck one more time here. We might be getting a little bit of Penny Parker there from Marvel. I think it was maybe in the AMER chat earlier today. I was seeing people talk about who the top Penny players are, but I do think that Marvel's got some hands with the Penny here. We will have to see though. Doors gonna open up here. Map number 2, Z10, one map away from taking yet another series win here in Ignite. But there are a couple of players for the side of N1HEX that have a lot to say about it. Unfortunately, shut down very early on here is Fish on the low key.
I mean, it's a good thing running out on the Moon Knight and Flamecast to be able to have that shred to walk out of Spawn and that firepower to really pummel through Z10. Soko and Marvel don't have the shields to be able to sustain so much damage, but we'll see if they got the firepower to return back forth. There you go, Creative lands the mark. There it is, Blaziken, be careful, Eggsy. On the high ground right now, you got to be very smart how you approach this one. Jerry on the flank as well, going to be consistently in the back line, nullifying all of N1HEX's just forward pressure and constantly having their head on the swivel right there. That's the key. That's how you have to unfold this entirety when it comes down to Wendy. Taking out Blaziken, big plays. There goes the Punisher. That's a lot of firepower down for N1HEX, which means Z10 can now play much more forward and really set up the spider nest one more time and build up those mines, potentially get something good here. But the difference here now is how can they handle the dinosaur. That's right, because D-Spooky is on the double dinosaur. Blaziken taking out Jerry. Jerry gets away. Oh! Blaziken spotted the armored spider nest and did manage to rotate and take it out the angle, which means they're getting some movement here. The bus is definitely getting those wheels moving round and round.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be a bit of tower defense here for Zero Tenacity. Going to try to slow things down, but N1HEX keeping the wheels on that bus moving. It is going to be a spider sweep from Marvel and shut down at the hands of Blaziken. Big on the Punisher this entire series, and coming up big here for N1HEX on the attack. A minute 30 away now, and N1HEX are closing in on checkpoint number 1. Creative, they're caught in a bit of a sticky situation. They're nowhere to run, and Blaziken will finish them off here. 0.3 meters for N1HEX to try and get this time refresh, but there's an invisible boundary on the board now from Wendy. Zero Tenacity just going to try to shave a little bit more time off of N1HEX's time bank here. Ult's going to be dumped left and right here, and there's going to be some damage coming through. Exy taken down by Louis on the Moon Knight. A big ult dump from N1HEX. Double KO though for both Blaziken and Louis here, making a triple for the two of them here. They'll take down all of Zero Tenacity, and just like that, N1HEX through checkpoint number 1, and they got 4:15 to show for it.
Yeah, they definitely are actually bringing that momentum. This may have been the game plan. Last-ditch effort to get some points on the board for today. Again, they warmed up as well. We've got to mention that. This is the second game of the day. They've allowed themselves to really spice it up for themselves. Burgers were another team that also had 2 games today. N1HEX not happy with themselves. They took on the Burgers, only took a map off them. Now is their chance to try and take a map of Z10. An even more formidable threat in the leaderboard, but let's see. They're doing right now good momentum. They're putting Z10 on the back foot. They're trying to get down to the halfway mark of Museum of Contemplation, which is massive effort, but the moon in the hand. Louis drops down. Jerry matches it as well. Everybody's dropping the moon. It looks like Jerry gets Louis in the midst of it all. Marvel and one guy is taken down right there. It is Khonshu betrayal right now. How could you take out a fellow Moon Knight? What is this? Absolute travesty.
Yeah, both hands of Khonshu in the mix here in this matchup between Louis and Jerry. They'll both pick up some KOs off of that one, but again, for Zero Tenacity here, it is all about buying themselves some time, throwing spike strips in front of that Batsmobile at every turn there, and Jerry will find Louis yet again, so watch for that matchup here as the rest of this map plays out. Exy onto the Phoenix yet again here, just gonna find KOs left and right. Marvel as well in that mix, gets one on the Groot and is still holding that strangling prison too, so plenty of opportunity for Z10 to keep this defense locked in. 2:45 still on the clock for N1HEX, and not a lot of ult power. They do have the Loki ult from Fish. They're gonna have Fate of Both Worlds for Exleo before too long, but man, staring down the barrel of that Insong Inferno Groot combo can be pretty nasty.
I mean, let's establish it. Penny, Daredevil switching to Groot Knight. Excellent switch by Z10 to stop the pressure coming up from N1HEX. They've already nullified another minute on this corner here and really halted what N1HEX's early momentum was, but jumping down one more time, strangling cruise it into the hand of Concho right there. Jerry drops the moon on him, take care now Blaziken and Fish. Big firepower already shredding through the moon, darts are flying, bouncing off the dino onto their fellow teammates. A little bit of a moon duel in the sidelines as Jerry gets the triple KO on the Moon Knight. Love to see it right there. Bring the firepower, absolutely still shredding through them, even if they're in spawn right now. Windscar taking so much damage from Jerry right now, refuses to yield and keeps lining them up.
Yeah, looking to put the chair under the door of the spawn room for N1HEX here. Louis gonna come back with a vengeance, though. He's got Hand of Khonshu ready to go here, and definitely some offensive tools on hand for N1HEX. Exi, though, going up for the Insong Inferno. Blaziken gonna try to burn down that bird before he can hit the ground. It will make it, but Exrail's got a fate of both worlds, so the team defended for now. Hand of Khonshu from both sides of the board here. Khonshu raining down his influence on this match, but it is coming up. Zero tenacity here, double KO for Jerry, and Exi will pick up one as well. Louis in some trouble, and Exi will make it a double on the Phoenix, and now it's just the strategist standing for N1HEX. 60 seconds left to go here, and zero tenacity, no mercy from Exi here. Quadra KO for the Jean Grey, and good looks on defense for Z10. N1HEX made it about halfway through the map, but with just 60 seconds left, they gotta find an answer, and zero tenacity's front line is ready with both ults.
Absolutely storming through right there. Potential coming out. You gotta love it. You gotta love to see the firepower coming out from. Honestly, it really is unfortunate. N1HEX don't have to finish the match. Honestly, maybe bringing out Elsa might be the move, but they're relegated to go for Storm here, which is pretty good, which damage buffs both the Punisher and the Moon Knight. That's a triple duelist lineup here in Ignite. First, I think we've seen in Asia group stage. This is insane to see. Let's see if it's actually worth the cost. Just gonna drop the boundary. There goes the moon. Nullify it. Soko on the rampage. Pushes forward. Gets the pace. Z10, you Blinken, you miss it. They just disappeared.
The final 10 seconds.
Yeah, and in a puff of smoke from that Punisher right click by Blaziken. Can't quite finish him off, so sends the smoke grenade, and that's more than enough damage. Now gonna set up the turret here, try to hold zero tenacity long enough for the rest of N1HEX to push that Batsmobile to checkpoint number 2 here. It is gonna be in overtime though, and there's an Omega Hurricane coming down from Windsor now over to the duelist role, trying to find a way to break through this Z10 line here, but Wendy's got the invisible boundary, more than enough to keep Z10 safe, and now Khonshu yet again will find his mark. Triple KO from Jerry. Exliel trying to get the fate of both worlds out, but not enough to stop the wrath of Moon Knight here. Soko will pick up one as well. N1HEX, nobody left on the Batsmobile at 111 meters towards checkpoint 2. That is where the bus will stand, and that's all Z10 got to do to close out this series.
Go talk about the Moon Knight doing good. Both these teams playing Moon Knight, but Jerry just that one level above right there, getting value. And we got to talk about it. How were they getting set up every single time? They dropped like 17 hand. Okay, not 17. Maybe like 6 hand of Khonshus. Take it easy. All right, I was exaggerating. That allowed them to get the value. And why? Because every single time you either had the Gru or set up from Wendy pulling them back into the hand of Khonshu, or Soko absolutely chomping and dragging them back under the moon. 3 utilities being used to ensure that one ultimate is getting its value every single time. And every single time that ultimate built up, it built up twice as fast as every other time the rotation happened for the rest of the team to build up their ults. That's the power of a Moon Knight who knows what they're doing, and I'm 100,000% going to gas up some good Moon Knight gameplay and understanding of ult rotation and the value that can come from running comps like that. But I will say, N1HEX bringing out the Storm, that was exciting, that was fun, that was different, and it also had potential, but it maybe should have come out a bit earlier. Maybe it would have been the firepower to be able to hold them before they got into that dip and that turn. It could be the case. We'll see how it is unfolding now that N1HEX have to play defensively here, but Z10, they're confident. They're not going to go out with what they were doing before with a little Daredevil. They're going to be like, you know what, let's maintain it. Let's keep running the Groot Knight, and let's run it down.
Yeah, very interesting from Windsor, playing basically every role. You know, strategist before they arrived on the N1HEX roster, played Vanguard here tonight twice, and now has played some Duelist on Storm as well. So jack of all trades here, just not enough to get him to that second checkpoint and stay alive here on this map. It is all up to Z10 now. They are on the attack and definitely on the move. I'm with you. I like the enablement of that Moon Knight for sure. They know who their strong suits are, and they know how to help them out here. And and that's the kind of team play you expect from a team the caliber of Zero Tenacity here. Looking to try and round this corner with the Batsmobile, absolutely not holding back, and it's another hand of Conchu here. That fast ult build from Jerry, and he finds value every single time. Fish taking down one strategist offline here. Exio will take down Jerry for now, but Marvel gonna fight right on back, and Exi as well. 1 KO after another here, and just 60 seconds away. The path wide open for Zero Tenacity here. They're already forcing the Strange Portal from Spooky.
Those crescent darts, but let's not give up just yet. Spooky wants to fight one last time, dropping the pentagram of Ferrara to get the team ready. Iron wall set up Marvel. Absolutely, what? They just dropped tree trunks right on the triple. Painful, what insanity. That firepower coming out from Marvel on the Groot right there, backing it up and pushing it forward. What did they portal into? This guy, this Groot, absolute Flora Colossus on him.
They unfortunately portaled right into their demise there. N1HEX repelled and sent all the way back to spawn yet again here. And now it is pressure from Zero Tenacity here. Lots of forward movement. Jerry and Marvel are going to get theirs here. Another double KO for this Moon Knight. Make it a triple here. Zero Tenacity looking absolutely unstoppable on the attack here. 4:30 still on the clock, and they are quickly closing in on this last checkpoint. 50 meters to go here. XC sent back to spawn courtesy of Louis, trying to build up that hand of Khonshu yet again here, but it is basically one or maybe two fights left for N1HEX, but they already used the Strange Portal, and Louis, though, will find Jerry. Good early pick here.
Definitely indeed right there. Going for it. Send it up. Blazing on. There's so much firepower right now pouring in from both sides. You got Louis on the Moon Knight, Jerry on the Moon Knight. Blazer can bring in the Punisher. Easy consistent with the Phoenix. So much firepower pouring out right now. But when it comes down to it, it's on the Vanguard to set it up again. Another crunch, another grab. Jerry into the moon. And Soko can't get out as the hand of Conchu drops on him this time from Louis. And in the marksmanship right there, sets the absolute unk to try and solo out Eggsy, who gets away with a Phoenix shift right there. Going to be able to shift out of there and survive the next fight. No chance for N1 Inferno to be built up just yet. We do have Boundary, we do have the Executioner. Fish can copy. A lot of ultimates online for both sides right now. Creative could bring that to the bond. Clock and Dagger is in the midst, everybody. We're getting Crescent out here, but at the moment of it all, the Dinos are going for each other. Double barrier pop right now. Winsguy's going to go for the Rampage. Creative is going to bring that Total Bond for sustain. They're going to set up the dice. They're going to set up the dance. There it is. Exilal hits the fate of both worlds right now as Blaziken farms up that Executioner, trying to shred through, and Z10 back it up a little bit, play a little safe. They do lose Jerry for now. They are going to lose Soko as well, so they might have to regroup for the next fight.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond just not strong enough there to survive that N1HEX ult dump, but that is the situation here. That's the issue, is that Zero Tenacity playing it close to their chest. They wanted to see if maybe they could survive the onslaught under that, the Eternal Bond, but now they've got 5 ults ready to go here to N1HEX's 2. They do have the God of Mischief ready to go, so they could make themselves a defensive ult if they chose, but Exy gonna find an early pick onto D Spooky here. Time running out for N1HEX. There's a Strangling Prison from Marvel, but Louis, though, will get Windy off of that hand of Khonshu here, and now Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Fish off the Loki copy here. Good looks for N1HEX here on defense. They're finding a stop, but now Devil Beast Rampage from Soko looking to shake the ground a little bit and shake things up in this fight here. Hexy going overhead for another Insong Inferno. No ults left for N1HEX, and now he gets a double KO there. It is good, a big one for Exy. Windy got him protected, though, the invisible boundary ready to go for Z10 as they are going to look to make this one of the last fights here. Louis in some serious trouble and not a lot of strategists around. Can't find the healing, so he's going to retreat for now, and it is wide open here for Zero Tenacity. Blaziken's on the Doctor Strange. The portal is good here. They will manage to stop, but it's just about 7 meters short here for Z10 to close this out.
It's all on Z10 to push it out right now. It's all on the moment right there. We're going to see Winsguy going for Marvel right there. Build it up, build it up, build it up. You see the ults are charging. You see the last ditch effort. You see the last moment. The portal's going to be winding out. Whoever's there is on the fight is only going to be the one to start the fight. DS Spooky out here taking creative. There's no chance for them right now, but it is officially into final fight territory right now. If they can hold it here, this is the moment. Can N1HEX take a map of Z10? Can they hold it for just another minute? That is the question right here. Moments away from Z10 going for their next push.
And Z10 might have an advantage here, but XC taking down Blaziken right away. Body advantage for Z10. They're going to even it up, though. Winsker will take down Jerry, and now ready for a Devil Beast rampage here. N1HEX have a couple ults cooking up. There's a hand of Conchu from Louis, and Exleo got him covered with a Fate of both worlds. So N1HEX could try and hold here, and there's just 45 seconds left on the clock. Z10 got to find a way through the door, but they don't have any ults ready to go here. Marvel so close to that Feast of the Abyss, but they are going to have to double time it here to try and stay on the point. An early pick for Jerry. He's over to the Daredevil and will make his voice heard, taking down Louis, holding that hand of Conchu. So one ult out the equation for N1HEX here. Z10 are in control of the Batmobile, so if N1HEX step off, that is 1 or 2 more meters, and they only need 7 to close out this map and this series here. Big ult coming out from Zero Tenacity now. Feast of the Abyss is good. They'll find Fish here. 1 KO early on, but Louis gonna even it out. It's 5 on 5 now. Blaziken in some trouble. D-Spooky got him covered on that Freedom Charge, though, and time ticking away. Zero Tenacity, the body's ticking away here. We are gonna go into some overtime. They're able to make the toucher, but how long can they hold out here? Soko in trouble. Windy and Marvel low as well. Xy's got to go over to the Doctor Strange because there's not a lot of time left as overtime starts to tick away. N1HEX in control of the Batmobile, but Z10 gonna be able to fight their way back onto the point. But Louis finding one onto Jerry here. Where is Zero Tenacity here? Through the portal, they're slowly getting back up, but N1HEX find the hold 7 meters short, and they'll take one off of Zero Tenacity. What?
Well, investment has paid off right then and there. Can you believe it? Can you believe it right now? The switch up, the craziness. N1HEX, once again, taking a map right here when people least expect it. At the end of the night for Ignite, they said, we're not done yet. Took one earlier against the Burgers, we're gonna take one against Z10. And now the series is tied up, everybody. We got one more map of the night.
I did not expect this. I cannot believe it here. The numbers, they kind of lie a little bit this time. A lot of elims coming through from Zero Tenacity. They walk away with the lion's share of the medals in this showdown, but it is N1HEX, right place and right time. They just managed to waste away the time bank of Zero Tenacity. They win a critical fight, the one in this entire map that they needed to win right at the finish line, and Zero Tenacity painfully short, fingertips just inches away from the finish line, and now they gotta play out map number 3. No doubt that Z10 weren't expecting this either coming into this matchup, especially on Museum of Contemplation. I mean, a big map win for N1HEX. If they're gonna win one, win it on the map that everyone is comfortable with, that everyone is playing right now. It wasn't necessarily the cleanest win. It was tough for sure, a nail biter, but I can't believe it. We're going to map number 3.
I'm going to address it straight away. I would not have switched off the Moon Knight. If I was Jerry, I would not have switched off the Moon Knight at the very end there. That firepower, that guaranteed hand of Khonshu onto the convoy could have been that little extra meter you needed to push and secure it for Z10. But game's the game. What happens, happens. We lock in. We go to map 3. At the end of the day, anything can happen when it comes down to the stress of a match and how it can all unfold. Right now, these teams are probably fired up, knowing that they're 1-1. It's a tie. N1HEX feeling really good. They got another point on the board, but we're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, it's the final map of the night.
What is happening? Where am I? Did I get hit in the head again? Okay, man, sure. I mean, it's topsy-turvyville. Not only did Loyalty get a map, not only did they get a series, N1HEX are looking fantastic coming into this. And again, you know, it's very similar to what we talked about earlier on, too. Is this more of N1HEX looking good, or is this maybe an opportunity where ZT kind of fumbled the ball a bit? I know Liger had some choice words in between the break.
You asked this question earlier.
I did.
About the two teams that we were talking about at the time. Is it one doing great, one doing worse? I said the opposite. I said that at the time it was one that has stepped up to the plate. I think this time, there was a fumble towards the last 2 minutes. I think there was a misplay, miscomm maybe, a couple switch. Z10 switching to the Moon Knight completely ripped it up and did so good. So good. Stormed them through and then set them up with the Groot. I literally mentioned the Invisible Woman, the Groot, the Dinosaur, everything was enabled. After that, all they need to do is when you reach that choke position where you only have a sliver left, guaranteed get the Groot Knight combo off. You're going to get that movement. You're going to get it. We switched to the Daredevil, and then at one point there was another, I think, triple Vanguard lineup, maybe triple Stratus lineup at one point, which meant the only firepower coming out was from Daredevil. There might have been for a switch for the contest. I think it was strange, but it did limit. Yeah. Which meant if you had the chance to build an Agamotto into a Moon Knight, and I'm going to, look, maybe I'm biased for the Moon Knight, but definitely it should have stayed. But nonetheless, we'll see what Z10 are going to do in this round. They're probably very furious right now, but hey, anger might lead to something crazy out of them. Because, N1HEX, straight robbery. Wow, what an impressive map choice. Completely disproved all of us. And, whoo, they took a map off Z10. Well played.
I mean, we thought we had the mathematics down about what to expect in terms of playoffs contention, right? Loyalty won a series. N1HEX, they're the only team left, I believe, that hasn't won a series in Stage 1 thus far. If they can win this series here, especially a big upset against a team like Zero Tenacity, who was second place overall back in preseason, realistically, I think coming into the final day tomorrow, really anybody playing that day has a chance of qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, we're really talking about blowing the whole field wide open at this point. I mean, it's still up in the air where this 6th place spot is going to go, but N1HEX definitely making a case for themselves. And Keg, I'll answer your question too. I really feel like we're somewhere in the middle. It's kind of a Venn diagram. There's an overlap here because I agree with Liger. I do think the Moon Knight swap to Daredevil definitely hurt them in the long run, but there were some solid looks from N1HEX. They played well. They had to put themselves in the position at the end where they were able to take the map. So somewhere along the line, it is their play that helped enable that map win for them, and it led all the way here to Lower Manhattan to close out the night. Hey, what? You know, one more show up. It was Moon Knight.
It was Louis Moon Knight. He stayed on the Moon Knight and he delivered. I am 100% right.
Well, now hold on, boys. Here's the question: is Moon Knight going to be good on Lower Manhattan, and can N1HEX do it again?
Nah, because Kingpin's there, and he's kind of looking for him. He's wanted, so Moon Knight's not going to get anywhere where he's wanted.
I wish I was wanted. But we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out, right?
You are wanted.
I was gonna say, I only want you to want me, Liger. Nobody else in the whole wide world.
And for on a poster, $10,000.
Ooh, I'll take 10,000. I'll take 10,000. I wish I had $10,000. But I'm gonna ask the question again, boys, as we wait for picks and bans to start. Is there a reality where N1HEX takes this 2-1?
I mean, I am a strong believer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think all things are possible, but
Oh,
it's a tall
come
order,
on.
right?
Don't give me that.
Hang on, I'm gonna get there.
Okay,
I mean, it's a tall order. You know,
cooking,
a tough opponent in Zero Tenacity, and this is their turf. This is their map pick. I mean, it is a combination for a map 3 loss here. N1HEX have surprised me tonight. A lot of teams and a lot of players have surprised me tonight. So I will entertain that there's definitely a reality where they can take this one. But you know, like you guys said, Z10 gotta be heated now, hot under the collar and ready to get their get back here on map 3. They don't want to drop this one.
If they do win this, it is actually chaos for tomorrow, because it is genuinely chaos. Like, genuinely, I don't even know what could happen, but like we could talk about if N1HEX beat Z10, Z10 did beat Loyalty, N1HEX have to face Loyalty tomorrow. Loyalty, however, what people perceive were Loyalty and N1HEX people perceive were at the bottom of the bracket. They are making everyone work for it now, and Loyalty already proved people wrong, taking RVL down. Can N1HEX do the same to Z10? Now, it's a bit of a taller order. Of course, we're talking about preseason statistics. Z10 have been second in the region, but they do not want to be second here today. They want to take this cake and end the night victorious and keep their streak going. Let's see how it all unfolds. I got to say, double gambit ban secured, everybody. 100% today, Diatonic. We have good news. I said this earlier, but I meant to say it now. 100,000% Gambit will not be let free today. Hopefully not tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, not a single time he's let through here, so Dan will sleep well tonight. Pretty similar looks here in this first half of the draft. N1HEX taking that Rocket Raccoon ban pretty early, both of them securing the Devil Dinosaur, of course, so getting a little bit more prehistoric mirror match here. It's all the same across the board here on map 3, as Z10 also going to ban away the Rocket Raccoon. Of course, now is where things will deviate. This simultaneous ban going to change things up. Z10 taking away the Phoenix. N1HEX going to block out the Luna Snow here, so definitely some interesting looks. They're gonna take the Black Cat as well into this last map. Z10 got one more ban, then they'll make their last save. I'm trying to figure out what would be the best thing for them to try to save going in Lower Manhattan here.
You know what? It's been done before. I would ban Strange. I would ban Doctor Strange. If you are about that smoke, you ban Doctor Strange. But I don't think that we'll see that. That seems to be a strategy more commonly in OCE, not necessarily in Asia, but nonetheless, it's a bit risky. It could be fun. Black Cat's going to be protected for both sides. We're going to see the final ban coming out that's going to affect Z10. They can't Luna, they can't Rocket, they can't Gambit. You can force them down a specific strategic line, but they're going to ban out the Phoenix. No firepower for both sides, which means we're going to probably lean to some very interesting duelist picks here. Nah, there's no way Louis is that confident to go Moon Knight again. Is he feeling it? Is he like, I'm gonna do it? I'm feeling it. I need this. Maybe.
I mean,
it's a good
I have
counter
to
to Black Cat.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's got to have some momentum too, feeling that flow just a little bit here. Maybe you're gonna try to just carry it on into map number 3. They ban out the Phoenix. I think you have to against XE here. He is a insane Phoenix player, but it's tough to ban out XE because he's just going to go right over to the Star-Lord like he's hovering for now. Tough to find a way to lock him down in that draft screen. But this is it, the final map of the night, the decider here, the map we did not expect to see. Map number 3 of N1HEX versus Zero Tenacity. Z10 taking us to Lower Manhattan, so interesting map pick for them. They're also going to be on the attack here first. I have to imagine they've got something cooked up here on this map. They're picking it for a good reason, no doubt. N1HEX on the defense first. We will see if they're going to try to take things out into that courtyard or if they will hold in the building. Same question for Z10. Will they go through the strange portal, take the fight straight to him, or are we just going to walk it on up and go toe-to-toe? Map number 3, Lower Manhattan, ready to go. Doors open and Z10 on the move first.
On the move first here, they are everybody. Rocking right now into the moment. X-Lyle on the Luna. Getting the flow, getting the snow, getting the dancing show on the horizon right there. To the high ground, gotta watch out for D-Spooky and Soko. The duel is crazy. D-Spooky already on the matching the high ground. They do laser down. Creative trying to force that damage already. Emma knows. They're gonna go for the grab. They're gonna pummel Soko down. Flame Orb in the corner though. You gotta be careful to shut down Jerry on the Black Cat there. One's gonna take down Creative. That's gonna be big value. Z10 losing that push and force early. As N1HEX's defensive comp is very good here. And Blaziken, Bucky, the hooks, those could be clean to really shut down Jerry's Black Cat.
Yeah, there's some really interesting picks coming in here through N1HEX. It's Winsger getting the double KO on the Emma to start things off, and the roll swap for Winsger. I knew them as a strategist player before, but that roll swap seems to be paying some dividends here, at least in this matchup. Blaziken in a little bit of trouble, gets some healing from the backline, and now Jerry on the move on the Black Cat, swings right on in, and Exy and Jerry will get in that KO feed. Marvel as well. Winsger gonna get one, but it is a 1-4-3, make it a 1-for-4. Exy on the double KO on that Star-Lord and a triple, and no mercy from Z10 here on their first engagement. A minute 30 away, and they're going to try to get this first cap, but there's a strange portal from Louis. They will make it in time, and they're able to keep contesting this one.
Definitely Alpha now as they go for the crunch. They go into contest right there. It's directly onto Soko. Soko's almost down. Soko's down. The Dino's down. That's going to give a massive value for themselves to be able to shut down the opposing force right there. They're going to be able to shut it down. Wendy does have the boundary if they need, but I think Z10 would rather play it safe for now. Try to get picks in the off angles. Try to get a stat. There it is. Jerry takes one. There's another right there from the cap. Marvel taking out X-Lyle. That's going to be pressure. That's going to be power. That's going to be exactly what they want right now to nullify N1HEX. And it's going to be too much time for them to walk back from spawn. If Z10 activate right now, they'll be able to win at 6v4. There's the White Fox creative trying to bring it now. There it is. Another one down. Fish is down. No ultimates left for N1HEX to be able to contest it. Blaziken's going to save the Kraken impact for the next fight. They did go for contest here. They're going to go for the quick wipe to reset as that shield mobile keeps on rolling right now as Z10 gets started on their push.
Yeah, definitely smart to hang on to the Kraken impact. And actually, Blaziken might be changing it up here over onto the Star-Lord as we go into point number 2. Gonna look for a battle for that high ground there. The middle building, a good oversight of a lot of the path to checkpoint number 2 here. Looks like Z10 already shoring up there. I see Soko on top of the building on that Devil Dinosaur. Jerry, meanwhile, looking for a way around, getting pretty sneaky, and he's found his way in, finds Louis right away, and hurts the damage line for N1HEX, making 2 as both duelists taken offline in the blink of an eye. No calling card necessary here. Jerry's already got their numbers memorized. Soko find one, and Jerry getting a triple KO quadra. I spoke far too soon here on the Black Cat here. What a run from Jerry, and now Zero Tenacity. Plenty of free real estate for them to take here with 3:15 still on the clock and a whole bunch of ults ready to go for this next fight.
This is the Z10 we were waiting to see. Full force, full on, requesting to take attack first, picking the map to their pleasure, to their cadence, to their preference right here. As they do set up, Jerry is going invisible. Oh, you know exactly what's about to happen. Stacks on in the claws right there as they aim down. Blaziken and Fish taking quite a bit of damage. Creative on the backline takes down Fish, who tries to retreat to a healthier angle right there, but is pressured as a clean precision strategy was used right there as they did pincer them down. But there it is, D-Spooky. Off for the rampage, timing out for now, trying to stall that out, trying to buy it out, trying to bring that presence. X-Lyle and Creative match their ultimates as they go for the dance and they go for the prance of the Fox right there. But Blaziken in the skies goes for it. Not going to get the value as much as they want from the Galactic Legend, but it's going to allow Windsor to enable them with the Psionics right there. It's going to be able to bring that power, bring more presence, bring more seduction action as they do allow Jerry to snipe X-Lyle on the backline, slashing forward, getting that as much as they can, taking him out, double KO, going to shred through and probably go force. Where did they even see Eggsy in the backline? Absolute flash and slash, and absolute, I would be crashing out from that one right now. That is insane. The momentum is coming out from Jerry on the Black Cat, but Louis like, I'm gonna take you down this time. These Black Cats are crazy.
Yeah, I mean, quite a get back here for N1HEX on defense. Able to stop Z10 just short of that second checkpoint. Now 1:45 left to go. It took a lot of what N1HEX had. All ults expended here. And Zero Tenacity played it well too. Creative, kudos to him on the form change for the White Fox. Able to take a lot of the ults that N1HEX threw down. But N1HEX played right on through. Still able to find the hold here. And 1:30, not quite final fight territory. But Z10 starting to run out of time here. Marvel going to lead the way for the team. Swapping over to the cap and got the freedom charge on the move here. A couple of big KOs coming up early, and Z10 find their way through, carving a path through N1HEX. Louis and Spooky the only ones still standing, and Louis worse for wear here, going all the way down back to the spawn, and now it is all wide open for Z10 to take that second checkpoint. But again, time is running out here. There's a strange portal though from N1HEX. It's just a little bit too late though, as they can't quite get the troops on through. Second checkpoint secured for Zero Tenacity. I think that's huge for Z10.
Yeah, definitely huge right now. Gonna be able to certify it, and ooh, okay. That is interesting to see. XZ going for it, 83%. Can build up that old charge, trying to get the flank right now. Going on the lower Manhattan Bridge here. Knows the map very well, knows they can get a good angle here. Might be encountering something crazy. Jerry also with the flank. They both go for the backline. Fish is down, Lyle's down. They already know they're going to go for Blaziken as well. These Spookies down, Louis down. There's nobody left for the Quadra KO for Jerry right now. What a well-executed flank right there. And setting up the Flame Orb, double orb on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the comms playing out in real time. Take some serious coordination and some trust in one another, but you can pull off plays like that from every angle. Zero Tenacity attacks, and it all pays dividends. A full ace with a minute 30 left to go, and now Z10 able to see the finish line here. Xe on the Star-Lord holding on to that Galactic Legend. They gotta know that Exil's got Fate of Both Worlds and are looking for a way to draw it out here. Xe gonna take down Louis. The body advantage might be what they need to pop that Fate of Both Worlds, but time is running out here. 60 seconds left to go. Blaziken's got the Galactic Legend. Creative as a Kumiho unleashed onto the ground here, and there it is. Finally, the moment Z10 we're looking for. The Luna ult online here. It's just a matter of survival until the end, until the club closes for N1HEX. Hand of Khonshu now from Louis, trying to keep the pressure on Z10, trying to give them no space to fight here, no ability to muster up for this battle, and one by one the ults from Z10 going down. They do manage to take out the Star-Lord from N1HEX. They got a couple more on the ropes here. Fish in some trouble on the Kumiho unleashed. Winsker will go down. Spooky as well, left and right. N1HEX taken down. It's just Blaziken here, and not a lot of backup from the rest of N1HEX. Zero Tenacity will close out the map. Jerry popping the calling card at the last second just to confirm it, but quite an uphill battle there. 30 seconds left on the clock for Z10, so they got a little bit in the tank if this does go to extra rounds, but that's all contingent on N1HEX here. They are also going to have to carve their way through Lower Manhattan to the very end if they want to have a chance of taking this series.
Okay. That's the pace Z10 want to set, taking it to the end of Manhattan right there, straight to Kingpin. Question is, can N1HEX pull out another miracle? Listen, they got that power to alter reality. Maybe they might have to cash in another favor with Wanda Maximoff for sure. We'll see if they can do that, nullify that, bring that on their side right now. N1HEX still relegating to the Moon Knight. Now, the Moon Knight has been a great pick. However, it is not able to keep up with the momentum coming out from Xe on the Star-Lord and Jerry on the Black Cat. There might need to be something else to help. That's the reality right now. Our current meta, normally people would say, you got a dive problem. Who's the answer to dive in the duels category? Namor. But he's not seeing the light of day lately. It's a hero we haven't seen in quite some time. I don't think teams are going to play it not too comfortable on the picks, or is he strong in the meta right now? Maybe a new team up next season could bring him back to caliber, but Bucky's a great choice. That might be the switch going on for Louis here. There's a lot of opportunity as we see these teams get ready, and honestly, if I was N1HEX, pulling out the front door might have been a good move here, but we're just going to walk it down the courtyard first.
Yeah, take it one step at a time here, just like Zero Tenacity did. Walk their way through that courtyard here. Important for the team to try and stick together because the geography itself can split you apart here. Does look like they are going to get to the front door here. Xe putting down some shots just to try and slow the roll, try to build up some of that ult charge because you know Z10 are going to be relying heavily on those Galactic Legends here on defense. In a little bit of trouble here as N1HEX putting the gas on this attack. 30 seconds away, and they are already in the building and taking the fight straight to Zero Tenacity here. Xe gonna go for the high ground, try to get a better vantage point over this N1HEX team, but N1HEX gonna charge right up the stairs there and right into the waiting arms of Xe, able to put down some damage, but he can't find the breakthrough, can't get the KOs here. N1HEX sustain right on through. The issue here though, N1HEX 60 seconds away, still not able to put boots on that capture circle yet. Oh no.
Oh my days, Xe face shifting, drifting, absolutely blitzing the entirety of N1HEX like that. In the blink of an eye, the entire team wiped. Wow. What was that? It just disappeared.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, N1HEX, I saw they were setting up for it. They took some high ground, trying to kind of position themselves, and then just in the blink of an eye, Zero Tenacity neutral them all down, and it's a full ace. We'll reset here with a minute 30 away now, and N1HEX still no way to get to that capture point. Very early pick, though, from Blaziken on to Wendy. Jerry gonna even it out, stop that Bucky dead in his tracks. Galactic Legend from Xe, but he's shot down off the sky by Exlail on the Luna here. Big get back for N1HEX. But it is going to be a 2-for-1. It looks like 2 minutes away now for N1, trying to find a way onto this point. Windsor able to plant some dinosaur feet onto it, taking the fight straight to Soko here. Jaw versus Jaw, and N1HEX getting the damage down. Kumiho unleashed and Fate of Both Worlds coming in from N1HEX, trying to withstand that calling card from Jerry. Wendy has the team covered though as well. Invisible boundary all the while though. N1HEX does look like they're able to make that first tick, and it's Soko winning the dino battle here, taking down Windsor. Windsger all the way back to square one here, but Louis and Blaziken make it a 2-for-1. Big value get for N1HEX as they burn through some of Z10's ults as well. Blaziken has the Kraken impact, but no way to stay in the fight here. Zero tenacity, got some teeth, and N1HEX just got a minute 30 left to try and make something happen.
Minute 30 to make it happen for themselves. Ooh, Soko takes out Louis. That's insane. Double KO, my goodness. Right there. Easy though. Sees Winsgar, sees the scan. Winsgar right now in a very tough position. That was a very bad spot for the Dino to be. Eggsy just full clipped him and took him out. But we'll see how it all unfolds. Right now, this is very tough. I don't think N1HEX got much left in the tank, Diatonic. This is not looking good for them. Z10 are in full form.
Yeah, they're really going to have one last good attempt at it here. Louis got the calling card moving. D-Spooky's got that freedom charge, but Louis shut down. No calls being made today here. Creative fighting the KO. Now it's a Galactic Legend from XE yet again here. N1HEX, though, not too bad in not too bad a shape. Health bars looking okay here. Windsger's got that Devil Beast Rampage trying to split up this Zero Tenacity team, but they will play right on through. There's the Kraken impact now from a Blaziken. Will find its mark here. Gets the KO, gets the reset here. Windsger finds one as well. Big moment here for N1HEX to stay alive. 20 seconds left to go here, but Zero Tenacity gotta put feet on the point. No, they don't. They can't find a way to get there. 2:45 on the clock for N1HEX now, and they've got that first checkpoint, but still, it is a long way to go through the rest of Lower Manhattan here, but a good look for this N1HEX offense.
Well, they still have something left, and we like to see it. N1HEX, when you doubt them, they come back stronger. Let's see if they can deliver it, though. Right now, their pace is pretty good. They've taken to the high ground. Going to start rearranging the apartments to their favor. Z10 already in there. Marvel there, trying to dance on the high ground as well. But you got to be careful here, because they're going to be building up towards that Kumiho unleashing. But Fish has it first. Big snap of the Dino neck right there. They do grab Soko, but Marvel's on the front lines already going to go. Bam! Slam! Taking out his old war buddy. There goes Blaziken. Playing what was being set up, but being taken down. Sending off the Kumiho right now. It's from both of them, Fish and Creative, bringing that back in their favor there. But we're going to see more potential. We're going to see if they can try to set it up for themselves. Big slash right there. D-Spooky taking out Eggsy. Louis as well, taken down by Creative. Back flipping on the White Fox right there. Setting up clean as can be. But N1HEX has momentum right now. The Luna is the fate of both worlds going off. And that convoy is still moving. The fight is going on way ahead, and N1HEX are playing it very correctly. But I think there's a moment right here might get impactful.
Yeah, I mean, N1HEX doing a great job of objective control, even as all this chaos unfolds, and even as they find the KOs they need here. Blaziken taking down Exy, winning that duel. Spooky on the hunt for Windy on that Jeff, but here comes the ult. It's Jeff. They will immediately shut down, though. Taken out by Louis. Creative gonna make it a 1-for-1, but unfortunately, that's an ult from Z10 that goes nowhere here. It's Soko, though, the demon on that Devil Dinosaur here. A double KO. Marvel and Exy get in the mix as well, and one by one, N1HEX drop and fall off of the mission vehicle. Less than 60 seconds to go, and you can already see it. Z10 putting the gas on here. Big forward pressure from them. Gonna try to stop N1HEX from even getting back to that capture point, even getting some overtime, but they're gonna have some tools in the tank here. They are not quite running on empty, but margin for error is razor thin now.
Oh, absolutely right now. You need to be very, very ready for this right now as D-Spook is going in. Assembling forward already in the backline. Poor Jeffrey, no! Louis just assassinated Wendy right there, but Blaziken winds up the Kraken impact, goes again once, goes again twice, gets the third mark, double KO, going again once on his war buddy, uppercut, chases down Steve Rogers, aka Marvel, gets the triple KO. Are we gonna go one more time? Don't get greedy, Blaziken. He decides to retreat and not dive in onto Eggsy. But that does mean no Kraken impact left to go. They got the Rampage, they got the Kumiho, they got the calling card, and Z10 only have Starled ult for the next fight, which means they got the defensive capabilities to hold it. This could go in N1HEX's favor unless Z10 go crazy, and Jerry's the one to do it, taking out Blaziken first, match the pace right there. Kumiho is unleashed, and so is Louis with the calling card right there. Soko taking out D-Spooky. That's 2 down from N1HEX. The numbers game is looking in favor of Z10, and it's looking like this might be the end.
Yeah, they may not have the ult economy on lock here, but they don't even need it. They'll play it out under neutral. They'll play it out on the back of Xe here. Double KO there. One more for Soko on the Devil Dinosaur as well. And they've got a Devil Beast Rampage should they need it. Portal opens up for N1HEX, the last gasp for this team here, but they'll be stopped short of checkpoint number 2. Zero Tenacity find the hold, maybe wipe the sweat off the brow here, but they'll walk away from this one. A 2-1 win, another series win here in the group stage for Zero Tenacity. Man, they really had to work for it here.
There it is. Woo! Lock it in. Love to see it. Creative getting some playtime, getting on the Z10 squad and getting that W. Lock it in, everybody. Final winners of the night are going to be Z10 taking down N1HEX, but a formidable effort from N1HEX nonetheless, securing themselves a good point here on the board. Woo! It's going to be a tough day for them against Loyalty tomorrow. Don't know if there's a chance right now. We can do the math, we can calculate. We'll get the scoreboard up very, very soon as well, and we'll see how the standings are looking. But Z10 though, get a point on the board again, tussling with Triple AD for that 3rd place spot. We can have a look back at those best moments right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels like the field is wide open. That 6th spot in the Pacific playoffs is definitely still up for grabs. What a performance here from N1HEX in the face of an opponent like Zero Tenacity, putting them through their paces. But you talk about doing the math on this scoreboard. Xe 65 elims on the Star-Lord, 21 finals off of that. Jerry with 46 on the Black Cat as well. So big numbers coming through from Zero Tenacity, but that is the effort it took them to win this final map against N1HEX. Definitely not for nothing. Gotta commend this N1 team for putting on a performance here.
Long day, but a lot of banger matches. Gotta say that the series that we had 3 maps were not the series that I thought would go 3 maps. There was a reality where we could have seen, like, maybe XO and Reject go even farther the distance, but the fact that it was Loyalty and N1HEX, the definitive matches that go all 3 maps, was wild to me, guys. But let's talk about this final match. It really felt like, again, it was the Jerry Xe show. They stole it so much, and while they were still in form, N1HEX, I think it was Diatonic that said it, still made Zero Tenacity really fight for that last dub.
Definitely, they did fight for it. As you said, now let's talk about it. How do we feel about the performance today from N1HEX as a whole? They showed up. I believe it's nice to see that N1HEX and Loyalty, as people did perceive them to be, just wrap it up, send them off, we'll see them in stage 2. They said, no, we're not done yet. We still have more to show. We're not done yet. And tomorrow, still have a chance to get more points as well.
I was ready to count out Loyalty and N1HEX, man. Look, again, I'm not a math magician. I don't know if they're still in it or not. I'm sure they still need tomorrow, and regardless of win or loss, that's going to make the big difference of whether or not there's playoff contention. But I think, Liger, I think you said it before I came onto the screen. I really think it comes down to how well Rivals does tomorrow for pretty much the fate of almost every team outside of XO and Reject for playoffs contention. So it's a really scary day for just about everybody for 6-7.
Yeah. Now, RVL didn't get to shine too much today. They'd lose to Loyalty, and they have to face off against the best, aka Reject, tomorrow, and then they have to face off against the Behemoths. We just witnessed Z10, who are not gonna let a loss like that happen again. They are locked in. Holy.
Look, no offense to Loyalty. They were super nice to us in the interview. They're always great sports. If they can win a series, I'm not going to count out Rival facing Reject tomorrow. I think there's still a chance.
You know what? Just to quickly say, I think tomorrow, cinematic match, marquee match, it's not even any of the biggest teams. I think it's Loyalty versus N1HEX. I think that is the match to watch. that is going to be a banger. That's going to be a banger.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say cage match on deck between those two, no doubt.
Now, we're on the last day, and this is going to be my last day for the group stage. So I kind of want to do a reflection point before we wait for our final interview of the day. What do you think was the single best series in all of group stage so far? It's a loaded one, I know. And chat, feel free to answer as well.
You know what? I'm gonna give it to day one last week.
Okay.
I think because it woke everyone up to a new demon, I'm gonna say XOXO over Z10.
You know what?
I think that's
I'm
when
inclined to agree.
Yeah, that's when we're like, oh,
this is a different
we've been
stage.
waiting. Yeah, we've been waiting. We've been waiting to see. Okay, XOXO. Dan was talking about them for weeks, hyping them up. Said this is the dive team of Asia. They're gonna come back. They're gonna come strong. And yeah, we're in dive meta. We're in Black Cat City, and yeah, they have definitely rented an apartment with Felicia Hardy and absolutely doing wonders.
Good for them. A dream come true.
I was gonna say, yeah, I definitely feel like that one gotta be at the top of my list for sure. Just to throw another one out there, still on day one, maybe out of left field, maybe a little bit of a weird one, but you know, hang in there with me.
I like weird.
I really think that the Burgers versus Rival match is definitely worth watching. It was kind of our first look at the Burgers, and you know, we had a lot of questions going into that match. How is this Season 7 MRC champion team gonna fare against these rosters that have played preseason already, got some Ignite experience under their belt, and they delivered from that very first match. And same kind of thing that Liger was saying, you know, it was a wake up like, okay, Burgers are here to play. They are here to put some meat on the grill and cook it up. And they did in that very first match they played. So definitely got my eyes on them from there. But yeah, those couple of day one matches, man, were just absolutely insane. But we've had a lot of bangers here in Asia all throughout this group stage. We still got a whole nother day left, 5 more matches on the docket for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about stage one is that it felt like there was a lot of growing pains for teams in preseason, and the fact that we saw Reject really find their form the second week of the group stage. They made that huge playoff run. We can talk about that more later though, because our interview is ready. We got a player on the line. I'm very excited to see who our last interview of the night's going to be. Ring ring. Oh, hi. Hello Oni. How are you?
Hello, Cake. Yeah, I'm doing well. A little relief now since yeah, a bit of an interesting match that we just had. I'm a little relieved.
Well, talk to me about that relief. What are you feeling right now besides just relief? Like, what are the emotions as you feel them?
Oh, I mean, it was a pretty wild roller coaster. I mean, at first we were relatively confident going into this one. I mean, we won map one, like, okay, yeah, this should be a relatively easy job for us, and then suddenly we started getting the brainworms started making a bit of a return, and I was a little concerned, and just up and up, and boom, I was like, ooh, that happened, okay, but you know, I mean, sometimes things don't go as planned, so you kind of make the most of what happened, you ignore it, and then move on, and yeah, we managed to close it out at the end.
I mean, you answered the second half of the question I was about to throw at you, so talk to me about Museum of Contemplation, man. What happened?
I honestly don't know. Yeah. Maybe the case of the Z10 brainworms coming back again. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, there's still kind of, we're working a few things out here and there. We're both kind of building upon our fundamentals and just kind of going from there. We've got creative back as well, so you know, we're just trying to really kind of cement things going into the playoffs as well. We're just trying out a few different things here, just kind of working on our fundamentals, just kind of seeing what works and what doesn't, and yeah, just kind of sticking to our roots, keeping things simple. But yeah, we kind of let that slip a little bit in the second map, I will be honest, but you know, it's things that we've already identified and that we're well and truly on our way to, you know, perfecting.
Now, Oni, you want to let the people know what you do for Z10?
Oh yeah, yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah.
What roster are you on?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so
he's the go.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, thank you, Keg. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I got you, Oni. I got you.
Yeah, some of you may have seen me in the Twitch chat here and there, causing a bit of a stir every now and then. But I am not some random. I'm actually the translator for Zero Tenacity. So hello, nice to meet everyone.
Hi.
Actually, face to face. Hello, Keg. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a pretty good adventure. Getting to talk to the players, actually getting to know them, you know, helping them through their MRI journey as well, and just meeting everyone involved in the scene. Yeah, it's been an amazing adventure for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wanted to ask, kind of comms related. You know, we saw, especially on Lower Manhattan, there definitely was some calming and some planning on how some of those attacks went down. I mean, what are the comms like? You know, are you guys more of the, you know, calm, collected, you know, just call outs, or does it get hectic? I'm just really curious because you can tell there's some big coordination happening there.
Yeah, I mean, now that we have Creative back into our main lineup, it does make things a little bit easier as, like, for example, Creative really does lend a bit of a helping hand to Jerry, especially in coordinating that dive. So, you know, naturally being able to communicate in the native language, which is Korean, does make things a lot easier in coordinating things. But overall, yeah, we're relatively cool, calm and collected, except, you know, sometimes people do start screaming for heals when they're coming back from the dive. They're like, just a little sliver of health and just start screaming. I mean, what better way to ask for heals than just to scream at the top of your lungs and ask for care?
No, you need to give context.
That's the way to do it.
What are they talking about? Who is screaming for heals and why are they screaming for heals? Where is the communication?
We need to know, context hat on.
Okay, I mean, it is pretty funny.
Was it on Museum?
It happens a lot. It happens quite a bit, especially, you know, Jerry does like to get pretty animated. So especially when he's coming back from the dive, he's getting chased as a dino right on his tail. It just starts screaming for his life. And, you know, we've got two amazing support players on the team, so they're more than happy to lend him a helping hand. But yeah, I mean, overall our comms are, you know, pretty good. You know, Soko, you know, being the one NA player on the team, they're still, the communication works really, really well. I mean, the basic, you know, calls, all the players know in English as well, so there's no really major confusion going on along the line as well. If they need to communicate something in Korean to like another player, they will do so. But overall, yeah, I don't really see any issues with our comms. It's going pretty well.
You know, it's not often that we get a translator on the broadcast here to interview, so it's definitely a good time for us to like kind of pick your brains a little bit. We are running short on time, so I think this will be my last comm related question. So, do you find yourself as a translator having to sometimes be like a pseudo coaching role where you're relaying the information in a way that works well? Like, do you find yourself a mix of being like a translator and maybe sometimes like an assistant coach to help with the translation?
Yeah, I mean, actually, really good question. I was hoping you'd ask something a bit more specific to what I do, but I mean, yeah, I feel like, you know, when I first came into this, I thought it would just be, you know, just one-for-one translating, like whatever the coach happens to say, I just relay to the players, and that'd be kind of it. But, you know, the more I've kind of engaged with this role, the more I kind of see myself also kind of having a little bit of an input into some of, you know, the strategies, some of the things that the team wants to bring up, and, you know, I often end up asking them more deeper questions to actually get to the root of what they're trying to explain. Because, I mean, even though I'm here to translate, there will always be an inherent level of language barrier that we do need to try and get through. So, you know, trying to get to the root of things, like dig a little bit deeper to actually identify what they're saying. I guess I do kind of end up being, I guess, like an assistant coach to some degree as well, kind of, you know, lending a bit of a helping hand in terms of the strategy. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, these players are all really, really experienced, and our coaches also equally experienced as well. So, you know, I leave all the big, grand strategy things to them. But yeah, I do, you know, end up lending a helping hand here and there.
Well, that must be a good learning experience for you too, right? And so, you know, eventually, if you choose to, you can move on from Zero Tenacity and maybe become a full-on assistant coach for a different team, or, you know, continue to be that kind of half and half of a translator and assistant coach.
Yeah, I mean, if the opportunity does arise, you know, I'd be happy to take it on, but, you know, happy to sail the ship with the boys for now.
Hey, sounds good to me. And speaking of opportunities, this is your opportunity to tell the fans, audience, worst enemies in the whole wide world, if you have to let something off your chest, the platform is yours, Oni. Let away, man.
Well, to our fans, you know, we always say thank you for the support, and of course to any Korean fans who might be in the chat as well, 감사합니다 as well. But yeah, we see everyone in the chat. You know, we always do appreciate it. I always keep tabs on what people are saying. You know, it's always positive. And to our enemies, you know, I don't really have much to say because I don't think we have any. I think we're just at the top. We don't have any.
Don't take you to Museum of Contemplation.
Listen, I got one more question.
I will
This
remember
comes
that
from
one,
Matthew.
Keg. I will hold that one against you.
All right, no one's perfect. I get it. That's 5
one more
a.m. K
question.
coming out.
One more request from me. Matsy has requested, please bring the cookies back with you when you return to Australia. Thank you very much.
Oh, the cookies.
Just need that.
Oh yeah, we do have them here. We do have them here.
Whoa, hold on. Show us the cookies. Are they open?
I can't.
No!
Sorry,
I
It's a
need
secret.
my
Come on.
cookie!
No, sorry,
It's
man.
dinner
I can't
time.
give
Let's
them
go,
to you.
let's
No.
go.
This is
Dinner
the key to our
I'm-
success right here.
I'm
that's the secret
booking
weapon.
my
Yeah,
trip
yeah.
to Australia right now. I'm on my first flight to Zero Tenacity headquarters, but in the meantime, it's going to take a while for me to fly over, so I suppose you're going to have to get some sleep until then, Oni. Oni, my friend, always great to have you on, first of hopefully many times. I'm sure y'all are going to have a wild day tomorrow and for the playoffs run, so thank you so much again, dude, for coming on here today.
I was happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so
Oni.
much, man. Hey, I'm gonna need some Korean lessons from Oni, dude. Absolute
100%.
charmer. One of the
100%.
coolest people we've
Okay.
interviewed so far.
Let's go.
I don't know any
it's
Korean.
nice to see. If we had more time, I would have asked quickly. Like we heard earlier today, for those who watched Ignite America, Swamp Gaming, when they won, Melophobia spoke about how their household is the gamer household. They're all there. They're all training. When the interview was happening, we're like, "Where's the rest of the team?" The casters asked, and he said they're downstairs. They're already reviewing the VOD. That's probably what's happening right now. Already
Oh my
reviewing
God.
the VOD after winning
Take
the
a
game.
break!
No, there's no rest for people that are hungry for land glory, that want to make it to the mid-season finals. These are
Well-
teams that want to end up on the big stage.
I
You know
mean,
what,
it is Swamp Gaming. They are full-on gamers. They are locked in. But for our region too, I mean, Zero Tenacity, not too far different. I'm sure they were VOD revealing off camera already. Homies were locked in. And, you know, besides the little snafu and Museum of Contemplation, I think ZT has been one of the most consistent teams that we've seen so far in Pacific in 2026. I'd put them up there, honestly, top 3 alongside EXO and Reject.
Yeah, I mean, they have definitely made a name for themselves here. They've been running the show here in the 2026 season of Ignite,
Oh, yeah.
and obviously have no plans of slowing down. But, you know, we talked about chemistry with teams and, you know, roster swaps and trying to stay together as a unit. And I have to imagine that for Zero Tenacity, being able to play together since the preseason has been huge for their
Oh, yeah.
development. You can tell there's that camaraderie there. They built some very fast chemistry, and it is paying dividends even now. So, you know, with this win tonight, can't imagine there's any question whether or not they'll be in the playoffs. And of course, you know, they are hungry for that get back against Reject, who gave them a 4-0 in the grand finals of the preseason playoffs. So I am so looking forward to the rematch.
That's right. Our last day of group stage is tomorrow. It is 6-7 for us America enjoyers, 7-6 for everywhere else in the world. We get to see how things shake up because honestly, again, running thread through the day is that I have no idea who is still in consideration for playoffs or not. We know XOXO and Reject are safe. No doubt about it. But just about every other team in this region is completely on the board at this point. With Loyalty winning their series, with N1HEX looking better but still escaping a series, I would say they're probably the only team so far we are pretty sure will be not getting to that cutoff of going to playoffs. Everybody else, as we look at today's results, I think has a very solid chance of being in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, we were surprised on repeat here tonight. We had 3 out of 5 series go to 3 maps, and maybe not the ones we were expecting to see. That Loyalty rival matchup, insane for sure. But obviously, the Burgers started off with a show, the 2-1 against N1HEX, and then N1HEX taking another map 3 series against Zero Tenacity. Z10 pulling it out in the end, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen next. And it's been the case across all regions of Ignite, but I really feel strongly that Pacific has had so many fields blown wide open and so many expectations thwarted here. Yeah, I mean, Reject now at the top of this list, guys.
What?
Like they're back on the throne once again.
We have a
All
double
right.
draw?
No way. It's Kanga all over again.
Oh, no.
I'm getting flashbacks. Well, I mean, okay, so what do we make of this, boys? We have Reject, XO, Zero Tenacity in the top 3. Don't want to say I called it, I kind of called it. What is going to happen with Triple AD, Burgers, and Rival?
This is crazy. How do you unpack this? Like, there's so many variables tomorrow. Like, RVL have 2 matches tomorrow, which means there's a chance they can get more points and honestly really put them in a good position. But Loyalty and N1HEX have... Okay, all right, let's break it down. Realistically,
break it down for me.
If Loyalty win tomorrow and RVL win nothing, Loyalty actually clutched it and made it 6th. Genuinely, they actually clutched it.
And you know what?
And the thing is, that's possible because RVL are versing your top 3.
Oh, no! Oh, oh man, like how? Look, you know, spoiler alert, I've never been a competitive player. I'm not as good as these guys. I don't know what that feeling is like to have your fate completely in the hands of a different series that you have no control over. Like, how would you feel with your loyalty in that position?
I would be very, very worried going up against N1HEX because now, more than ever, N1HEX is officially back in the boat of, if I'm going down, I'm dragging you down with me. So they literally have the choice now. They're like, if we beat Loyalty, we force them down with us. If Loyalty beat us, there's a chance that RVL gets sent down. But RVL did 2-0 N1HEX. So there's a chance they maybe want to let Loyalty go up. You never know.
I never ever thought I'd say this, and I say this with all due respect. I never thought Loyalty versus N1HEX would be one of the most important matches of the season.
Literally. Love it.
It is. That's where we're at here. That's a testament to how the Asia region has played out over this group stage because, yeah, it is an extremely important match. It feels like the stakes are higher on this last day than we expected going in. So all I can really say is prepare for chaos. I'm going to be right there, and I'm scared to see what's around that corner.
Well, all I can really say is that although tomorrow's going to be a banger, I'm going to show you a super surprise that I think could be even better. But the idea is that, well, Liger's in for a very good time. Because we have to lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis Mandy Celestine. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. The Greener's costume and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Available right now. Heed the call of glory! It's time to show them what you're made of.
Yeah, with Reject picking up yet another win here tonight, taking their place at the top of the Asia region. Have to imagine their partner team bundle is going to be flying off the shelves. They're live in-game right now. Gear up with your teams or your favorite team's bundles, showcase your loyalty, and take your esports spirit into every single match, whether it's Reject or Gen G here in the Pacific region, or any of the other partner teams out of the Americas or EMEA. Show your colors there in every single match you take, or at least the ones you run Deadpool into. But there's plenty more where that came from, of course. There's some nameplates, there's some sprays, there's some moods, all kinds of stuff to show what team you are supporting. Of course, though, buy the Pacific bundle. That's my advice here at the end of the day. Buy that Pacific bundle.
I'm telling you, man, we need to get a full-on Pacific one with the background colors. Have one for every region, but specifically Pacific, too. I think that should be #1 because, frankly speaking, I kind of think we're the #1 region. I'm not going to lie. I think we're pretty cool like that. Yes, yeah, I don't hear any disagreements.
#1.
Yeah, see, no disagreement. Everyone in chat reading it right now. All 7,000 people are saying, yup, Pacific's #1. What's up, Liger?
They're all asleep. They can't argue. Bad luck. Wake up. Go to your dreams. What
Psionics 4.
One Division. Walk in your nightmares. I don't know. Whatever they want to do what you got to do. All we got to say is that it was absolute mad time here casting group stage for Asia. I'm actually signing. Okay, we're actually both signing off from Asia. Next time we return, it's Pacific playoffs. But Diatonic, you'll be hosting tomorrow all the action alongside. We won't spoil who's showing up tomorrow. We'll keep it a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, it could be anybody. Robert Downey Jr. hasn't returned my call in years. but I have a feeling that he'll be on the mic tomorrow.
That would be
implies he
wild.
did
You
return
got my
the call
hopes up for a
once.
second.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll call him 17 more times again. It's about my daily average. But with that being said, though, it is now 5:30 in the morning. Some of us need to sleep. Some of us probably don't. But that being said, we are going to take our leave. We'll see most of you guys back in playoffs. Diatonic will return with us again tomorrow. And don't go anywhere. Or maybe do. We have Americas and EMEA coming up pretty soon. So you won't want to miss that. And we'll see you all very soon.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인